Okay, so you can hear us? All right. So give us a countdown whenever you want to start. Okay, and then we'll be ready here, so just let us know when we're live.
5, 4,
Good luck.
3.
Hey, welcome, AFWERX Spark Collider. We are so excited to be here with you today at the first virtual Spark Collider. I'm one of your hosts, Kinsley Jordan, and this is the Sparkinator himself, Tony Perez. Welcome to the virtual Spark Collider, here right now based out of Capital Factory in Austin, but we're going to be connecting with people all over the United States today.
Yeah, so unfortunately we had to cancel the live event that we're going to have over the 10th to the 12th of March here at Capital Factory in Austin. But now we have transitioned and pivoted to a fully virtual event. And so we're going to have the opportunity to connect and join with so many more people than we were going to have the capability of in person here in Austin. So we're really excited.
Yeah, so make sure right now, if you're watching us on YouTube, if you're watching us on Facebook Live, share that post everywhere you can, because this is going to be a full day of events, over 150 different unique events that you can get connected to, not only as either a customer or an airman or somebody in industry, but you can get connected to solutions that are happening right here at the AFWERX Collider, Pitch Bowl, STRATFI showcase. I mean, we have it all going on. Three major events.
We really do. And so, I mean, this all wouldn't have been possible without our teammates at Capital Factory.
Completely.
So, before we get too far into it, we'd like to introduce Josh Baer, the CEO and founder of Capital Factory, and have him, first off, Josh, I just want to say thank you. I mean, this is absolutely incredible.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you to your team and everyone else that put so much into making this happen.
I mean, from the in-person event that we were going to do, I mean, your team was incredible. And then the pivot that we did on Monday, so we thought we had to just scrap everything. And then your team and our team rallied together in order to make this virtual event happen. So,
it's been quite the emotional roller coaster for everybody, right? There was so much buildup. We were so excited for it to happen. Then the disappointment of, it's, maybe it's going to be canceled. It's not going to happen the same way. And then to see everybody rally, both obviously everybody in the AFWERX team who were not going to be dismayed, not going to be stopped, the show must go on. And then I was really proud to see our team too. Everybody, you could have been kind of burnt out, could have been maybe not really up for like one more, but everybody rallied and has so come together over the past 48 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
To make it happen. And you might think that live streaming it is easier. It is not easier. This was a lot of work and a lot of prep. So just big props to everybody that made it happen. I've been super impressed, and I can't wait to see what happens today.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Josh. Your team have been so generous right here in Capital Factory in Austin. So, from what you were doing with the in-person thing to the virtual thing, and then all the support you've provided. Thank you very much to you and your team.
All right. Awesome. Elbow bump. Boom.
We'll see you later. Thanks so much,
thanks, Josh.
Yeah. So as we were talking about, there's so many great events, and one of the first things coming up very shortly in just about 12 minutes is going to be our first keynote speaker. But before we get there, we want to just kind of outline, what does the event look like, Tony? So this is 3 major events that inside themselves, they would have been a major event just by themselves. But we have 3 major events going on right now. We have the Spark Collider.
Right.
We have the Pitch Bowl.
Right.
And we have the STRATFI taking place. So let's start with the Spark Collider for our viewers out there. What is a Spark Collider?
So a collider in general is, you have to understand, there's a lot of pain points or problem sets, within the Air Force and the broader DoD. And there are potential solutions out there, whether it's internal, whether it's external, but there's solutions. And so, the market is inefficient in connecting those. And so this collider events are ways to create, increase the probabilities of those connections. So problems and solutions can find each other, and that we can start executing things for operational capability within the DoD.
Yeah. So many times, especially in these last several years, where it's just been a wave of innovation of people just unlocking the potential of what they see for being able to identify solutions. That's one of the things you hear a lot is, there's got to be a way. And that's one of the amazing things about the Spark Collider is exactly that. We're connecting those problem sets to the solution sets and just enabling those relationships to happen. So that's the Collider. So that there's, in the Collider portion, not only do we have keynote speakers, but there's also a lot of great information that's going to be shared of how to get connected with SBIR, how to get connected with industry. There's a lot of different pieces that are taking place this afternoon with different speakers in the different rooms.
Yes, I mean, we have, just for the Collider portion, there's 5 dedicated virtual rooms with programming all throughout the day. And so as you probably got an email this morning talking about this event, it's linked to our website. So go to our website, you're gonna see the full schedule, and from there, there's links to either the specific events or this live stream right here. So they can connect to any part of the Collider programming through that website.
Yeah, and I know we mentioned it before, if you're joining us on AFNet, right now you'll be able to see it through the YouTube stream. In order to be able to access those sites, you may need to use a personal device or personal computer to be able to access some of those individual rooms. But like you said, there's 5 different virtual rooms just for the Collider alone.
Right.
And that's all day long.
Right.
So as soon as we get done with the keynote speakers, we're going to be going straight into the information sessions that we have. And then you have the pitch bowl taking place as well.
Right.
Where there's 8 different rooms of companies connecting in the pitch bowl. What is a pitch bowl for our viewers who don't know or understand?
I mean, let's just give a visual of this. This one's really compelling. So if we just cue over to the pitch bowl room, the virtual pitch bowl room, what you're seeing right now, this is the virtual pitch room mission control. And so what you have there are individuals from Capital Factory that are moderating over 8 rooms, 80 plus companies, and then 40 plus advisors, judges from all around the world. So it's absolutely incredible what's happening right there with just the pitch bowl portion. The coordination for that, I mean, hats goes off to our SBIR team. So Adam Welch, Matthew Scott, who coordinated all that, Leif Erikson, all great things, and then the Capital Factory team to actually pull in that. So hats off to our advisors, judges, the SBIR team, Kim Yoder, Dave Shahady, and Dayton. So a lot of great coordination had to happen. And so what's happening specifically in the pitch bowl, you have the 19.3 companies. So this is SBIR, Small Business Innovation Research. They are doing due diligence virtually through this coordinated activity.
Over the course of like 48 hours this took place of getting these people into the virtual realm, whereas they were previously going to show up here physically. And now we're doing that through the virtual process. It's phenomenal. All afternoon.
Yeah, we're super excited about that.
So that's invite only as well, right?
Yeah, so that is invite only. So, we had to close those rooms. So, this is part of the SBIR phase 1 to phase 2 process. And so, we wanted to, we have to, respect that, there's a lot of interactions going on. And so we didn't want to make those rooms, at least for this prototype, for this test of doing this at this scale, we wanted to control the conditions a little bit.
So that's 2 main events that we have going on. Now our third main event going on is the STRATFI Showcase. So if you're not familiar with STRATFI Showcase, that's going to be taking place a little bit later in the day. But we're going to see company after capability in the STRATFI Showcase. So what is that for people who don't understand what that event is? What is the STRATFI Showcase?
So, okay, STRATFI, so we've talked a little bit about small business innovation research. So pitch bowl, if they're going from phase 1 to phase 2, that's what they're trying to do. So these are government contracts. And then the STRATFI is strategic financing. And so what they're doing is creating a higher dollar amount award. And so there was over 200 companies that were eligible for this. It's been then down selected to about 20. And those companies are going to be looking for the higher dollar contract awards in order to transition into further integration with the Air Force. So what you're going to see now is those companies that have been identified, they're going to be giving presentations about the technology that they're delivering to the Air Force.
Absolutely phenomenal.
I mean, and you're going to see everything from satellite companies to a company that's doing a fellowship in Silicon Valley for Airmen. And so it's all ranges of technologies. You have AI, you have robotics. I mean, it's absolutely compelling. And so the STRATFI is going to be fun to watch.
It was interesting. There was an article that just came out about one of the lieutenants that got selected for the fellowship. I think it was 2 weeks ago. That opportunity, again, one of the awesome things you can do just by getting plugged into the ecosystem, to the network of what AFWERX and the Air Force are doing in innovation. So with that, we have about 6 minutes before we're going to cut over to our first keynote speakers, which are, I mean, amazing. We're starting from the top down, but what we first want to do is actually make sure that you can stay connected with us all throughout the day. So what we're going to do real quick is cut over to Marianne, who is able to walk you through not only the website, because a lot of our viewers got an email last night that said, hey, here's the links, which now we have sent out a new YouTube link, but here's the links. Here's the schedule overall that you can get connected to. So let's go over to Marianne real quick, and she's going to walk us through the website of whether or not you got an email, or maybe you're just showing up and you saw the live stream and you want to see what all is happening in this virtual Collider environment today. So Marianne, hey, how are you doing?
Hi, good. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So hey, can you walk us through, from the user perspective, what does it look like if you got the email from Tony that he sent out yesterday?
Yes, absolutely. So the email that Tony sent out yesterday looks like this. You can see it has the full schedule, the live stream link, which you're watching from here. And if you click on the full schedule and room links, it will take you to the AFWERX Virtual Spark Collider Pitch Bowl. But you can also access it if you didn't get this email from afwerx.af.mil. Go to the events section, scroll down. Right here you can click and it'll take you to this page.
Awesome. So even if you're just tuning in for the first time, you can still go to that afwerx.af.mil website and still get a whole list of events and the rooms to be able to stay connected to us throughout the day. That's awesome.
And so, Marion, if someone wanted to go to a particular event, so we have a keynote coming up here in a second. So how would they navigate this website in order to see that keynote?
Yes, absolutely. Well, the keynote will be taking place on this stream, on the live stream, so you don't have to go anywhere to see that. You can scroll down and you can see the schedule here. Main feed will take you to this live stream. But we also have our breakout rooms, all our different rooms taking place.
All right, great. And so after the live stream, and thank you very much, Marianne, for stepping us through that. And we'll talk here shortly after some of the keynotes about how we step through the different rooms and how they connect to the SBIR rooms. All right, so but I think we should talk about our keynotes that we have coming up, because we have 3 minutes now.
Yeah, because it's absolutely huge. So you are in for a treat this morning. We have some of the best keynote speakers that you could get in the realm of innovation and strategy and what's taking place right now in the Air Force. So first up, coming up in just 3 minutes, we're going to be connecting to the AFWERX Hub out in DC virtually.
Yeah,
They're there.
It's great. It's great. We talked to them. We talked to them earlier. And they're excited. So we have our teammates, Captain Steve Lawver, Captain Chris Benson, and they're going to be talking to the Secretary of the Air Force, and then Dr. Will Roper, the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force.
Yeah, and there's a lot that they're going to be able to offer just about strategy, because as we've talked about, the last 3 years has been this wave of innovation, of just unlocking the minds and the hearts of the airmen that have great ideas and great solutions. So really, how do we tackle that as an Air Force strategically? What does it do? What does it mean for us to be able to align ourselves to be able to get there?
And it's great, because you're going to hear the strategic vision from the very top, the direction, and then for all the airmen at all levels of the Air Force, how do they integrate into that mission of innovation? And so, the message is going to be about, there's no better time to be an innovator and an entrepreneur within the Air Force. So we're really excited to hear words from them.
Yeah, absolutely. So after that, that's going to be from 9 o'clock until about 9:20. We're going to have our first keynote speakers. Then we're going to meet you right back here in Mission Control, right here in the Capitol Factory in Austin, and cover just a couple more things that are coming up. Maybe go a little bit more in depth about what SBIR is, because I know 2 years ago when I first was talking to you about a spark cell and what is a spark cell and how do we do this, you mentioned SBIR. I had no idea what you're talking about. So when we are at that point, when we come back after the keynote, we'll dive into a little bit of that. And then we have another great keynote speaker. If you want to...
Yeah, and so we have the Dean of Innovation himself. So from Ann Arbor, Michigan, so we're going to go from DC. We're in Austin right now. We're going to go to DC, and then we're going to connect with Dr. Jeff DeGraff and his wife, Stanley DeGraff, in Ann Arbor. So Dr. DeGraff is a professor at the University of Michigan. He has been in industry and academia. He has been an advisor to Fortune 50 companies, but he's going to share his experience and help us understand the innovation landscape.
Yeah. So after that keynote speak, again, we'll come back and we'll meet you right here. So this is home plate. If we didn't mention it before, this is home plate for you on your virtual viewing experience all day long, right here on the live stream here at the Capitol Factory in Austin, Texas. So after that keynote, we're going to come back here, share a little bit more of what's going to be going on, and then we actually are going to be diving into our Collider activities, not just the Collider, but then we have the STRATFI showcase coming up soon after that. So when we do come back from the Dean of Innovation himself, Dr. Jeff digraph, then we'll be able to hop into some of the SBIR topics as we've previously talked about. So it looks like we have about 5 more minutes before we're able to hop over to DC for the interaction with the Secretary and that meeting inside itself. So why don't we go back to what, as you were talking about, what is SBIR? Because we got a couple minutes to be able to discuss that, and that's coming up in the Collider. Actually.
Right, yeah, so SBIR, or Small Business Innovation Research, so what that is, it's a program that's been around since the 80s. And so it normally is under very specific topics and awarding companies in very early stage R&D. And so what we've been trying to do is pivot this SBIR program in order to connect with dual-use technology. So the dual-use technology concept is really interesting. So dual-use means that there's commercial applicability and potential DoD applicability.
Yeah.
And so what we've done is open up the aperture in this open topic to say, if you have an offering that is that has commercial traction and with potential DoD applicability, we want you to apply for SBIR as a small business. And so they are able to step through a 3-phase program, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 being a technical feasibility study to see if their commercial offering it has applicability within the DoD. It's $50,000, a 3-month period of performance, but that's just to see, hey, is there there? That's really the real question. And then from that, they can go to phase 2, which is a higher dollar award. And from phase, which now, if you have to say, hey, there's a there, now let's make it catalog or ready for DoD. So now that higher dollar amount, up to $3 million of phase 2 money, is supposed to modify that technology, pivot ever so slightly in order to make it usable within the operational Air Force. Okay, so it looks like that they're sitting up there in DC, and so they're going to be started here shortly. So again, you know, we got an incredible keynote here. You know, we have Dr. Roper, Secretary Barrett, and then Steve Lava, our teammate there. And so, you know, really excited to join with them. And so Steve, over there in DC. So, all right. Hey, Steve, we're going to transition the live stream over to you. Thank you, Secretary Barrett. Dr. Roper, thank you so much for joining us this morning. But over to you in DC.
Awesome. Tony, Kinsley, incredibly good job on the first part of that briefing. So first off, I want to welcome everybody who's joining us, especially those on the West Coast who I recognize. So I have the immense pleasure today of getting to interview 2 incredible people in our Air Force. So the first is our 25th Secretary of the Air Force, Dr. Barrett. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
As well as the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Acquisition Technology, Roper. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks so much. Yeah, you bet. So me, a mortal among titans. Hopefully I get this right today, but Captain Steve Lava, AFWERX. Before we get started, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense pivot that has occurred here today and the amount of work and ingenuity that it took for this. So, as many of our viewers know, up until mid last week, this was intended to be an in-person event in conjunction with South by Southwest, with several thousand people coming to view the events. And as often happens after about a year of planning, nature had a vote, and the event was canceled for safety reasons. And the entire team, so the PEOs, the MAGCOMs, the Austin team, which is doing incredible, Vegas Health, DC. I don't know if I mentioned the Spark Cells yet, but everybody rallied together, and not to mention the companies and the investors that were a part of it to make this pivot happen. And to me, this really speaks to the agility and the resilience of our Air Force, and just frankly, the caliber. So, Dr. Roper, you've been a part of this Air Force venture since the beginning. Any comments on that, or would you rather stand?
Well, I mean, this isn't the same as South by Southwest, although in many ways, actually, I think it speaks to what we want to accomplish with Air Force. We want to be as agile as commercial innovators need for us to be their innovation partner of choice. So though this is a smaller venue, I think it speaks to the fact that we are fundamentally changing how we do business, changing the way that we think. And we do want to be that first stop for a company that has a big idea and that thinks that the military might help them get not just to military market fit, but eventually a commercial market fit. So for everyone that was a part of pulling this off, I think it just speaks volumes of what the Department of the Air Force is capable of. So thanks for being rock stars.
Outstanding, thank you, sir. And so I also want to mention we are at the NSIN headquarters in DC, so the National Security Innovation Network. Thank you so much for creating us here today. This is phenomenal. First question, diving right in. Madam Secretary, I was doing some research and it took a long time, I'll admit, your Rolodex of experiences and accolades is very long, but there's a few that really stood out to me that I want to dig a little bit more deeply into. The first one is kind of unrelated to the question that I'm going to ask, and that is, I saw that before the age of 30, you were an executive at 2 Fortune 500 companies. what am I doing with my life? That's absolutely incredible. The second two are more relevant here, and that is that I saw you landed an FA-18, the first civilian woman to land an aircraft carrier. So that's phenomenal.
Thank you.
And the second was also your training for spaceflight. You're certified as an astronaut to go into space. And I was wondering if maybe you could expand upon that experience a little bit, and then how innovation is helping to shape the next cohort, the next class of pilots and space operators.
Well, training for space, of course, was an exciting and somewhat threatening environment. We had, in fact, just 4.5 months to get ready for a flight, to go from, I didn't know Russian, and all the classes were in Russian. All the switching in the cockpit or in the capsule was not just Russian, but Russian acronyms. So the Cyrillic alphabet and acronyms in the Cyrillic alphabet for all the switchology. So it was an exciting, threatening, and rewarding experience. One of those that you don't expect. I did not expect this. This was sort of an out of the blue invitation to participate and to train up. They needed a backup for a experienced lead astronaut, and so I went through that and really had a great experience. Qualified, and until the very day of the launch, you don't know for sure who's going to go. So it was an exciting occasion.
Okay. Are you still holding out? You'll get to use that experience maybe in the next couple of years?
I don't think it's probable. I think that was the one-time shot. But I know that if they ever need a serious, already qualified, put me in coach. I'm ready to go.
Awesome.
That was great.
Thank you so much for that. The next question is geared towards Dr. Roper, and I was wondering, just kind of at a high level, if you could expand upon vision for AFWERX Ventures and really the importance of innovation.
It's a big vision. I mean, if you look at what's happened over the last couple of decades, the defense industrial base, and these are important companies that provided the world's greatest military, the world's greatest air force, and space force. Because of how we do business with them, the forces of our programs and their infrequency forces the collapse.
Priority. I mean, we cannot get this done. We cannot achieve what we need to. We can't meet our goals. We can't achieve the strategy without really engaging both business and the military side. So the partnership is how big things happen. The partnership is how a GPS system changed the world. And that kind of thing can derive from the projects that we're putting together here. It's really exciting.
Absolutely. And so, and actually, I'll do a quick follow-on to that question too, which, you've had a pretty deep experience with a number of different things over the years. I mentioned from the commercial side to seeing a little bit of flying to a little bit of space. On the acquisition side, I wonder what things have you seen change and what is most exciting?
Well, transformations derived from technology has just changed everything. So using technology as it used to be, that was something that was a unique entity, and now it's incorporated into everything. We need to incorporate more of that, and the speed that derives from technology is changing everything. And I'm a little biased on this count, but I think that space is building into everything. I think most people now know before your first cup of coffee in the morning, you've probably used space. It's ubiquitous, but it's invisible. So many people haven't recognized it for a long time. Now people are catching on that space is incorporated into everything we do, and that we need to have that be reliable.
So I think that's actually a really good analog too for space is a great example. But another thing that I've noticed is, and I've been told this over the years where I didn't know in the first place, was actually the Defense Department has influenced technology that touches us every part of the day. I mean, probably, whether we're driving on our cell phones or whatever, there's some defense contract down the line that might have led to example where a number of components have some origin within the so it's just fascinating. I agree absolutely.
When you think about it, if you use an ATM machine, you're using space. If you look at your stock holdings, you're using space.
Yeah.
You turn the lights on, you're probably using space. Turn the water on, you're probably using space. Timing, navigation, information, communication, all of that is going through space. And all of that was derived from early partnerships between government and business, early government research that resulted in business development.
Although I think people they may hear because we really want to pivot toward commercial innovators, that we're going to quit doing technology. we are still a great. We need companies that want to work on military unique technology to still come see us. We still need that to win. But it's myopic to think that only doing that is going to keep us competitive long term. So what we want in future is a company, no matter what type they are, commercial company, a company that wants to be dual use, a company that wants to be defense only, to find a path through Air Force Ventures where they can succeed if they have the talent and mission impact to get into a program.
So last question here towards you, sir, is actually on the personnel side, right? So I think the importance of programs like this surviving over the next couple of years and going on to thrive is having a workforce that is trained and empowered on that. So from an Air Force Ventures and in that vein, what is really the next step?
We organize. I mean, think about this, Steve. Since the middle of 2018 up until now, this has all been one big experiment, a wonderful big experiment. We've had grassroots efforts. We've had AFWERX, open topics, commercial solutions. We've had pitch days. We've done the strategic finance increase that we're going to announce today. All of these things are wonderful, but to the outside world, they all appear to be separate things. What we need to do, and what we're going to do, is launch it as one thing, where every one of these awesome factors has a role within our Air Force Ventures process. We need to codify roles and responsibilities, so we need a charter that formalizes, like, what the authorities that they have. We're going to work immediately after the kickoff today. Then we need to educate. We've been very, very conservative in not using government jargon to talk about investment. I know we don't own equity, and people may think, why are you using investment terminology? Because we need to think like investment. We need to train our workforce to think like investment. Not every company is going to succeed. Don't manage them like a program. Manage them like a portfolio, just like you do your retirement investments. Manage it that way. Look for some big wins, accept that the losses are less than your big wins. And I imagine that for most companies on the outside, that when they come into defense, the acronyms and jargon that we use are just as mystifying as the Cyrillic ones that the Madam Secretary had to deal with training to get off space. But it is a formula. So we've got to speak a language that our commercial counterparts understand. The fact that so many private investors are now calling us saying they're excited about your process. We believe that the way you evaluate companies on contract validates that company has a product market fit potential, changing the way private investors are working. Let's put it bluntly. I've seen a change in Silicon Valley over the past year just because of how China's engaging with Hong Kong. To put it very specifically, it's a window of opportunity. Now that companies think that, well, the way the Chinese government's engaging on Hong Kong doesn't align with my value system as a company, maybe I view Chinese investment differently. If we don't provide an alternative, better, faster, take them further, shame on us. We have a window of opportunity to do something.
Absolutely. Well, that serves as a good kind of lead into the closing remarks. And I wonder, Madam Secretary, any final words you'd like to share with us and the team that are on the nets and here in the room, to just motivate us or give feedback or anything.
Well, thank you. The feedback I would give is it is extraordinary what you're doing. It is really exciting, and we don't know where it's going to go, but we know that it's going someplace. And we're full of promise and full of hope, and we are conscious that this is a real opportunity for a lot of people to achieve dreams.
Absolutely. Well, this has been such a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, everyone, for joining in. Again, West Coast, 6 a.m., but we've got such an incredible team across the country, frankly, across the world. I'm so proud to be a part of this team.
Get ready to fade back.
Thank you, Alma, and thanks to everyone who's made this just such an awesome thing. You guys are rock stars.
We're the best.
All right, signing out this end.
All right, so cut out from them. All right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, incredible words. From the Secretary of the Air Force.
Seriously.
And from Dr. Roper. So that was truly inspiring.
Yeah. So up next, we got a couple of things that are really exciting. We were just talking while we were on break, and it's really amazing. We have a bot that is able to help people get connected to companies.
Right, we do. So our friends at BM&T, because we had to make this pivot, they were planning to do a test of this of a chat bot that connects airmen to cyber companies that can solve their problems.
Yeah.
And so they were going to beta it with a small sample size, but they have been in a sprint too in order to scale out to all the current 20.1 phase 1 companies, and then all the current phase 2 companies within the AFWERX SBIR pipeline. And so if we could get that up on the screen, so we have a number that you can text. So this is for Airmen, so government only. So if you're in the DoD, if you're in government, you can text this number. So it's 202-900-5005.
On your screen right below.
And so that will start a conversation with a bot, and it's using some artificial intelligence, some of that gee whiz stuff. And so they created some pretty incredible things in order to help airmen with problems figure out potential companies that are already on contract that could help solve them. So I encourage you to text that number. So if you're government, 202-900-5005, and that will start the interactions with the bot. You know, maybe text something fun. You can text anything. Text something fun. So, you know, Mike's the person that created it. Jen Roy's another person. So maybe text something fun to them in order to start the conversation, and then we'll let the AI take over from there. So it's a great opportunity. Again, it's a collider bot. So think of problems, solutions. This bot will help increase probability to find those solutions that you need for your pain points.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Hey, you know, don't forget also, make sure you share the YouTube live stream and the Facebook live stream to any and all of your friends. You don't want them to miss out on the opportunity of what is happening right here on the AFWERX Collider today, right now. Hey, just quick shout out for several people who are following us online that we see. Let's see, Michael Harbin, Mark Colby, thanks so much for checking in. B. Gates, awesome to have you. Eric Paul, thanks so much for tuning in right now to the AFWERX Collider. It's awesome to have you here with us right now. So previously we talked about SBIR and what SBIR is. And you know, we talked about the Connect bot where people can get connected. But so let's go back and real quickly into SBIR to help people understand what that means and how they not only how it's going to help them moving forward. Because you know, as we were talking in the Spark Cell, it took me a little bit to understand just what an asset SBIR is to me as an airman, as somebody who has a problem at a base.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's a common question that we get. You know, what is this SBIR? If you're a space person, it's space-based infrared, you know. So, but SBIR, Small Business Innovation Research. And so, again, it's a program that's been around for about, you know, 30, 40 years now. And it's just recently taken a pivot in order to go after that dual-use technology. And so, Marianne, if you could share your screen again, or no? Okay, so if you go to the AFWERX website, all right, go to the events, and then you can go down to the program that we have around SBIR. So after we hear from Dr. Jeff DeGraff in Ann Arbor, Michigan, then the next series of breakouts are going to be around SBIR 101s. And so the program that we have available is we have SBIR 101 for newly awarded 20.1 companies. So that's from a company perspective. Hey, they just got awarded a phase 1 contract. That's $50,000, 3-month period of performance in order to understand the technical feasibility of their commercial solution applicability within the DoD.
So when you talk about that real quick, because that's one thing that kind of escapes me when you're talking about this phase 1 and getting a company connected. So for people who are tuning in, that what is that requirement for somebody actually at the base? Because I know the comment comes up all the time, you know, is this going to cost this money?
No, and so those SBIR phase 1 companies, I mean, there's over 400 of them in our current cohort. So for 20.1, so 400. And so that's why if you're a government person and want to learn about SBIR, another breakout that we're going to have is SBIR 101 for Air Force and Department of Defense stakeholders. And so that breakout, Steve Lauver, who you just saw interviewing the Secretary, and Dr. Roper, so he's going to step government folks through the SBIR program and how you can leverage it. But bottom line is, I mean, unless you're the Secretary of the Air Force or Dr. Roper, it's other people's money. And so it's an opportunity for you at all levels of Air Force, whether you're a tactical level warfighter or you're at a program office, this is an opportunity to get other people's money in order to see if their solution fits it within a pain point that you have or a portfolio that you manage. So it's a really great resource.
Yeah, and one of the things that, again, I didn't realize, and a lot of people, I think, until you get into the SBIR program, you don't necessarily realize that you get to work directly with the company. It's a direct interaction, so it's not having to send off a proposal and, you know, then it gets misconstrued and misunderstood. You're literally on the phone, or they come out and do a site visit and work through what your actual problem is. It's the hands-on integration that's amazing.
And that's what we've, you know, the SBIR team, you know, out of Dayton, We have SBIR folks out in DC, but there's a great team of individuals. Kim Yoder, first off, let me say, the unsung heroes of the SBIR world is the contracting officers that we have at the SBIR Center of Excellence right there in Dayton, Ohio. But they are the true ones enabling this at scale. And then they have been augmented by contracting folks from all across the Air Force during these contracting sprints to make it happen. But it's a great program. I really encourage both airmen with problems to interact with it, but then also on the company side, great opportunities to bring them in. And and with the program, there's actually incentive structures that have been created. And so there's a couple different incentive structures. So one is federal dollars, so government money. So if you are a Air Force stakeholder with money, the SBIR program will match your money right now with the current rules 2-to-1 up to $1.5 million. All right, and so that is so if you have money, you're basically you're increasing your money.
If you have an immediate return on your investment.
Right. And then additionally, we'll match third-party investors, so private money, 1-to-1 up to $1.5 million. And that brings us to another breakout session. There's a SBIR 101 investor perspective. So if you're a private investor, so if you're part of the venture capital community, private equity community, or any other private investment sector, you could be a CVC, a corporate venture capital firm. This is a way for you to get 1-to-1 and co-invest in certain products with the government.
Tony, we got about 2 minutes before we kick over to the Dean of Innovation, Dr. Jeff DeGraff, who looks like he's going to be here with just for a little bit. But you've had a lot of interaction with Jeff DeGraff. I've had the opportunity to hear a couple of his briefings. And it's really just honestly mind-blowing. We'll come back to the SBIR, but mind-blowing the knowledge that he has in what innovation is and what it takes to be able to not just connect innovation and ideas, but how do you make it happen?
Well, and that's really the exciting thing. For so many people, innovation is just a buzzword. There's no teeth behind it. It's fun. It's this innovation theater. But what Jeff and his wife has done over the years, at the University of Michigan teaching it, but then also what they've actually done. Jeff has had some very great successes in his own life with various companies. But what they have done and actually made innovation real and actually transitioned it into something useful. Jeff has been done that for industry, academia, and he's been so gracious in order to now help us out in the Air Force and the broader DoD to bring the message of how you actually bring true innovation and transition stuff to something worthwhile.
As we're just waiting for the go-ahead here before we kick over to Dr. Jeff DeGraff, one of the things that I think is really interesting that I've learned personally just in this innovation space in the last couple of years is how much it's grown overall, and not only that, but really how we as people who are in the Air Force can learn a lot from what academia is actually teaching us, from what they have and actually bringing it in. So we're going to cut over that right now. We have him live with us.
Hey, Jeff, how's it going? How's it going there in Ann Arbor?
How is everybody?
Good.
Never been better.
Hey, thank you.
I want to start out today. I want to start out getting our blood going, getting our thoughts going. And I want to start out with a very simple question. And that is, what if Adam Smith was wrong? He wrote The Wealth of Nations in 1776, the same year our country was formed. The whole idea of the use of technology and the pin factory and the competition at the farmer's market, sort of the better mousetrap philosophy that we have around meaningful commerce. But what if he was wrong? So I want to start with a very simple story. Recently, our friends at General Motors, which is now being led by, I think, one of the greatest leaders they've had since Sloan, Mary Barra. And what they're doing is they're closing plants, and what they're doing is they're using the money to build electronic vehicles, which is going to be the future. Autonomous electronic vehicles. It's going to be great. But I want to point something out. Everyone right now, when we talk about innovation, is talking about tech, kind of like gearheads. They're talking about Tesla and things that go whiz bang and things that have hard lumpy objects. And Tesla, of course, had an interesting year last year. They sold 365,000 cars, which means they finally met their quota for 2015. They only lost $700 million in quarter four. But in the car industry in general, in the passenger car industry, is about 80 million cars a year worldwide. 80 million. So 365,000 cars is kind of rounding error. Now, interestingly enough, and I'm not making fun of Tesla, it's a great company doing a lot of really good things. During that same last 3 years of time, what's happened that's been very interesting is that ride sharing has increased 15% year over year. And this is what we call a diffusion curve. It means that something is going down and something else is going up. And usually that's a sure sign that some innovation is afoot. Now, here's the interesting thing. What this basically means is that the type of technical or technological innovation that we're all in love with is being supplanted by a social form of innovation. Now ask yourself, where's the innovation in Uber or Lyft or any of those places? You know, it's not, the app isn't particularly good, the IPO wasn't good, they're being sued by everyone. The innovation is that people don't believe they need to have a car anymore and they'll get in a car with a stranger. So think about the car that you've got. You're going to drive it for a couple of hours a day and the rest of the time it sits somewhere. So whatever cars are going to be sold in the future, given that what ride sharing is going on, that car is going to have a much higher marginal utility rate. And what it means is this trend of negative 5% is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. In other words, you bet on the wrong horse. Now I want you to think about this for a minute. I want you to think about how our peer adversaries are attacking this country. They're not attacking with all kinds of advanced technologies. They're doing things like social media. They're using technologies in different ways. And what I need everybody on this video cast to understand is that innovation is far more than just technology. We have to think about this differently. I love the quote from the famous philosopher Schopenhauer. Every man takes the limits of his own field of vision for the limits of the world. Think about it. Talk to somebody about monetary policy, military strategy, what should go on with public health. Right? Whatever they personally believe, they look for reinforcement. They're not getting any smarter. And this becomes a problem. It's sometimes called the Dunning-Kruger effect or confirmation bias. And there's a reason it's a big problem. And the reason is we see what we want to believe, not what we need to know. So right around Christmas, there was one of the top business magazines in this country published an article about Alibaba. And they were talking about the Chinese system of Tencent and Baidu and Alibaba and how it's all combined together, and how on November 11th, on Friends Day, Alibaba sold $25 billion worth of merchandise, which was about 4 times more than was sold on Black Friday in the United States. And the article basically said, Alibaba is to Amazon what Amazon was to Sears. And I thought about this for a minute, and I thought whoever the reporter was did not know the history of Sears. Now, let me tell the story of Sears in a way that maybe those of us who are kind of my age might remember. Does anybody remember who got into email first? It was called CompuServe, Sears. Anybody remember who took commercial financial services and made them consumer financial services? It was called Dean Witter, Sears. In fact, Dean Witter's child was called Morgan Stanley. Anybody remember what commercial real estate became available to residential real estate? Caldwell Banker. The first card that had perks and protection, the Discover card. The first bundle that integrated insurance company, Allstate, Sears, Sears, Sears. Before there was eBay, there was Prodigy. Sears, Sears, Sears. Sears got to the future first. The early 1980s, the late 1970s. So the story that Sears didn't innovate is completely wrong. It's told from people who weren't there, who weren't paying attention, and there's tons of these. Starlight Fairchild, Grand Circus, go down the line. There's a ton of these stories that we get wrong. So what can we learn about innovation from Sears? First of all, it had nothing to do with launching stuff. It had to do with a lack of focus. Too many things, too many people, things were all over the place. Unrealistic timelines. Does this sound familiar? You know, we want something to be paid out right now, but some things take 3 times, 4 times, 5 times as long, much more money. Surrendering to external pressures, shareholder demands and customer needs. You know, there's always a senator who wants something built in their particular state. Failure to integrate and synchronize. How did all the Sears stuff go together? You know, there's no solar system, no ecosystem, no sun in which everything goes around. My favorite one, the old guard waiting out the new. The enemy of innovation is in conflict. It's apathy, it's passive aggressive behavior. So those people came up in the Sears stores, just waited people out. The same things that we see in military operations. 2 years from now, this will all go away. And finally, pursuing the past. The worst of all growth strategies is an increasing share of a decreasing market. The greatest saddle company in the United States was a Worthington Saddle Company in 1900. They made over 1 million saddles, right? Last year, they made less than 2,000 saddles. The best damn saddle makers in America, but we didn't need saddles anymore. And you can replace saddles with whatever technology you want to think about. Think about aircraft that are now the saddles. So the trouble with the world is not that people know too little. It's that they know so many things that just aren't so. This is the problem of what we call dominant logic. You've got some form of logic and you believe everything conforms to the logic. Everything's going to be technology. It's all about technology. If we just stand up a new unit, it's going to solve everything. Well, I want to tell you a story about technology. About 1984, I had a project with Steve Jobs and his team at Apple, and it came from the Department of Labor. And it had to do with using high technology to train people to drive a truck. And while driving a truck, it was to train them to be literate. It was to overcome illiteracy. We had a great big grant. We did it in Detroit and Los Angeles and had a couple different names for it. And when we were done with the project, it took us 2 or 3 years. We went and looked at the data, and guess what? Did we solve illiteracy? No. Actually, illiteracy not only didn't shrink, it got a little worse in the control groups we were looking at. So interestingly enough, about 6 or 7 years later, I got a call from the editor of Life magazine. It went out of business in 1990. And what they were trying to do, because they knew they were going out of business, is they were writing about the 100 most important innovators of the past century in the United States. And so the woman called me up and she said, I want to talk about your great uncle. And I said, what? She said, your great uncle, Robert Fair de Graaf. And I said, I've never heard of it. My father didn't get along very well with his father, so I didn't really know much about that side of the family. Well, it turns out one of my uncles invented paperback books, right? One of my great uncles invented paperback books. He created a company called Pocket Books. Now, there was a biography written about him, which a family member sent to me about 20 years ago, called 2-Bit Culture. And basically, he thought, if you could make a paperback book for 25 cents and put it in the train station, right, that's a technology, everybody would become literate. And guess what he found? It didn't work. So just like what I learned decades later, he learned with paperback books. Now scroll forward. About 12, 13 years ago, a friend of mine, I ran into him in Florida. He said, I'm setting up this incredible thing in Kalamazoo, Michigan, my hometown. It's going to be called the Kalamazoo Promise. And what it means is anybody who went to high school in Kalamazoo is going to get to go to college for free. We're going to raise a sinking fund. We've got a couple rich families. This is what we're going to do. Well, I thought this is an interesting thing, but I'm wondering if this whole kind of innovation isn't really going to change the achievement gap. And the achievement gap is the top graduates and the bottom graduates. What's happening is there's becoming a bigger and bigger achievement gap. Well, the assumption was what? The assumption was money will shrink the achievement gap. The Upjohn Company, or the Upjohn Foundation did a study after 10 years of looking at the Kalamazoo Promise, and guess what? The achievement gap didn't get smaller, it got bigger. Now, what's the moral of the story? We always think money or technology or process or strategy is going to solve everything. It doesn't. What solves things is thinking differently, leading differently, and having a radically different culture. Throwing money at things doesn't work. The art of progress is to preserve order amid change and to preserve change amid order. One of my favorites, Alfred North Whitehead. Now, something important to note. This sounds like fashion talk, doesn't it? This year's fashion is hard but soft, round but square, tall but short. No. What Whitehead is saying is he's saying we have 2 challenges that we have to deal with. The first challenge is we have to maintain a system that actually works. We have great militaries and great universities and great businesses, and we have to maintain them by reducing variation, by creating standards, by having discipline. These are going to be vertical kinds of institutions. I'm a product of them. You go to the best schools, you earn all your chevrons. You fight your way to the top. You build things and you show that you've really optimized every gift that you possibly have. But at some point, we have to deviate. Now, this is a very important idea for everybody on this videocast. Innovation is a form of positive deviance. Innovation is a form of positive deviance, meaning that the more unusual it is, the more unique it is, the more novel it is, assuming it's useful, the more valuable it is. So there's another part of our organizations that we have to increase variation, we have to diversify, we have to be agile, we have to move horizontally. This is what venture capitalists do. They hedge, they spread the field, they're trying to look for what kinds of things are going to actually stand out. So they're making smaller but wider bets. This is what individuals do. You grow your life, and at some point you have to figure out, I need an opportunity to become better and new. Now, for most people, this tension between the radical new, the tension between sort of the old guard is usually considered bad. What I'm telling you is this is the most important tension that any organization can have, because the constructive conflict creates innovation. Constructive conflict creates innovation. Don't believe it? Look at the 21 places in the United States that produce most of the intellectual property. And what you're going to notice is they're far more diverse, not just ethnically, but also cognitively, than the surrounding areas. There's something about difference that drives innovation. This is our cultural piece. Now, I love this quote from my hero, John Dewey, the great American philosopher. Conflict is the gadfly of thought. It stirs us to observation and memory. It instigates to invention. It shocks us out of our sheep-like passivity. It sets us noting and contriving. What Dewey is saying it is, as Americans, what we do is we push and shove. It's our way. It's our way of engaging in conflict. When we test us, we're not the smartest country in the world. I'm sorry, I wish we were, right? When we test us, we're not the most moral country in the world. When we test us, what happens is we move more, we marry and divorce more, we hurt each other more. We're a rather ballistic culture. There's some downsides to the culture, but what we also are is the most innovative culture on the planet because of our heterogeneous nature. Now, something to notice. Starting in the early 1990s, my wife Stanley and I started investigating the notion of constructive conflict. We started wondering, does it really pay? And what this came out of was there's a number of innovation indexes, and what we noticed was that none of them were beating the growth index on Wall Street, the Russell 2500. So we started looking for indicators or proxies that were oppositional. And what we noticed is when we found them, and it took us a good decade of research to find them, incidentally, when we found them, we found that these companies actually outperformed the growth index. So this isn't just like a Myers-Briggs test or a DISC test. This is saying if, in fact, you can create constructive conflict, it pays. Innovation pays, but only in certain situations. So it's more than just a cultural piece. It actually has an accountability piece, a quantitative piece. But I like what Einstein said here. Not everything that can be counted counts. And not everything that counts can be counted. And what Einstein meant was there's more to this than just the whole idea of your run rate. There's more to this than just the idea of your metric. So I want to ask everybody your question. What do you do with an old friend who's gone troll? Right? I'm sure you've got a friend like this who's gone troll. You know what I mean? And it's not just about politics or religion. I want you to think about something like GMOs. You know, I want you to think about a friend who you really like. You went to college with him. Let's call him Phil. Phil went to college and he was a great guy and everything was great, but all of a sudden Phil started posting these manifestos online about GMOs, Frankenfood, they're trying to kill us. And then what you might do is you start out by trying to be rational. And you might say, well, Phil, that's an interesting point of view. You know, I read this article in Scientific America that said, you know, a third of the world would starve if we didn't have this. And does Phil say, oh, Jeff, thank you? No. Phil fires back an even longer manifesto and says, oh, that's because Scientific America is owned by Cargill, you know, and Monsanto, and whoever the boogeyman is today. And then you listen to Phil go on and on about this for a while because you really like Phil, but after a while you get tired of him and you hide Phil, right? You hide him. And then one day you go apple picking with your family and you post the pictures of, you know, little so-and-so and little so-and-so apple picking. And Phil posts a very large and kind of very difficult response or comment that says, you know, apples are the worst of all the things in GMO. And what you do in a moment of hostility is what? You unfriend Phil. On a dark night, on a dark road, we never hear from Phil again, right? The Spanish Inquisition couldn't have thought of this. We never hear from the loyal opposition. We only hear from all the people like all the same crap we believe. And what happens is more and more we become micro-segmented, isolated. It becomes easy to sell us stuff. It becomes easy to tell us stuff. Right? The same kind of bands, the same kinds of, the same kind of community organizations. And eventually, we have no opportunity to create constructive conflict and to grow. We've eliminated all of that. Now, some of you are familiar with this model. It's called the innovation genome, but it's also called the competing values framework. It was actually started by two people who brought me to Michigan, Robert Quinn and Kim Cameron. I'm the third researcher on this model. Many of you went to business school. I'm sure you've learned this. But basically, it says that there are 4 competing values or 4 different ways of doing things, and they push against each other. They produce this constructive conflict. These 4 things aren't just about leadership. They have everything to do with the type of culture, competencies, and communities your organization is likely to produce. We have the largest database of any culture survey in the world on this whole issue. And finally, these footprints or these fingerprints about culture and competency and community tell us a lot about how your company is going to achieve or not achieve its growth plan. It tells us a lot about the outcomes that you're likely to create. So it's not just I'm this way and you're this way. It tells us a lot about these forces. In essence, it's largely like a cosmology. So let's talk about this for a minute. There are 2 sets of tensions that every organization has to deal with, and every leader has to deal with. The first tension is the tension of magnitude, or how much innovation do we want? Do we want radical innovation with a lot of risk? This is like a startup company. Can't compete on scope or scale, right? This is a venture capitalist investment. We're going to hedge. We're going to try and see where the fish are. We're going to fish for them. The opposite of that, right, what we're going to call the aft position or the control position, is that we have to get things very large, so we have to standardize and eliminate things. This is where you get stage gating systems and portfolio management systems and all the kind of, all the 12-step methods you like to use, TRIZ and anything that's got sort of the kind of real functionality around it that creates restrictions. Do you feel this tension at work? The tension between trying to do something that's very ad hoc, very kind of unusual and novel, and the tension of doing things that can be produced at scale. This first tension is good. It's the tension of magnitude or how much. Now, the second tension we really feel in America, because the second tension, the tension about producing results immediately, because we trade on a quarterly basis on our stock market, and we watch the ticker microseconds at a time. The object is, it doesn't matter whether it's aerospace or tangerines, we're trying to make money. I'm a product of this view. I'm a baby boomer in America. Baby boomers. We went to the moon, we licked the commies, we built the net. We're boomers, right? That's what we did. We're very competitive. We grade on a curve like we do here at Michigan. Now, the opposite of that is what we're going to call the collaborate position. The opposite of that is trying to make something sustainable. This is about momentum, or how fast we have to go. Something sustainable. Do you feel the tension between getting things done right now and the tension in your organization between things that are going to take longer? And this is incidentally our children. Our children, think about your kids. Your kids, they've opted out of all the institutions my generation opted into. We know that most births unto women under the age of 30 are outside of marriage. I've been married forever, right? We ask them about what they want to do for a living. They don't want to work for your company. They want to work for themselves or with their buddies and take 3 months off to cure river blindness. And they're post-capitalist. They have a political candidate who uses the word socialism, which was unheard of in my generation, right? Finally, when we ask them what's the number one religion of people under the age of 30, these late millennials and these Gen Zers, the answer is simple: no religion. So they've opted out of the institutions that my generation, the blue generation, used. They're connected in a clannish way. They're connected by their values. Now, this is important because American culture traditionally has been this blue culture, but you're seeing the shift, aren't you? You're seeing it in the political rhetoric. You're seeing it in how businesses run. You're seeing it everywhere. Now, this tension is also good. This is the tension of magnitude. How much, how fast, how much and how fast. Now, this happens at all 3 levels. It happens at the level of the situation or the strategic level. How do we compete? Somebody's going to compete some way. We have to compete a different way. So if you think about, for example, our peer adversaries, right? Think about a peer adversary that's got, you know, a 20-to-1 advantage on how many STEM engineers they're going to have. They're going to compete in a very monological or in a very straight up way. And think about maybe our advantage. Our advantage is going to be very heterogeneous. So we're going to have to compete in a very different way on our diversity. I want you to think about organizations, and I want you to think about how organizations function. You know, think about a financial organization that's going to really tip towards blue. It's all about making money. Think about a university like the one I teach at that's going to tip yellow because it's all about, you know, teaching students. And finally, think about yourself. So this is like a great big Matryoshka doll, big Russian nesting doll. You have to put everything together. Everything has to go together for this to work. So let's deconstruct this relatively quickly. I like to use movies because everybody can imagine movies. So from the create perspective, they're held together by vision. They're radical innovators, but they're high risk and their momentum is relatively medium. I want you to think of that scene where Ed Harris comes in Apollo 13 and throws all the stuff on the table, right? And they have to rebuild something in real time. They have to improvise everything. So they have to go through the failure cycle very quickly. This is a classic example of a green company. Incidentally, that's what SBIR grants are supposed to be, these kind of companies. Very agile, very fast, very radical, doing something very interesting. Well, the opposite of that is the control position, which is held together by process, because there's a lot of complexity. Whatever we're doing for the military, it has to scale. If it doesn't scale, we don't have a deal. So these are going to be relatively low or incremental innovations. They're going to have very little risk because we're going to have to use them in combat. That's why we can't say, oh, we've got quantum computing and we're going to put it on the battlefield in the next 3 months. We're 10, 15, 12, who knows how many years away from that before we can actually scale that idea. One of my favorite movies about that is Moneyball. Think of the Jonah Hill character who comes in and he talks about looking at the statistics. And the poor Oakland A's who can't compete with the New York Yankees or any of the rich teams, they come in and they take a very different strategy based on numbers. They're following the numbers. And interestingly enough, this is what goes on with everything. That's how we find out initially that a baseball team is cheating. We find out that sumo wrestlers are, in fact, the fix is in. It comes from Gary Becker's work at the University of Chicago, or what you know as Freakonomics, right? If we look at the numbers, we begin to see outliers. We get to see patterns. Right? This is the opposite way of doing things. The first one is trying to get things by widening the array, right? By hedging. The second one by optimizing, by the bottom of the funnel. Now let's look at the next two issues. Let's look at the issue of speed, right? Look at the compete position, the traditional American position, the fighting position. We're goal-oriented, right? I got the gold medal. The rest of you learn to drink, right? Our magnitude is medium. Our sustainability is low, but we're fast. We got teams called Tiger Team and Go Team and Win Team and Strike Force, and that's kind of what we do. We're very aggressive, right? I love the movie The Big Short because The Big Short gets into this, right? What's the old saying? Bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. What they do in this movie is they look at the data, they cut through all of the crap, they talk about what they think is going on, and they basically zero in on how they can make money. True story, I was an advisor to the Federal Reserve during this period of time. What was interesting to me is many of us knew what was going to happen, and we talked to everyone, Congress, we took out full-page ads in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, and we said, this thing is gonna crash. Everybody's giving you a bunch of baloney. We gotta focus this thing. Nobody listened, and most people lost their shirts, right? We're kind of going through that today again, aren't we? Kind of interesting time, isn't it? Now, finally, the opposite of that is the collaborate position, or about values. This is the movie Gandhi, where Gandhi comes out and he says, you know, my brothers and sisters, India is about bread and salt. And he says, you know, India is about our values and our connectedness and our history. So the magnitude is medium and they're very slow. Takes a long time to build a great culture, doesn't it? But the sustainability is high. These are cultures that are dynastic. I want you to think about, you know, the University of Chicago, you know, School of Economics, or the New Zealand All Blacks, or, you know, or the Concertgebouw, you know, symphony. I want you to think of things that are great generation after generation after generation because they've built in sustainability. Now, what's the point? The point is how you innovate is what you innovate. How you innovate is what you innovate. It's like a toolkit. You have a hammer, a wrench, a saw, and a screwdriver. But they're not interchangeable, right? You have to use one for different jobs. And that's the problem we have. Someone will say, I want radical innovation. And you'll say, great, what are you doing? Well, I got a stage gate system. Well, that's actually designed to de-risk innovation. You're not going to get radical innovation out of that. You're going to de-risk it. Or someone will say, really, what I'm trying to do is something really, really that's going to require some amazing talent. You'll say, great, how are you doing it? Well, I'm running a portfolio management technique. Well, that's not going to help you get the best players on the team. You're using the wrong tool. You have to use the appropriate approach to get the result you want. Now, obviously, these things have a more modern articulation that relates to the world of innovation and connects to the world of technology that I started by discrediting. So if you think about the create position, one of the things that's very interesting to me is that we really are in the middle of coins, collaborative open innovation networks, and creativity clusters. I happen to live in Ann Arbor, Michigan, that has an insane amount of venture capital for a very small city. The reason is a whole bunch of people come here to start things, just like Austin, just like a whole bunch of places in this country and in the world, I might add. The opposite of that is sort of tech. It's stuff that we mostly talk about, AI, AR. Some of you know I'm a technologist by trade. My doctorate's in a technological area, right? And this is going to continue to happen. There's always going to be a new technology, at least in the foreseeable future. Money, that blue position, microfinancing, and cryptocurrencies. We haven't seen the end of that at all. What happens when we disintermediate all the big investment banks? And of course, finally, people. What's happening with people is very interesting, and that is people don't stay in the same places anymore. They don't believe the same stuff anymore. The notion is people are competing in federations. They're not joining big organizations. They're creating small organizations. Think of it like, remember when the Home Depot moved into your hometown and got rid of all the small hardware stores? And what's happened recently is all the small hardware stores have gotten together, buy en masse, know what's going on in the large markets, and they're getting rid of these stores, right? So the Jedi have returned. Now, a few things I want to leave you with, a few ideas about how this actually works. Innovation doesn't work from the inside out. It works from the outside in because it's a form of deviance. So the more you try and launch innovation in the center of your company, the more you're going to have a problem. Forget the 80-20 rule. That's an engineering rule. Remember the 20-80 rule. The 20-80 rule is it's easier to change 20% of your company 80% than it is to change 80% of your company 20%. All you have to do is find where companies in a crisis. It's just like people. When do people really change? When they got a drinking problem, or they got a divorce, or they lose the business, or they go bankrupt, right? They lose the job. Why do people innovate in that situation? Because the risk of trying something radical and the reward of staying where you're at is reversed. This is true for Apple, which was trading below $5 a share in 1997. They took the safety off, right? They were playing to win. Interestingly enough, this is why it's not so much peer adversaries, it's non-state actors you have to watch. People who have nothing to lose. The other time that people really innovate is when they're on a roll. Think about Elon Musk. He lost $700 million in Q4, but people believe he's on a roll. He's throwing sevens, and rightfully so. SpaceX, he blew up a couple of satellites last year, cost him a couple $1 billion, right? But he's on a roll. Now he's launching the neuroscience thing because risk and reward is reversed also when you're on a roll. Innovation doesn't move inside out, moves outside in, right? I want to add to this. There are three phases to innovation that every organization has to deal with. The first phase, what we're going to call the forward position, is the create phase. And this is the phase where we hedge. Now, the problem with the create phase is they become orphans. This is my challenge to the small cyber companies. Small cyber companies talk to other small companies, and the problem is they never relate to anything that has to scale because they can't compete on scope or scale, so they try radical stuff. So the problem is really interesting think tanks and really interesting R&D centers become orphans. The middling positions, the blue and yellow, that compete and collaborate, the problem that they've got is a very simple problem, which is it's dogs and cats. We have to be ambidextrous between these two parts, and it's the longest cycle of the innovation cycle, sometimes called Death Valley or the bottom of the bathtub. So we also have to platoon players on and off. This is where things take 3 times as long. It's like Dante's quote, which is on the gates of Harvard, abandon all hope, ye who enter here, right? This is the purgatory. Finally, the aft position has a problem, and that is they never see it coming. The aft position is all about optimizing everything, everybody doing everything the right way. And what happens is one day, something shows up that says we're going to have to deviate the system, and they're completely unprepared. It's a relatively timely comment given what's going on with the virus, right, in our country, right? Did anybody see this coming? And if you didn't see it coming, why didn't you see it coming? Now, I want to talk about very quickly how this relates to economics. This is what's called Schumpeter's scale. And there's a whole branch of economics called innovation economics, and it's really based on Schumpeter. So I'm going to put Jeff's model on Joe's model. So Jeff's model, and this is Schumpeter's term, Schumpeter says companies are started by entrepreneurs. In fact, Schumpeter is the one who brings back the 17th century term. He says it's founded by a person who wants to be free and show the autonomous man, show the superior person, right? He would have said women too. He was a very progressive man. But what Schumpeter points out is that these organizations typically fail because they can't get scope or scale. They can't get their feet under them. They can't get financing. They can't get to scale. And he says what happens next is the person who's actually built companies before jumps in. This is the blue point of view. So we get rid of most of the stuff the greens do. We focus on three things. Now we got spark, we got tinder, boom, we got fire. Then the yellows come in because we got to sell to the right people, we got to hire the right people. And finally, the reds come in because we've got to scale. We've got a large military, we've got an apparatus, we've got a right way and a wrong way of doing things. And this is Schumpeter's warning to all of us. He calls this the point of creative destruction. And he says at the very moment that you are at the peak of success, he says the seeds of our undoing are sown at the pinnacle of our success. And he says at the very moment that you've conquered, that you've won the Cold War, that you've got the best company, every person on the Capital Committee, every metric that you run, every good person that you hire is designed to eliminate deviance. We have seen the enemy, and he is us. These are 9 Nobel Prize winners since 1969 that said Adam Smith was wrong. We're not killed by competitors. We kill ourselves with our dominant logic. So things to think about going forward. Obviously, when we think about what's going on with SBIR, we want to build a pyramid from the bottom. And the pyramid at the bottom starts with places like universities. University of Michigan, second largest research university in the United States. I think it's the 3rd largest in the world. Hopkins, I think, is number 1. Then we got to hire the right people, develop the right people. Then we got to build businesses. Then we got to do something radical. But I want you to think about if, in fact, you really want to be a leader in innovation, you have to tip the funnel upside down. And that's why all the best VCs are in these top research towns. Because the only way to really make money, the only way to win a war is to see a winning idea before anybody else sees a winning idea. And the way you do that is you got to hug up to where the science is being done. My favorite quote of all time from Russell, Bertrand Russell, the whole problem with the world is that fools and fanatics are so certain of themselves. But why are people so full of doubts? The more somebody's certain, the more I'm concerned about it. So I'm going to give you a few things to think about, and we'll call it a day. First of all, assemble a diversity of perspectives. When's the last time you hired somebody that didn't agree with you? Engage in the conflict, right? Respectfully. So the notion isn't trigger words and all this. The notion is we're going to talk respectfully, but we're going to have this conversation, right? Can you imagine if the healthcare debate was done this way, instead of wasting $1 trillion on lobbying, if we actually tried to fix it? We took the 2 points of view and put them together, there'd be a million solutions to this, but we're not having it. We're yelling across the fence. Establish a shared vision or goal. It's one of the things Americans do really well. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to fix the environment. Let's fix something. And finally, construct hybrid solutions. Let's do something that's not ordinary. It's not a compromise. It's not, oh, we're going to, peanut butter and chocolate. No. Let's find a third way, a better way, a new way of doing things. That's the American way. So let's make decisions. Let's decide what we're going to stop. Because I want to tell everybody here, maybe the key to innovation in your organization isn't starting anything new. Maybe the key is stopping some of the old stuff. Then once you've stopped things, then start things. Stop, then start. Finally, take a higher point of view. In order to make this work, you're going to have to look around your dominant logic. You're going to have to look in the rearview mirror and see what your challenges are. Ride what moves and move your feet. You're not going to make innovation happen. Innovation happens at a much larger scale. Everything that's going on in the world, do you have a line of sight to it? Do you know what's going on on all the different places in the world and all the technologies? Have you snuggled up to these research places? Have you changed your bandwidth and looked at places? Maybe it's homeless people. Maybe it's what young people are doing. The cavalry ain't coming. Yeah, your SBIR grant's great or whatever you're working on, but the cavalry ain't coming. You got to save yourself. There's only a few choices. You can run. Where are you going to run these days in the world? You can fight. I love that. That's what the young people tell me. We're going to fight the man. The man's going to put a can of whoop ass on you. You can't fight the man. Oh, you're going to capitulate, a piece of pay, 2 years from retirement. Yeah. Or you can do what? You can model what innovative thinking looks like. You can model changing it. Remember to master the art of so do too. See one, do one, teach one. You want to have a dynasty? Right? Start by having people watch your highly practiced people do something. That's why we train medical students, right? Then we do what? We put a scalpel in the hand and say, it's your turn, junior. And finally, after they do that for about 10 years, they become the attending physician and they teach young people. You want to make this sustainable and growable? See one, do one, teach one. Hide inside Trojan horses. Everybody's got a pet project. The Pentagon's got pet projects. Your company's got pet projects. Take your radical idea and hide inside that project. It gets money, guns, and lawyers. Fail early, fail often, and fail off Broadway. Very important idea here. Don't fail in front of your big client. Don't fail in the Air Force. Find a client that's away. Find a client that's maybe not your biggest client and work it out off Broadway, right? When Camelot opened in Toronto in 1959, it was 7.5 hours. It took them about a year to get it chopped down to bring it on Broadway. What would have happened if they would have opened at 7.5 hours? Don't fail in front of your big clients. Show, don't tell, the famous Walter Isaacson story, which is true. Right? When I was very young, I was an advisor to Steve Jobs. Interestingly enough, you know, the whole idea of the iPod was originally carved out of a bar of ivory soap, right? Why? Call Clem, we're going to do some whittling. Why? Because we wanted to feel it. We wanted to know what that was going to look like. So instead of explaining with numbers, build prototypes, use your camera, use plastic, show us what it's going to look like. And most importantly, do the creative work the company can't. That's why we're here. We're trying to help the military. We have to do the creative work that they can't, not because they're not smart enough or good enough, they are, but they've got a lot of rules. They're still in the maintenance position. They're counting on us. They're counting on us for more radical innovation, more breakthrough stuff, and to go faster and better, to sync it up for them. And we have to leave room for the stuff we don't know now. What's going to happen? What's going to happen in a year after this whole virus thing blows over, or if it doesn't blow over? Well, we got to make room for that. Finally, I want you to remember the DeGraff hypothesis. The amount of innovation an organization produces is inversely related to the number of PowerPoint slides or elaborate process diagrams it makes about innovation. In the words of our friend Phil Knight, just do it. If you want to learn more, you want to see, there's a number of videos on this, how to be better at this. Feel free to go to my website. Feel free to follow me. I write about this on a regular basis. And most importantly, to everybody on this videocast, I wish you every success in making innovation happen. We're counting on you. This is important. Thanks for making time for me today.
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to the AFWERX Collider. So good to have you. What an awesome presentation we had by the Dean of Innovation, Dr. Jeff DeGraff. And honestly, it's really actually inspiring to realize that you can walk all the way through of what not only has happened in history, but what's happened as a whole, just in the United States and across the world with innovation and getting and being able to build that culture and that environment.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Jeff. We appreciate you taking the time and sharing those words with everybody.
It's phenomenal. So right now, we want to make sure that we have you understanding what's going to be taking place in the SBIR rooms in the AFWERX Collider right now at the AFWERX Virtual Collider. So we want to go real quick over to Marianne, where she's going to be able to show you on the webpage how you get into these Collider rooms themselves, because we have a lot of great information that's coming up here just over the next several hours.
Yeah, so Marianne, if you could walk people through. So after here, so starting at 10:30 Eastern time, we're going to be starting the SBIR 101 breakout sessions. So if I was someone at a computer, how would I navigate to those breakout rooms?
Yes, thank you so much, Tony. So you're going to open up the schedule, and you're going to go down and pick a breakout that you would like to attend. Let's go ahead and say we want to join the SBIR 101 Department of Defense stakeholders in the location of the White Room. I'm going to click on the White Room. It's going to bring us down to where all of the room links are. I'm going to say link to join the White Room. It's going to bring up a new screen that's going to say register. I'm going to put in my email information and confirm my email address and go ahead and say submit. I've actually already done this, so I get this error message, but it would say confirmed, and it would shoot an email into your inbox that says registration approved for web seminar And you can see all of the detail information here, including the event password, which is here, which you need to make sure and copy. And then I'm going to say join event. I've already have it in progress right here. So that is the white room.
Awesome, and that also lives true for all of the other rooms that we're going to be having. The AFWERX Collider rooms are labeled, let's see, red, white, blue, black, green, and then there's an extra room that we don't have anything in right now that we need specifically for the AFWERX Collider. So make sure you go through there, just like she talked about on the website. Now, if you didn't get an email, as we talked about previously from Tony yesterday, you can still go to afwerx.af.mil and go to the Events tab on the right-hand side, scroll down to the AFWERX Collider, and you can still access all of those rooms from there, which is a great opportunity to stay plugged into what we have going on. So if you're just tuning in, we have a lot happening.
Yeah, we do. I mean, so you know, we just heard from the Secretary of the Air Force and Dr. Roper, the Assistant Secretary of Acquisitions for the Air Force. Excuse me, and the Dean of Innovation, Dr. Jeff DeGraff at Ann Arbor. I mean, we've like literally already, you know, from Austin to DC to Ann Arbor, Michigan. So you know, we've every climate already. I mean, just in the first, I mean, under 2 hours of the event kickoff so far. So, but you know, what are we really trying to do here? What are we trying to really accomplish? I mean, at the end of the day, we are trying to match, you know, problem sets within the Department of Defense and the Air Force with various solution providers. And so the programming that you're going to see today and what we've kicked off with some keynotes this morning, it's all encouraged around that. So, you know, so this Collider event, next we're going to go into SBIR 101 talks, all right? And so, you know, I know you're at a Spark Cell at Vance Air Force Base.
Yeah, shout out to Vance.
Yeah, so Vance Air Force Base, Enid, Oklahoma, right? So Midwest. So have you guys personally used SBIR?
Oh yeah, actually I'd say SBIR is one of the hidden gems that we didn't realize until we got plugged into what AFWERX is doing and started understanding what a Spark Cell is and the opportunities that are there. So if you're in a Spark Cell or you're in an innovation cell, make sure you reach out to us at AFWERX. Make sure you get plugged into Spark to be able to understand what this is. And coming up here in the next couple minutes, next 13 minutes, is going to be your chance to learn more about what that looks like and what SBIR is. So we've used it so much. So, you know, we're a pilot training base, Vance Air Force Base, and there's been a lot of innovation, a lot of creation that's happened. As I'm sure people have heard about pilot training next. In fact, there's a session coming up this afternoon from 19th Air Force that's going to be talking about the pilot training transformation. But there's been a lot of integration of technology and new processes that have been happening. But one of the critical things that we've learned in a pilot training environment and pipeline is that the ability to connect to these companies that have great technology, they have great ideas, they're the experts. You know, it's honestly been a real joy because you get answers and you get solutions in days and weeks, not months and years.
Right.
It's been phenomenal.
And so do you have an example that you'd like to highlight of you know, some of the SBIR companies that you've worked with?
Yeah. So we actually have quite a few. We've worked with Base Connect, which is actually an application that allows you to be able to connect not just across the base, but they actually were starting to build a messaging platform, which was really awesome. Think about messaging recalling functionality for commanders to be able to instantaneously reach out to their people.
Okay, so what you're saying is, you know, within the problem space of the Air Force, there's a lot more than just airplanes.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so it sounds like there's a mobile application company and so what problem? So what problem was it trying to solve?
So one of the main things, if anybody's ever done a recall in the military, you'll realize it's not something that happens in 5 minutes.
So for those of the people that join us that are in the military, so what's a recall?
So recall is when your unit, say your boss, wherever you work, wants to make sure that everybody in his organization is safe. So say there was a natural disaster. In Oklahoma, we have tornadoes, twisters. Say there was a natural disaster, maybe a tsunami, maybe there was an area of the world that was impacted. So the commander wants to reach out and make sure that all of his personnel and all of his family members of the personnel are okay. So normally you would have to literally pick up the phone, call every single person to be able to do that. That takes hours. So if you have a natural disaster or an emergency, you don't want to be taking hours to make sure everybody is safe and okay. So our problem was we needed to cut down the amount of time it took to confirm that everyone was safe and everyone was okay from hours down to minutes. And by connecting through the SBIR process, connecting to a company, it was able to do that, and it was phenomenal. I mean, it was actually shocking. Because it's one of those stories where you hear, oh, surely this can't be as good as it is. And then it is. You're like, oh my gosh, it actually worked.
And so recognizing, Base Connect, so it was a phase 1 company.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then phase 2. So through that process, right?
Yeah.
So building applications, that obviously costs money.
Yeah.
So did that cost money at Advanced Air Force Base? Did the wing commander, did your boss have to pay for that?
Yeah. So essentially, right now, because we went from phase 1 into phase 2, we haven't paid a dime to it. It's been getting to work with the company, working with their engineers, the developers, to create this solution that we need. And now they were actually part of the strategic phase 2, where they were able to find investors. They were able to find capital investors from outside industry, and then our challenge was finding local investors in the military to be able to put towards that. So that's the phase that we're in right now, is being able to say, hey, what other bases are interested in this, and how do we bring money to be able to bring that solution to us?
Right, and so that's the nice thing. So while through a user-centric design process, where at no point does it cost the local end user to invest in it any money. So we're using these small business innovation research dollars to test out and prototype various technologies. So as you see in this case, a pilot training base. So you think airplanes and simulators, things like those. But at a pilot training base, there's a lot more problem sets there, which the commercial sector, a broader group of the commercial sector, could potentially provide a solution for. So that's why I think what you guys did at Vance is great. And then working with the small business, and that small business is right there in Oklahoma.
Literally, we found out that they were very close to us, focused in the same town, the same area. And the engineers are just a phone call away to be able to help.
Well, and that's one of the great things, because this is a pot of money that's accessible to all airmen. So you don't have to be at Travis Air Force Base. Shout out to Travis in Northern California. Which is a stone's throw away from Silicon Valley. You think that's where all the innovation is happening. And there's just really great stuff happening in Silicon Valley. But, right there in a place like Oklahoma, there was an app development company that was able to solve your problem.
And that's one of the things a lot of times we almost forget and miss, because I don't know about you, man, when I was a younger lieutenant, I'd look at a problem and say, there's no way that me, just a lowly lieutenant, or maybe an airman or senior airman, and say, how in the world am I going to fix this? Like, I'm just me. I don't have a lot of power. But that's one of the things you don't realize, is that as an innovator, you have so much power, because it's not necessarily about what you as an individual can do. It's about getting connected to the people who can do so much for you. And that's why there's so much power in the SBIR process, and staying connected to what Air Force Innovation is doing, because they're the people who have the resources, who have the right connections to be able to help you solve your problem. And that's why we're doing the AFWERX Collider.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, the Spark Collider is great. And so, in order to understand, because you as a government person, airman, or a DoD person, shout out to our Navy, Marines, and Army folks out there. But, so a way to do it, because you might not know where to get the list, you could use our text bot. So our Collider bot, which your cell phone, all right? So the number is 202-900-5005. And that, through a series of questions that is powered by some artificial intelligence, will help scrape current SBIR companies and provide specific companies. So, we're looking at in our pipeline right now, our AFWERX SBIR pipeline, over 1,000 companies. So how do you go through those? Well, this text bot can actually help you do that, because now you're not sifting through all those companies. You can just answer some simple questions via your cell phone, and then actually get potential solution providers to fix your pain points.
And not only can the bot be able to help you, but the one thing I just want to encourage people, because a lot of times when you're working in the innovation space, there's so much information, there's so many options and directions you can go. You're really trying to hone in and say, what is the right answer? Where do we go with this? Just a quick encouragement to all the innovators out there that are working through these spaces. Listen, don't give up. Stay connected to the resources and the people who are able to help you. This is a great resource, the bot, to be able to text in and get you pointed to not only the company, but also take time to be able to find out when our next AFWERX event is going to be. Get connected, get plugged into it. And it's not just for innovative people. who may be working at SparkCell. I mean, we just had a contracting sprint the other day for the contracting offices that are existing not only in the wings. You have FM, at the SparkCell workshop, we had FM troops that are there, MSG, Med Group. We have everybody that gets plugged into these places.
And I think that's a great point, Trigger. And so, this is not, a one-man show. This isn't tennis. This isn't golf.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a team sport. Yeah. I mean, this is, the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Right? Shout out to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Both
Go
from
Chiefs.
Kansas. So this is a team sport. And so what you have to understand, so if you're that person, if you're that operator, if you're that airman on the flight line, if you're back in the hospital, yes, there's some great resources for you, but you need to build a team around that problem.
Yeah.
And so, what we look at is, you have the entrepreneur, the problem owner that actually wants it, but, recognize you're not going to be able to do it alone.
Yeah.
And so what they need to do is start, build a local coalition.
Yeah.
So you need to reach out to contracting. You need to reach out to FM. You need to reach out to your legal team. You have to understand you might think, they're going to say no. But there's some great innovators and some great collaborators there. And, they are not supporting agencies. They're actually enabling organizations. They are the unsung heroes in the whole innovation space. Yeah. They're the ones that are actually enabling the activity and connecting the end users to those solutions. So they are the oil that makes this machine run.
Yeah, and if you don't have relationships with those people across your organizations, I'll go so far as to say it's either not going to happen, or if you are able to make it happen, you are going to be exhausted and just want to quit at the end of it, because the amount of work and effort it takes to be able to work through either contracting issues or purchasing issues or finance and what type of pot of money is paying for it if you're trying to acquire something or making sure that the SBIR contract is lined up like it needs to, you have to form those relationships. This is a great point. It's not a one-man show in any capacity. It's not a one-woman show. It's a team effort across your base, across your organization to make it happen.
And so, and so along that point is, work locally initially.
Yeah.
So, think of, you're not going to boil the ocean overnight,
Yeah.
right? So, what are we doing? You have all these SBIR companies out there. You have also other pathways. So don't limit yourself to just SBIR. And those team members in contract and finance and legal, they can help you find different pathways.
Yeah.
And so, think small, start small. Just try to solve your own problem, right? And then you can look at scalability. And that's when we talk about, if we're talking about the SBIR pipeline, that's where you go from a phase 1 to maybe a phase 2.
Yeah.
And that's when you can start collaborating with the MAGCOMs, who are great champions, have organizations in the innovation space, but then also the PEOs and the program offices, the acquisitions arm. And so, the funny thing is, and so both Trigger and I mean, we are not acquisition professionals.
Nope.
And I mean, our Trigger is a instructor pilot.
Yeah, T6 instructor pilot advanced.
And then my background is I was a T6 instructor pilot and also a KC-10 pilot for a long time.
Yeah.
And so, what we realized early on when we started the innovation, the SparkCell at Travis was, it takes a lot more than the local team. And so, a shout out and a lot of gratitude goes out to the PEOs and the program offices out there. There are some great people to work with, but then also the MAGCOMs. And you have to understand that, these folks are trying to do to help you out. Yeah. And so find those people that are adopting these methodologies along with the broader Air Force. And those people in the staffs, whether it's the MAGCOM, whether it's the program offices, those are the people that you want to bring in early, because if you do find something that has scalability or enterprise-wide implications, you don't want to take them by surprise. There are just some processes, it doesn't matter how quick we go, that just take time. And the earlier on that they can get involved in the process, it's just going to enable a quicker transition to the entire enterprise, if that's what your solutions can do.
Yeah. Hey, before we move on to talking about what is coming up here in a little bit, because we're getting ready to slip into the SBIR, the Collider phase, where we're sharing a lot of this information, and then soon to follow is going to be the STRATFI with a keynote speaker from Dr. Roper again. But one of the things that I hear a lot, if we can have transparency moment right here on AFWERX Collider, is this: I hear a lot of people say, oftentimes, there's just so much bureaucracy, I'm never going to get anything done. And although there are pain points and crunch points, one of the things I see oftentimes is that people never take that next step to actually have a conversation with those organizations. So you actually limit yourself at the possibility of a solution because you never took the moment to have the conversation with them. And what I've found is that some of the I guess the big scary monsters that I've created in my own mind, saying, oh, certainly, they're not going to be for this, or they're going to be against it. All it's taken is a sit-down conversation, around a table, and what you find out is the people who you thought used to be a roadblock actually have the same frustrations you have, and they want to help you get a solution to it. I mean, it's unbelievable because everyone has frustrations. Everybody wants to work through and be able to create a solution.
And what you'll find is, collaborative partners.
Yeah.
And that's what it's really about. It's about the personal relationships in order to do the same thing. Everybody's trying to go in the same direction. We've been talking a lot about internal to the Air Force, but, the great thing and with the partnerships we've developed, with the broader industry and academic base, everybody's trying to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to make America better.
Yeah.
And it's a really good thing that everybody's trying to do. And so, it's just having those conversations, like you say. And so, don't think about you're talking to organizations. These are people. These are human beings. And so, whenever you think of it, don't think, oh, this is the roadblock because, half AI is doing something to us. That's where AFWERX lives, so I'm talking about us. But so it's they want the same things to happen. So just having the personal relationships with those different organizations and understanding that they have problems, and so how do you help them solve their problems? So it's a great point. All right, so real time, the countdown clock, is this for the 5-minute transition or is this for, so we're transitioning into, we got 5 minutes up till the next breakout session.
Which we actually have several breakout sessions that are going to be taking place in the AFWERX Collider space right now. So we told you earlier that there's 5 rooms. There's the red, white, blue, green, and black room. So you can plug into any of those rooms right now. Now on the live stream, we're going to feature one room that we're actually going back to our DC hub, all the way out in DC, back to Steve Oliver, who's going to be able to talk us through this SBIR phase, the 20.3, right?
Well, so what Steve is going to be talking to is DoD stakeholders.
That's right.
So Steve's going to be talking about DoD stakeholders. So we're going to feature that part on the live stream, but you can then go out to the individual rooms. So we have 5 different rooms. So just to rehash the rooms that we have. So we have one breakout room. It's going to be led by Leif Erickson, a great team member on that AFWERX SBIR team. He's going to be talking to 20.1 companies, and they are going to be onboarding them and just kind of giving them how to interact. So it's a crash course. It's not going to be all in depth, but it's going to help onboard those 20.1 companies. So if you're a 20.1 SBIR company, that's a good room to check out. If you're a DoD stakeholder, that's what Steve's going to be talking about. So Steve is, one of the mad scientists that helped put this SBIR pipeline together. And so Steve will be joining us here shortly. And so he's going to be on the live stream, but also he is going to be in the white room too. So you could do one or the other, either the live stream or the white room. For people on the AFNet that are dialing in or other military networks, the live stream, that's what you're going to have to watch, Steve, fortunately or unfortunately.
Yep.
But, the live stream, that's where it's going. Also, if you're an investor, so, we work with the VC community, private equity, and other investment communities. That's going to be headed by Jason Ratchie. He's on the AFWERX team, PhD from Stanford. I heard of it. I think it's somewhere, in California. And so, Jason has some really great perspective. He's going to share from the investor side of the coin. How can investors work within the SBIR paradigm? Then, if you want to hear directly from the SBIR and SITR, so STTR, which we haven't talked about much, but just think of it as the same program, out of Dayton, Ohio, Dave Shahady, who is the program manager for all of Air Force SBIR. Dave has been a great partner in all this journey. There's been a large pivot of how SBIR is incorporated in the Air Force, and Dave has been a great champion in helping out a lot. Him and his team in Dayton, Ohio, has done some really great work to enable all this activity and help end users get solutions faster.
Yeah, it's been huge. Then one more room, right?
Yeah, one more room. And so the last room, it's actually another team from Dayton, Ohio. Dayton's actually,
it's a busy place right now. Virtually, it's happened.
It's
a
virtual.
Don't miss it.
Yeah, and Flight, the Wright brothers,
yeah,
right? So
it's got a little bit going on.
Yeah. So Dayton, Ohio, we have a team from a company called Treble One. So Treble One is a company that helps companies transition to phase 3. So we've talked a lot about phase 1, $50,000, 3-month period of performance. Phase 2, where it's up to $3 million and up to a 27-month period of performance. And then phase 3, which we really haven't talked about, but if you're interested in phase 3, that's transitioning from SBIR dollars to non-SBIR dollars. And so Hank and Brian out of Dayton, Ohio, and the Trouble One team, they're going to be talking about that. But it's really compelling programming.
Yeah.
So, in the last 45 seconds here.
Well, so don't forget also, this is information that you don't want to miss out on. It's so much goodness. So make sure right now in this moment you either highlight the YouTube link or the Facebook. Please share it to anybody that you have on your social media platforms, because we don't want our innovators to miss out on this great resource that we have coming up right now as we get ready to go out to our DC AFWERX Hub with Steve out there. Steve, how are you doing? Can you hear us all right?
Hey, so I'm seeing the thumbs up there.
All
Does that
right.
mean you guys are ready for me to get started?
Ready, man. Ready. It's all you.
Steve,
That I can't hear
so,
you.
okay, so what we're going to do is we are everybody, so pick your room, go to the AFWERX website, pick your room, and then now we're going to change the live stream over to Steve. So Steve, over to you in DC to talk about SBIR for DoD stakeholders. So Steve, thank you very much.
Aha! All right, I got the double thumbs up now. What's up? Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for joining today. We got Steve Lover in AFWERX DC right now. We're calling out of the Ensign National Security Innovation Network office. This is for the DoD SBIR 101. Since it is kind of a smaller group, we've got 24 guests right now, and we'll see how much it grows over time. This isn't going to be any kind of formal presentation per se. I also want to use it as an opportunity to test the waters and see how you guys are feeling about this program, where the gaps are, and I'm going to talk through, of course, the ways that you as either operators, acquirers, et cetera, can engage with this new Air Force Ventures process on the DoD side. In terms of being able to talk, I think everyone is muted by default. And so let me just, I don't know if our team is open to doing this, but I'd like to try unmuting folks and having them mute themselves back, and that way we'll have conversations throughout. So for the team down in Austin, is it possible to do the unmute for everybody, and then they'll just mute themselves? Steve out there. Kind of came in broken there. Yeah, it looks like most people are unmuted, so everyone go ahead and mute yourself. And when it comes time to talk, you can mute again. And this will only work if everybody mutes. So I'm saying, Charles, Jeffrey, if you guys can mute it off. I'll give it another 20 seconds, see if we can get there. All right. I think most of the feedback is gone. This is great. And so there'll come a chance where we can kind of chat with each other. You can either do that through just unmuting yourself and talking, which will be great, or you can throw in a question into the Q&A section, and I'll just I'll respond verbally to that. So anyway, thanks everybody for joining today. I really appreciate you being a part of this. Again, what I'll be doing is, there's a couple more people who have joined, is talking through how you as the DoD can engage with this Air Force Ventures program. I'm also going to use this as an opportunity to test the waters to see what your thoughts are, where some of the confusion, what things are strong, what things are weak, anything we could do just to optimize the time. We are scheduled for an hour, 55 minutes from now. I will not take all that time, so we'll just go until it makes sense. And the next thing after this is going to be the keynote from Dr. Roper, followed by the STRATFI presentations in this room. All right, so without further ado, I just kind of want to start out by saying the overall intent. I don't want to hit this too much because I know we've been talking about it quite a bit. But the truth is that we have such a huge amount of innovation happening in industry. And it's been this way for a little bit, that a lot of those folks have either chosen not to engage with us, or they didn't know how, or we just didn't give them a mechanism to. And so some of the best companies out there would just not share their great technology with us. And our thoughts were, okay, if we can lower the barrier enough for these companies to be able to work with us effectively, then they'll want to. And that was a hypothesis that we started down a road for about 2 years ago. And what has happened over the last 2 years is it's largely validated that hypothesis. And now we're seeing some of the best startup companies in the country come to work with us. We're seeing some of the best venture capital investors in the world push their companies to come to work with us. And it's because they perceive the Air Force as a real asset. And Dr. Roper mentioned it in the kind of the morning show earlier, that there was a time that those companies would avoid us very intentionally, or those investors would downplay the value of those companies if they did choose to engage with us. Exactly the opposite is occurring now, which is great. So you have, we are becoming again an asset as opposed to a detriment. So that's all good. And here's how it works. I liken this to the analogy that Chris uses, Chris Benson, which I love, is it's from getting a cup of coffee to dating to getting engaged to getting married. Each one of the steps in this process is kind of gradually building those connections with a company and an Air Force user such that we're buying down risk over time. And so at a very high level, we do 3 cycles per year. So this is in line with the normal SBIR cycle, if you're familiar with that already. The last one just closed 2 weeks ago, and that was on or about February 12th. The next cycle, which is 20.2, so the second cycle in 2020, closes on June 21st, and then 20.3 closes in, I think, October. Again, 3 cycles per year of these phase 1 awards, which I'll talk through. But the idea is that you have a very large top of the funnel. So we have lots of companies who are applying to work with us. Some percentage of those are selected to work with us in phase 1. The numbers are going to be over 1,000 per year. So over 1,000 companies per year coming through this phase 1 top of the funnel. And during phase 1, this is the cup of coffee, right? This is saying, look, we just want to get to know each other. We're not investing anything heavily right now. But we have about, because it's 1,000 per year, 300 or so plus per cycle in each one of these February, June, and October ones, where they're trying to find their Air Force customer. They don't know coming in the gate who that customer is. And so, they have an idea. They say, I have this product that is commercial in nature. I think it would also be valuable to the DoD. It does need more work and research and development on it, but is the DoD, the Air Force, potentially a customer for us? Right? And so during those 90 days, we give the companies $50,000 and we say, go find your customer. And I'll talk about how we signify that you're actually their customer. And then propose a phase 2 trial. So say what things need to be changed and tested to be useful to that Air Force customer. So that's the cup of coffee. All right, so if they find their customer, they're ready to go on a date. That's kind of the thinking here. And so for phase 2, we can think about that as going on a date. And the idea is that now you're actually making those adaptations with your Air Force customer. So the company is working directly with you guys as the DoD. Say, I'm going to deliver on these changes to my product to make it useful to you. This is up to 27 months and up to $1.5 million funded by SBIR. Right? So this is not your money. There is the opportunity to make your money go further. And we're going to talk about what matching looks like and how that works. But the bottom line there is that you can use these dollars to adapt a commercial product to your needs. And that's the going on a date. The next step here is in some cases, you might say, look, we're ready to just buy this solution right now. Maybe you're ready to get married after one date. You might go buy the solution right now, and you can just go directly to what is called phase 3. And that is you now have satisfied the requirements for competition. So for any of the acquisition types that are in the room, because they were competed and went through SBIR, now you do not have to recompete anytime you want to buy that solution from the company. And that's not just you. It's anyone in the entire federal government can look at a SBIR company, a solution that was developed in conjunction with and through SBIR, and then they can do what is essentially a sole source. It's not actually a sole source, but competition has already happened, so you don't need to recompete. In some cases, those companies will need more money to be able to scale effectively within the DoD. And so that is why we have STRATFI, Strategic Fund Increase, which Dr. Roper is going to speak to here in a little bit. He's going to announce the winners of our first STRATFI batch. But the idea there is that sometimes you need a significant injection of capital for the company to be able to scale their operations to a point that's operationally meaningful to us, to get all the certifications that they would need to be able to exist on our systems, any number of reasons. Maybe they just need to hire more people to be able to work effectively with us. STRATFI is a way to give them that money, and also to bridge this concept of the valley of death. Because at some point during phase 2, if you really like the solution, then what's going to have to happen is you'll need to find money for that solution. Right? And we budget our money years in advance. And so there's going to be some requirement that is either created or leveraged that already exists to say, all right, I want to ask Congress for money to fund us to buy this solution en masse. And that can take years. That's typically a 2-year process to go to Congress, request money, to have the budget come down. And so one of the other functions of the strategic fund increase is to be able to keep the work going during that 2 or 3 year period while you're asking Congress for money to go on to do the phase 3. Right? And so it is a minimum of, this round at least, was a minimum of $6 million award. I'm going to talk about exactly how that breaks down. And the notional ceiling that we were waived to by SBA was $15 million for SBIR. And we require matching. And so this is a good chance to talk about matching. Here, what we're saying is we're willing to invest more and more SBIR dollars into these projects, but only if there's increasing buy-in from you as the customer and the end user. So in phase one, we don't require matching. We don't even offer it. In phase two, we don't require matching, but we provide incentives for you to match because it makes it more likely for the companies to be accepted. It's one of these commercial criteria that we evaluate against. There's also, if you've participated in the program before, you've seen that by having matching, you increase the amount of ceiling on the contract. The rules are always evolving for this type of thing, but bottom line for phase two is we incentivize matching, but we don't require it. And then for strategic fund increase, we do require it because we say at this point, these are big dollars. It's time for you to get more involved in the game. What we require is 1-to-1 to 2 matching. So for every $1 of SBIR that we're putting forward, there needs to also be $1 coming from the DoD customer, whoever that may be. Right? And it could be a combination of dollars between multiple organizations, but somewhere the government is providing non-SBIR dollars to match our SBIR dollars at a 1-to-1. And then there's also the 1-to-2, and that is private investment. So really what this amounts to is when you combine all the DoD dollars, SBIR and non-SBIR, it needs to be matched at a 1-to-1 against all that private investment. And so the minimum amount for this award then is, I talked about $6 million if you're combining from DoD and SBIR, and then you have another $6 million coming from private. That's a minimum of $12 million going to this company to build out a solution that we've already signaled that we're interested in, which is just great, right? And on the high end of that, that's $60 million. Because if 15 million is the ceiling for SBIR, another 15 minimum coming from the non-SBIR funding, and then 30 million in private. Long story short, STRATFI is just a really big investment that is meant to bridge that valley of death while we palm for funding, and also to get the capabilities that we need for these solutions to be truly useful to us at scale and operation. And so that is, carrying the analogy forward. You got your coffee in phase one, you went on a date in phase two. This is like getting engaged, right? So this is like this is the next step in that process. And of course, getting married is the phase three. And we talked about that already. So that is kind of the end-to-end process here. Now, I'm going to get more specific into how the DoD can engage with that. So I did mention that there are 3 cycles per year. Even before these cycles, these topics are, as the name implies, entirely open. So any company with any commercial solution that might be useful to the DoD for which additional research and development is required can apply. And so we don't limit that at all. And that's how we get so many companies. The reason we do that is we want to allow ourselves to be pleasantly surprised, and we recognize that we don't know what we don't know. And we'll talk about, there is some heartburn that is caused by having such a large influx of companies, and some folks on the line may have feedback to that respect. We'll talk to that. But it is something that we do want to keep to some extent, is being able to have companies we did not know we needed come in and say, yep, turns out this is the state of the art in industry, and you guys can use this to fight your battles better, right? So that's one piece. We also have a mechanism by which we can drive that pipeline to solve our problems. And that's actually you guys too. So you may have heard already this term, either operator need floating around, or focus area is another thing that we have. I think we might be shifting towards operator need as just developing all of those things together. So I'm just going to call it operator need for now. But the bottom line is that is a way for you to say, I am interested in a solution that can do this for me, right? Or you can just say, this is my problem. Can some company come and solve it for me? And you can have any level of detail in there. My suggestion is don't get overly detailed, because sometimes you limit the actual innovation and creativity that can occur. Instead, say, this is my problem, right? One thing we see a ton is, I want to have some kind of AI-driven automated flight schedule so that we can save folks 50 hours a week from doing the puck boards, right? So that's one example. The way that you enter these operator needs is through a platform called IdeaScale. Now, what I'm going to make sure is that after this, all of the attendees have access to that platform. Every Air Force personnel is allowed to join IdeaScale. It is an enterprise-wide license, but actually getting the link to that, I'm going to make sure we disseminate that after we're done here. But once you go into this, if you have a CAC, you can log in. And within that, there are several campaigns, right? There's a campaign for any kind of like challenge or think tank. These can be created in a decentralized fashion. We created one for SBIR, I think it's called Operator Needs for SBIR, I think is the title of it, but something to that effect of, this is where you input the operator needs, and it will guide you through the process of answering the right questions about the thing that you are asking for. Now, what is going to happen is, prior to each one of these 3 cycles per year, we're going to export that list of operator needs. I think at one point we had 90 for the last round, or maybe it was the round before that. So however many, if it's 10, great. If it's 200, great. We are going to attach this list to this call out to industry and say, by the way, industry, you can apply if you have any solution. But if you solve one of these 90 problems or so, then when you apply, you can reference that in your application. It does two things. One, it shows that you have a likelihood of solving a defense need, which helps the company to get in, right? The second thing is the moment that phase one is awarded, and we mentioned that cup of coffee, speed dating type of thing. The moment phase one is awarded, that company is connected with the problem sponsor who said, I have a problem, can you solve it? So we're just streamlining this process of getting solutions to you as the company, or to you as the DoD user who's trying to get that solved. So first area, operator needs, that's even before phase one starts. Within phase one, what is now happening is we've got 300 plus companies every round for 3 months who are trying to find, they're aggressively trying to find their customer. We do reel them back and we say, look, if you're belligerent or overly persistent, or you do things that are inappropriate in your trying to find a customer, then we have the right to revoke their contract. And so that's one of those things where on the flip side, if you're just tired of companies coming to you and they're doing anything inappropriate, there's two things here. One of them is just tell us and we'll stop it. And the two is you'll notice in this thing called the Memorandum of Understanding, this Air Force Customer Memorandum, is the way that we have you as the DoD articulate your interest in that company during phase one to get them to phase two, right? In that memorandum, we have in red text at the top that says, if a company is doing X, Y, or Z, you can fill out this form here. And it's essentially a demerit on their record. It negatively reflects on the company, and that gets seen by us too. And it can go as far as to influencing their selection in the future. So just realize you have recourse there if a company is belligerent. That said, try to go into it with an open mind too. Of if a company comes to you because through whatever means, maybe they found you through LinkedIn, or they went to the base operator who passed them to X to Y or Z, or they went through the small business offices at your base, however that went down, they got to you because they're in, if they say they're in SBIR, just know that this is an opportunity where you, if you do like the company's solution, for whatever reason, you can use our dollars to help to build that solution out and hopefully solve a real problem for you. So that's phase one. I do want to talk about this customer memorandum a little bit. This is required for the company to get to phase two. And the idea is that we do not want to spend any more than $50,000 in 3 months of our time on a company unless we know there's actually a use for the solution, right? So, and that's indicated through this memorandum. So we require two groups to actually sign this memorandum. One of them is the Air Force customer. Now, this is whoever is responsible for acquiring the solution. And the other is the Air Force end user. So whoever's going to operationally benefit from the solution. And it doesn't need to be like a flying squadron and a PEO. It doesn't always look that way, but really we just trust that you guys will know or will have conversations internally to say, okay, if I wanted to get this thing, who's going to buy it and who's going to use it? We want to make sure both of those things are. Now, within that memorandum, we do other things too. We ask you to fill out, this is my organization. This is kind of what I do. I am potentially interested in the solution from this company in phase one to solve this problem for me. Right? We even go as far as to say, if we award a phase two with that up to $1.5 million, these are exactly the things that we're going to do together, broken out by deliverable, right? And when they're due and the amount of money associated. And the reason is we're going to say, okay, one, we know that the Air Force customer, the Air Force end user, and the company all have agreed upon this is a potential way to move forward. So that saves us a little bit of time and effort, which is powerful when we do things at scale. But also it's what allows us to translate directly to these phase two contracts, which we can award relatively quickly, which is another part of the idea here. So you kind of break it out in that granular detail. And then we even get into the nitty gritty of like, who's your finance person? Is this going to require like a small UAS waiver? All the things that we've noticed over the last 2 years can become a barrier to success for the companies and for the DoD. We've built into this memorandum to force the conversations early. And that is one of the secret sauces of this program is when you're on this coffee date with this company, it's forcing the hard conversation so that we don't jump the gun and award money and get engaged and get married before we know for a fact that there is at least a viable pathway forward. Now, I do want to note that the memorandum is not committing you to anything per se. So it does not mean that you have to provide any funding for phase three. It does not mean that you need to put like an official integration into your program. The only thing you're committing to if you sign one of those memorandums is your time to work with the company to be able to iterate on their solution to be useful to you. That's it. So that's the memorandum. Again, they need that to get to phase two. All right, once in phase two, what is your responsibility? So at this point, you said, I'm interested in a company. They make it on to phase two. We award dollars for them. What happens is you don't have to program manage the effort. We have both at AFWERX, Air Force Ventures, and the SBIR Center of Excellence, we have a strategy for how we manage this at a high level. So paying the companies, doing modifications to the contract if they become needed. That sort of administrative work is not handled by you, but whoever is the point of contact that is closest to the effort, so whether it's the user, the end user I talked about, or the customer, or someone else who's been designated, someone who understands the problem that the company is solving, they are what we call the TPOC, the technical point of contact, and they work most closely with the company during phase 2. And you're the ones that actually accept the deliverables. And you say, I received this, it is not, or it is good enough to pay out the deliverable. Right? It does meet my intent, or it does not. So all that ground level tactical work is between you as the TPOC and the company during phase 2. Now, there's no minimum amount of time for phase 2. The maximum is 27 months. So just realize that there's some time frame involved there. And then the other piece is once it gets to the strategic fund increase, we don't do that 3 times per year. We do that 1 time per year. And any company that is in phase 2 or has completed phase 2 is eligible for the strategic fund increase. And so what may happen is during the course of phase 2, the company comes back to you, or you hear we have a monthly call with all the DoD stakeholders and all the companies. Once you're into a phase 2 and once you're at TPOC, we'll announce that the next STRATFIs are opening. The next strategic fund increase is going to probably open in the summer, so expect to hear more about that. And then the award timeframe is going to be very similar. So think February, March timeframe to actually announce the winners for the next batch of companies. But the company may come back to you and say, hey, look, we would like to consider scaling this. Or you might look at this and say, I want this thing, I'm ready to move forward on it. And the strategic fund increase has its own memorandum, which is much more in-depth. The requirements to apply are a little bit greater. But just realize during the course of phase 2, there will be more back and forth that is needed if the company is going to try to compete and win the strategic fund increase. So that piece is that. All right, I want to talk a little bit about phase 3. So the moment they're awarded phase 1, they don't even need to go to phase 2. The company is now eligible for phase 3. And again, that's anywhere in the federal government. They can do this essentially accelerated contract award because competition has been satisfied. The requirements for those are actually very easy and it's incredibly broad. The one thing is we cannot award phase 3. So SBIR doesn't use SBIR dollars on a phase 3. We don't use our contracting resources on phase 3. That is your own contract office or whoever you designate or find to be able to award this thing. It does it via whatever contract vehicles they're most comfortable with. All they're doing is adding a couple of clauses to the contract and say, hey, by the way, this is a phase 3 based on phase 1 or 2 effort. And we know that it actually logically extends from that effort. Right? We have to confirm that it's called a DNF. I think. We have to confirm that it actually derived from the work you did in phase 1 and 2. Right? And so realize that the phase 3s are not us. That is your own contracting resources, but they can be done anytime after phase 1. There is no ceiling on the phase 3. There are very little requirements on how to execute that. If you get to a point during the course of phase 1 or 2, or even during STRATFI, that you are ready to execute a phase 3, we are happy to help and give you gouge on how to do that, but it's ultimately your responsibility to execute. Okay.
We lost audio.
So we lost audio. You got me now? Check 1, check 2. Hey, someone confirm for me that we've got audio. All right, give me 1 sec.
Got you loud and clear.
Awesome, I got a thumbs up. That is what up. Thank you. So anyway, we've just gone from the end to end. You put in a focus area if you want to. You don't have to, but you can via idea scale. I'll make sure you have the link. Through phase 1, you're meeting companies and you're having a cup of coffee. Through phase 2, and you're going on a date. But now you're executing whatever R&D and mods need to be done, or adaptations of the solution need to be done to be useful to you as a DoD customer, all the way through STRATFI, which is this whole getting engaged concept, which is now we're putting in big dollars to scale the solution and bridge the valley of death, all the way to phase 3. And that is now you are purchasing the solution at scale and for whatever mission set that you have to execute operation. And so that's the end-to-end process. I've talked way too much. I want to open it up now for any questions that we have in the room for me. And I think we have until 11:15 to jump off, so 25 minutes. And then we'll jump off whenever everyone's done. All right, someone can just unmute yourself, or you can go into the chat if you would like that. Someone's got to want to say something.
I think we're back on.
Are you guys up? I see we've got 38 attendees, so I think we're good.
Where can people go to start putting in their ideas or trying to connect. So I have a lot of people coming and asking me for that, and I just don't know where to send them.
Okay, and the first part of that, were you asking, I think you said, when can you start putting in the ideas for operator needs, or were you saying where do you send them when you do have a company that comes to you?
Where do I send airmen who have ideas?
Oh, okay, that's a really good question. So I'm actually going to post into the chat right now the idea scale link, because why not? So give me one second. But again, it's this collaboration platform through which we created a campaign that is just for SBIR, and they can do that at any time. So if you put it in now, what's going to happen is in the 20.2 cycle, that next one that's going to happen, again, we'll attach that to the solicitation, and the companies will be able to see that when they're applying. So I just posted that into the chat for anyone that wants to see it. That is idea scale. Any airman with a CAC can go in and create an account. Good, really good question.
How you doing? I'm Captain Elliott. I have a quick question with the SBIR. So
Yeah.
I have a couple things in there now, and they're both stated published for SBIR topic. What exactly does that mean, and where are those published once it gets to that phase?
Yeah, really good question. So where we've been posting them so far is on the AFWERX.af.mil website. In the SBIR, we have a page that's dedicated to SBIR. And so we actually have a toolkit for these startups when they're applying of like, here's a copy of the memorandum we talked about. Here are all these different things. One of those files is the output from idea scale. So your operator need made it into that file if it was published. In the future, the reason I say that's how we did it in the past is we're going to create an Air Force Ventures website. Since this has grown kind of beyond, it's AFWERX is just one player among many, and we don't want to hog the brand from an AFWERX perspective. So anyway, Air Force Ventures is going to be where that ultimately lives. But the bottom line is when the companies apply, they have what's called a solicitation. This is probably not to insult your intelligence, but anyone who doesn't know, the solicitation is what has the instructions for the companies on how to apply. And in those instructions, we very explicitly say, here is the list of operator needs, and we link to another file. So we link back to that file, and it just makes it easier for them to get there. So does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, really good question. Who else has questions?
Hey, Steve. Tyler Perkey from NASIC. Just wanted to jump in here. So I'm the technical POC for a current phase 2 company.
Awesome.
They actually just reached phase 2, so we were pretty happy with that. But my question was how would we go about actually engaging with other Air Force customers who I think would actually benefit from this just as much as we are going to. The scope of it was fairly small to begin with in the phase 1, but I think there's more applications down the road to go that route. How would we go about doing that?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I think there's kind of two pieces to that, right? And this is going to lead to some thought work on my end of how we can optimize this. But you speak to the point that you have this captive audience of folks across the DoD who are now, technical POCs for these hundreds of efforts. And again, 1,000 phase 1s, 300 plus phase 2s, 30 or so STRATFIs every year, right? That's kind of what it comes down to. So we have these hundreds of technical POCs across the DoD who actually, if they're talking to each other, that is incredibly valuable. So what I might do is organize either a Slack channel or Microsoft Teams. Like I'll think of a way we can do this, but make a community for you. On the company side, we have a platform called Union, which is every company is in this platform. I don't know if DoD can be there or not. So question one is if it can, if you can join this Union platform, I'll make that available to all of you. And that way you can all just be in one virtual community together, and you can post on the discussion boards, hey, we've got this great technology doing X, Y, and Z. Who else is interested to go in together on a STRATFI or phase 3 or whatever that might be, right? So that's piece one, is just creating those collisions. I'll do some thinking on how best to do that. I think Union is the best option if it's possible. Otherwise, we'll have like a Slack group or something like that. The other piece of this is if additional work is needed, what we are allowing to happen is another phase 2, right? And so, for example, if you built out one widget or one functionality within the solution for the project for which you are the TPOC, that does not mean that the company cannot go and reapply with a different version of that solution or a different feature within that solution. we leave it on the companies not to commit fraud and to do what's called essentially equivalent work, right? So if they get paid twice for the same thing, that's a major foul. So we leave it on them to deconflict, and then we follow up to our best ability to make sure that's happening. But anyway, they can apply with a slightly different solution or a sufficiently different solution, even if it's within the broader, the same broad technology portfolio. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for that. But I also do think, yeah, that a Slack chat or something along those lines, some type of platform for the technical POCs, that would be huge, especially if there's an equivalent on the company side of the house, or if we could, yeah, like you said, engage with that platform, that would be maybe equally as helpful, because we could kind of get some ideas bouncing back and forth between the people who already have the requirement, even at phase 2, whatever level, phase 1, to go and engage with these companies that are already vetted, whatnot.
Yeah, I love that idea. So that's brilliant. I'm going to take a note to add the government folks to the union if possible. And that would honestly save us a lot of heartburn too, because there's a lot of repetition of questions between the two. And anyway, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, no need for duplication of effort there.
Yep, amen. Cool. Other folks, what other questions we got? Or ideas? Or spears?
Hey, Steve, go ahead and check out your chat window for me. There's some questions in there.
Okay, in the Q&A? Ah.
No, in the actual chat window.
Chat. They might be going directly to you. All I see is the Collider bot that you can text them to.
Steve, okay, so the question says, they did send it directly to me. It says, Steve, as an SBIR program manager for a technical director, how can I get a complete list of the 20.1 awarded topics so our office can go through them to determine which ones they want to support with an MOU? We would need the company, proposal title, contract, and number at minimum.
Yeah, okay, so I'm really, really glad that whoever brought this one up, thank you so much. And this also speaks to even more broadly, like there are a number of SBIR, STTR program managers that are at each technology, AFWERX TD, so Tech Directorate, at each PEO, Program Executive Office on the Acquisition Arm of the Air Force, and at things, AFL-CMC, a number of places. There are folks that are out there that have this tremendous experience doing a lot of the things that we were trying to do. And so when we started, we didn't fully know and embrace that. And I think, long story short is, so you, who just asked the question, your role is going to be increased over time in this whole process, even in a formal way, which is super important, right? But to your exact question is like, okay, how do you get the list of companies? What we do is we post, as of now, it's posted to the AFWERX website. Again, it's going to be shifted to the Air Force Ventures website shortly, but it's afwerx.af.mil/portfolio. And I'm going to post a link right now that has all the companies in that. What I will say is that we just awarded the latest cohort. And I don't know if those have been loaded yet. So that literally happened very recently, and I don't even know if they've had their kickoff call yet. So I actually think this is their first start. So this is, trial by fire. Anyway, I just posted the link to the existing portfolio. So you can go through and check that out at any time. You should be able to access from a DoD computer. And if you have any ideas for how we can disseminate that more effectively, again, there is this distributed SBIR PM network across the Air Force that I would like to have more formal involvement with. To include, once phase 2s are awarded, right now we've centralized the PMing of that, which has been okay, right? But the reality is we just can't keep up with the scale. And so what I would love is for within your tech directorate, whenever a phase 2 is awarded to a TPOC within your directorate, that you as the PM are the PM for any of those efforts. So it could be 0, it could be 5, it could be however many, right? But you become the PM. So expect to see more on ways that we can engage more effectively. But I'm really glad that you're already thinking about it. And at least for the very near term, go to afwerx.af.mil/portfolio. I posted it in the chat. That is where we post the existing companies. Okay. And we talk about within there, like, what is the problem they're solving? What is the solution they're proposing? What is the impact, contract number, name of the company, and how to contact them? And so it's really high level, distro A type information. But at least it allows you to control F through that list and just see if anything is interesting to you.
Hey, Steve,
This is Tony over at the Austin Hub. So we're getting a lot of questions on the YouTube channel. So I just saw a really good one. So, from an operational organization, so an end user, they're talking about and they understand the importance that, hey, this PEO thing exists. So, as an operator, how would someone navigate and find a PEO and what PEO portfolio a certain technology would live in?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I can empathize with that question actually, because I'm a pilot from Air Force Special Operations Command. I jumped into this kind of feet first, like 2.5, 3 years ago. And I had no idea that there was even this acquisition apparatus and how it was structured or anything like that. Right. And so your question is not lost on me. It's actually a really, really good one. And the answer to that is, in part, there's a little bit of like, again, I talked about the secret sauce of this program is that it's driving those hard conversations early. There is a little bit of exploration that occurs on both sides. So you might start off just saying, I don't even know where to start. Maybe I'll go talk to my tactician who's in my tactics shop and say, hey, Patch, like if I wanted to get this new radar on a plane, who's the one that does it? And then they might have to look into it and look into it. Eventually you get to we've got this requirements process that ties into program offices. I guess the first point I'm making is that every MAGCOM and program office is a little bit different. And there's no one size fit all solution. So there will be some, I guess, somewhat painful exploration that needs to occur. It is just you asking questions up the chain until you find the right people. But that said, we are trying to minimize that pain to the max extent possible. And so we've published a list of all of the what are called program executive offices. And I'll just very briefly talk to this. I mean, there are some 550 programs in the Air Force. Each one of those programs is responsible for a weapon system of some type. And so weapon system can be an aircraft, or it can be, battlefield airmen, like the kit that our special operations wear, right? So a system does not have to be an aircraft, is what I'm driving at. And again, there's 550 of them, so clearly we don't have that. But what we did was actually a little bit more on that. So there's 550 of these things. There are what are called PEOs, program executive offices, who have underneath of them several programs. And they've tried to just group them together under a senior leader that helps to manage that whole portfolio of programs. What we did was we created a graphic, and I'll post the link to it here in a second, that has every program executive office and what they are responsible for. So in general, what are the programs within their purview? And that might give you a good starting point. We also share that with the companies because we want to give them a vector of who they might be able to work with. We created the same thing for the MAGCOMs, and that one's mainly geared toward, because most DoD know the MAGCOM distribution and what they do, but that's mainly geared towards the company. So 2 answers there is yes, it is painful. 2, we are trying to create products to make it easier. If there's anything else we can do, maybe like put on webinars or something to talk through some nuance, we can do that too. I'm open to ideas for sure. What else? We got 10 minutes left. Well, while there's kind of a lull in questions, I do want to talk to the pitch days because this is going to be a source of some confusion. In the past, and actually this year how it's going to be as well, is you have the PEOs can run their own pitch days. Right? So they say, look, to get from, actually I'm going to zoom out even further because this might be a source of existing confusion that I think is worth talking to. The very first pitch day that was run last year in New York City was what we called a phase 1 pitch day. So the output of this pitch day was phase 1 SBIR contracts. And it was with the specific PEOs that were involved. So there's 3 PEOs that were involved. The way that we've moved after that point was saying, okay, this was an extremely good marketing opportunity and an experience for everyone from a learning perspective, but the amount of work that goes into it as compared to the size of the contracts for the output just didn't add up. And so what we started doing is saying, okay, we are going to run multiple pitch days off of phase 1. So we've got this big 300 plus companies in phase 1. All of them are eligible to go to pitch days. And then the output is phase 2 awards. So again, up to $1.5 million, which just seemed to make a little bit more sense, right? And so any programs could run their own pitch days, and they did. So there was a number, I think it was 13 or so of them happened throughout the Air Force that led to these phase 2 contracts. Now, that is going to continue this year, absolutely. One of the other things that we are introducing, though, is a centralized pitch day. The plan is to have 3 of them per year, once per SBIR cycle. And the idea behind it is most people don't want to be event planners. They just want to get good solutions for the warfighter. Right? So like, I don't want to go through all this heartache of having to organize this huge administrative apparatus. Instead, why don't someone else can put that on, just convene all of the PEOs and customers, MatchComs in one place. And then what happens is we just have much better network effects, and it makes for a better event anyway. So long story short is, even though this year, those who are already planning pitch days are kind of clear to continue executing on that, we're also ops testing this other mechanism, the centralized pitch day, that if it works, we do at least plan on going that direction for the majority of pitch days.
Almost.
So anyway, wanted to get that out there as well. One other quick point too is, I know I've been saying Air Force. The last SBIR phase 1, and conceivably the next ones that we do are joint. So you'll notice in front of the topic, instead of AF 20.1, it was J 20.1. That is because we got General Murray at RB Futures Command. We got Hondo Gertz in the Navy. We got NGA, we got NSIN, all signed on to do this joint effort. And the idea is that we're creating this one central, really a front door for any company to come and consider working with the DoD, right, which is just huge. And in fact, the entire federal government could be a potential plan here. And again, that's because network effects are just great, and we've been optimizing this process. And so, all of these companies, they can go into phase 1 to this joint topic, and if they find an Air Force customer, great, they can go to the Air Force. But if they find a Navy customer, great, they can go to the Navy and the Army and NGA, et cetera. So anyway, wanted to throw that out there too. We have
Steve. Yeah, so this is Tony again in Austin. So there's a lot of great questions rolling in, and I know you can't see them. So just I know you only have about 5 minutes left, and so just briefly touch on colors of money. I don't know if did you cover that in your main talk?
No,
But,
really good
but we had some questions, from operational bases. Recognizing that SBIRs traditionally uses RDT&E money or 3600 money. You have MAGCOMs in wings on the operational side of the Air Force that has access to O&M or 3400 money. And so, if I was at an operational unit, am I able to, the matching incentives that you talked about, am I able to apply those towards an SBIR phase 2?
Yeah,
Over.
excellent question. I'll kind of rapid fire since we're short on time. The long story short is yes. And so what we did was back in, before the second cycle of 2019, I think it was, we were on what was called a broad agency announcement, which that is the vehicle that we solicit these companies to apply. That had a requirement that it could only be 3600 or research and development money. So our hands were tied. That said, because of that, we changed to a commercial solution opening, a CSO, which is more flexible. So in 20.1, yes. 20.2 and beyond, yes. These companies, when we're taking in matching funding for their phase 2s or for STRATFIs, we can take different colors of money to include 3080 or 3400, which is O&M, which a lot of times the operational units have. Now, the one caveat is, even though we can accept that money, your FM, your financial management team, needs to be okay with the use of those funds. So we're still, our hands are still tied by law, and that money must be used for certain types of activities. That said, if the activity fits what you're asking for, then yes, other colors of money can be used. Good question. What else?
Hey, thanks for all that great information, Steve. We're gonna go ahead and cut back over here to the main stage in Austin.
Okay, and I'd like to request too to be able to ops test this radio for Dr. Roper here in a second. So however you want to go about doing that, we do need to test it. And everyone, thank you so much for being here.
Welcome back to the AFWERX Collider once again. It's great to have you. We just wrapped up in the White Room where we were talking SBIR with Steve Lawler over at the AFWERX DC Hub.
Right, yeah. So, Steve, one of those folks that brought the SBIR into the current shape it is.
Yeah.
So, it's really incredible, and how we were talking about building these teams of teams and the collaborations between the operational side of the Air Force and the acquisition side of the Air Force. I mean, that's what the team has really done in DC is you have operational folks like Steve, you have acquisitions folks like Chris Benson, and they're coming together and collaborating in order to make a useful tool for both sides of the equation.
Yeah.
And so it's really good. And so, I know we have some other questions coming in. So if you look at some other questions, we can continue talking about some from a user perspective, some of the other things that people are interested in. And so I don't know what you see coming in, Trigger. But what we're going to do now is we're going to continue Steve's conversation with some of your questions, and then we're going to hear from Dr. Roper again. So Steve was talking a lot about phase 1 and phase 2 SBIR. And so what Dr. Roper is going to be talking about and introducing is STRATFI, which is the strategic financing. That's that strategic bridge in order to get things in the program of record, those higher dollar amounts required. And so that's what we're going to be hearing Dr. Roper about here shortly. And so, between now and then, so what other questions are coming on the YouTube channel?
Yeah, one of the questions we just had from one of the viewers was how many phase 2s can you have in play? And I think Steve actually talked about this a little bit, that how many phase 2 SBIRs can a company have in play at a given time? And I really think more has to do with what specifically that is. Or is it limited, you can only have one as a company?
So as a company, they're still figuring out what right looks like.
Yeah.
But so right now you can have multiple phase 2s in the pipeline at any given time.
Yeah.
All right. So just what I would say though, we are continually iterating on this SBIR model. And so make sure that you read the instructions when they're released at each cycle. And so right now, yes, you can have multiple phase 2s. And I'm guessing that's from the company perspective? Mm-hmm. Okay, so yes, you can have multiple phase 2s. So
awesome.
Is there any other good questions there?
Yeah, another good question. So somebody going out to Shane Ballman specifically was asking about 20.1 companies, but I think this is more of a question for all of the super companies, is that when they get matched with somebody, is it kind of a one-sided matching, or do they have an opportunity to be able to reach out to people, if I got your question right, Shane? Do DoD customers who match us via Collider bot, or is it just one-sided? Do they have the opportunity for that?
So yeah,
Good
so
question,
that's a great question. So Collider bot is in maybe an alpha plus stage right now, and so right now we see it as a great opportunity. So right now for government folks interacting with the bot in order to see potential companies. If that's successful, we see a couple different iterations and matches that we could do with the same tool. So there's basically 3 different matches that we're thinking about. So one is how it's set up right now, which we're alpha beta testing during this event, is government folks interacting with the bot and then getting a list of companies with potential solutions. So that's what we're doing right now. The other one, and I think what the question is geared towards is, okay, can the companies interact with the bot and then get a list of potential DoD stakeholders?
Yeah.
That's something on the next iteration that we're actually thinking about.
Yeah.
And working with the team, Mike, Jen Roy at BM&T, they've been very helpful. But that is something that we're talking about maybe on the next iteration.
Yeah.
And then, interestingly enough, there's a third set of matching that can go on.
Yeah.
And so, in the BM&T team was Mike brought it up, is government stakeholders matching with other government stakeholders with similar problem sets.
Yeah.
And so, and that's what you have to realize is there's multiple people perhaps experiencing the same problem, and this bot might be able to match those government stakeholders together, and now they can aggregate resources and then get a collective voice around a potential solution.
Yeah, great question. I got a point to toss in when you were talking about specifically companies being able to not just interact, but somebody had asked previously, not only can it be one-sided or two-sided of can they interact back and forth, but also, a lot of times we have SBIR companies reached out to the units, the customers, saying, hey, we have this company, we have this technology that we think would be able to help you. And a lot of times I think maybe SBIR companies get frustrated because they don't hear back. Because if you don't know who you're trying to ask the question to and you send it maybe to public affairs for the wing or the base, it takes them a little bit of time to be able to get the information to the right place.
Right.
So if you're having that problem, because I know we Advance and other Spark Cells and other innovation hubs have had the same issue where you have an SBIR company reach out to you and say, hey, we have a tool that's useful. It takes us a little bit to be able to ask the question to the organization and see if there's anybody that would have a use or a need for your specifically what that technology is, and seeing how it applies. Because sometimes you just don't know what you don't know.
Right, exactly. And I mean, this is even within our own organizations, like you talk about. It could be at a particular wing, and someone has a particular solution, and you don't know if it's applicable with Advance. And so, I mean, so there's a couple thoughts here. So let's take the government perspective, all right? So what, as an airman, sailor, soldier, Marine, so what you have to consider is that these companies have a very tight timeline. And so no isn't an appropriate answer. So a quick no is better than just stringing a company along and saying maybe.
Yeah.
So no is okay, and a lot of these companies that we're working with, and that's startup life.
Yeah.
They understand no.
Yeah.
They've
Yeah.
heard it before,
Yeah.
but they will continue to find, and there might not be product market fit within the DoD of their solution. So that's a real consideration,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
Yeah.
We want them to continue to thrive in the commercial market and deliver great solutions there. Maybe it's later on after a certain level of maturity of the product, or maybe they do a slight market pivot.
Yeah.
From the company perspective, they have to also understand that a lot of these individuals interacting with these cyber companies, we've never done this at scale before. So they might be skeptical if a company reaches out to them and say, hey, do you know there's this thing called cyber, and I don't need any money for you, but you can get me on a government contract if you just sign this MOU. All right?
Yeah.
And so, from the government perspective, we've been conditioned to be very skeptical of anything that's free. It seems like such a great deal.
What's it going to cost me?
Exactly.
When's it going to cost?
And so, so for one, there's the education piece, and we're doing events like this, and you're going to continue a rollout. But slowly, the workforce will understand what's, that this is a viable path that's legal, that's real, that we're trying to encourage people to use. But also, what these companies have to realize is that many people in the innovation space within the DoD right now, they're doing it as a part-time job or an additional duty.
Yeah.
And so, they're effectively, doing volunteer work. They're doing their job. So, you're a pilot, Trigger, an instructor pilot at pilot training.
Yeah.
And so, Trigger is doing his pilot job full-time, and he's doing the innovation full-time. And so, if the government folks aren't responsive, it's not because they're uninterested or not trying to, interact with you, but they just literally might not have time because, the mission comes first, whatever you do. Whether you're in the hospital, whether you're in the finance office, whether you're flying the plane, that mission comes first. And so what they have to realize is even though there might be potential product market fit, a lot of these folks that they're reaching out to just might not have the bandwidth in order to interact with these companies. So, and that's okay also. I would also say to the companies, you can say no too. So just because someone is trying to say like, hey, I think there's good fit here, I want your technology, you don't have to, nor are we encouraging folks to pivot, take a hard pivot into the DoD market space.
Yeah.
Because we think that there's, through economies of scale, by you having a successful commercial application with a potential DoD application, we want your commercial market to flourish because now we get economies of scale and we actually buy down risk on the government side, whether it's cost, and then also the refresh rate of the technology itself. If that's commercially driven, now we're not having to drive the requirements in order for a company to to iterate on that solution.
Yeah. As we have a couple more questions coming in, some of the questions specifically are about the STRATFI coming up, the other rooms that we have coming up. Just want to be able to answer some of those real fast as we're kind of wrapping this super discussion up just a little bit. So there are other rooms that are available that you can go to. Coming up here on the main live stream, we're going to go back to STRATFI is going to be here in just a little bit, but actually first we're going to hear for the STRATFI opening remarks from Dr. Roper coming up here in just a little bit. And then we're going to stay on the STRATFI channel for the first couple of businesses that are going to be there. So if you're just tuning in and you haven't yet gone to afwerx.af.mil, you can actually go there. On the top right-hand side, you'll see a link that says Events. And then if you go down, about halfway down the page, you'll see something that says 12 March. AFWERX Virtual Collider. You can click on that, and that's where you can actually access all of the rooms that are available. There's 5 rooms right now that are available for you to be able to get into the Collider discussions, and then also coming up very quickly, the STRATFI discussion, which you will be able to see not only here on the live stream, but also you can actually get into the WebEx room there as well here in just a little bit. So a lot of actually great information coming up because that was just our first round of the AFWERX Collider cyber discussions in those 6 rooms that we have. And we have so much more to go. I mean, this is just the beginning.
Yeah, we got to hear from Dr. Roper again. This is the first iteration of STRATFI, and he's super excited about it. And so if you, from the live stream, you're going to see the first 5 companies pitch. But then if you want to see the 20 companies pitching that are, very going down that STRATFI path, you can join the STRATFI room through the links that Trigger was talking about. Also coming up is some really good speakers. We have everything from Dr. Jeff DeGraff again, who's going to give you insights on his new book that's going to be released later this year about the 6 skills that empower innovation. Also, you're going to hear from an organization called the Trusted Capital Marketplace. That's out of the OSD, or the Office of the Secretary of Defense.
Yeah.
And so Dave Stapleton is going to be talking about the great work of how they're trying to create trusted capital. So think of investor money, but then also trusted companies within that space.
Yeah.
So because there's obvious risks in operating in kind of this this area, and so they're trying to de-risk it by creating a trusted capital marketplace.
Yeah, and that was in the white room. So the previous discussion about the creative mindset, that was in the red room. The discussion we were just talking about is in the white room. So what's coming up in the blue room?
All right, in the blue room, what you're going to have is pilot training transformation. And so this is, Trigger alluded to this a little bit, but you know, what they've done with pilot training next, which was an awesome experiment, actually run right out of here in Austin, and then, you know, now transitioning it into the operational Air Force. And so, you know, that's a hard problem to solve. It's easy to do low-level prototyping, but now how do you actually integrate that into operations? And that's something that you personally are involved with.
Yeah.
But then also we're going to hear from Tiger out of San Antonio at the numbered Air Force level about how they're actually doing that and systemizing that into an operational capability.
Yeah. You know, one of the interesting things about that, real quick, is that a lot of people have heard of Pilot Training Next. Pilot Training Next is the small experimental group of a couple of students, couple classes of about 20 students. But when you think about the competencies and capabilities that you learn from that class, you have to find a way to be able to scale it and have an impact the organization, which really, honestly, innovation-wise, that's what we see all over the place. Is we have great ideas that come up, and we say, how do we get this to everybody? How do we get this to scale out? So that's in the blue room coming up here in just a little bit. Now, what's up in the black room?
All right, well, it's actually the green room.
Green room.
So,
Okay.
so yeah, in the green room, you're gonna have 5G as a vehicle for innovation. And so in this room, you're gonna hear from Dwayne Florenz, who is a 5G genius.
Yeah.
He's been in the, he was an Airman back in the day, and then he's executive in telecommunications industry. And now he's been brought into the Air Force as the 5G expert.
Wow.
And so, you know, Dwayne has some great experience on both, you know, in the commercial side, and now he's trying to bring that into the Air Force in order to help understand what the 5G space looks like.
Yeah.
And, you know, his big point is it's more than just cell phones.
Yeah,
right?
because frankly, that's what you hear. Most people talk about 5G, speed, more connectivity, you know, the up and down rates of what the information you're going to be able to pass, but it's so much more than that.
Right.
So much more than that.
Right, and you know, 5G, what it empowers and how it can drive broader innovation, broader capability for the Department of Defense and the Air Force. You know, Dwayne's gonna have some great words and of how we think about 5G in a way that probably I know I didn't know about before talking to Dwayne, but that you can learn about.
Yeah. So not only do we have the Collider taking place right now, which you can get into any of those rooms, like we talked about, the red, white, blue, green room are all available, but also we have STRATFI coming up. But right now, currently happening is by invite only is the pitch bowl taking place.
Yeah, and so you know, if we could cut over to the Mission Control this is the pitch bowl Mission Control. So what you see going on right now is there's 8 different rooms happening in parallel where 80 plus companies are pitching virtually to virtual advisors and judges that are all around the world. And so, you know, now I think, you know, people are cutting in. And so you can see those, you know, a lot of caffeine, a lot of, a lot of cell phones, a lot of headphones. But, you know, these folks are empowering something great. So this is the Capital Factory team, and they've been great in making the pitch bowl event happen.
The lines are open, waiting for your call.
Right,
standing by.
Yeah, so unfortunately it's invite only this time. Maybe on a future iteration, you know, more people can join it. But this has been a great experiment. And then the Capital Factory team, you can see out of our pitch bowl, Mission Control doing some great work out of there.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like you know, we're coming up on about 5 minutes until Dr. Roper's speaking.
Yeah.
And so, you know, we have the SBIR 101 rooms probably just joining us right now. And so, you know, for everybody that's just joining the live feed, you know, hopefully that, you know, whether you're a phase 1 company in 20.1, whether you're a DoD stakeholder, whether you're an investor, whether you heard directly from the director of SBIR and SITR, Dave Shahady, or whether you're interested in phase 3 transition. Hopefully you learned something that was great in the last hour. And so, thank you for back here with, Tony Perez, Trigger Jordan, here on the main stage at Capital Factory, AFWERX Austin.
Capital Factory in Austin. We've been at DC, we've been in Michigan, we've had people calling in from all across the United States to be able to make this AFWERX Collider take place. And it's not just the Collider, but the AFWERX Collider, the Pitch Bowl, the STRATFI showcase, so many events that are taking place all simultaneously, keeping you tuned in right here to your AFWERX Collider. One of the things also that we talked about is just the ability to be able to share information. So if you haven't done it yet, don't miss the chance to be able to share the link right now to either the YouTube stream that you're watching or your Facebook stream. Share it on your social media, be able to post it to wherever you think you're going to have an impact, because Tony, we've seen a flux of up to 800 people at a time coming and going between the different rooms instantaneously. That's a lot of traffic.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I think they're all text messaging me right now too. So for everybody that's texting me, I got 79 unread text messages. So thank you very much for your involvement. I mean, you at least have 2 friends, and so go ahead and send them the link, and maybe we can get more people joining this link.
One of the things Tony hasn't talked about as we're getting ready for Dr. Roper here in just a second, as we kick off STRATFI, is what he hasn't told you is he's one of the originators of the Spark Cell out of Travis, right? So it was this initial idea of saying, hey, there's got to be a better way to be able to do it. We've got to be able to find solutions. And I think there's a lot of our viewers out there who have found themselves in this place of frustration where you're like, there's got to be a way to be able to do this. So what encouragement would you quickly be able to offer those people who find themselves as entrepreneurs, as having this mindset of, I think we can do this thing, but we just got to find a way? What encouragement would you give them?
So, I mean, there's not a better time to be in the Air Force and the broader DoD.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the opportunities for someone with an entrepreneurial mindset or someone that just is frustrated and think like, I can never get this across the goal line. There are so many tools out there. And, it's difficult to succinctly explain, one pathway for one problem.
Yeah.
And so, it's really getting involved. It's really being a part of the network. It's really trying to, join events like this to try to understand, what the opportunity space looks like. But, so what I would encourage people, those people that are just frustrated and feel like it's an uphill battle, this is a great time.
It is.
And power in numbers, right? So, you're not going to do it alone. So, start building your coalition of the willing. Start connecting with folks like Trey or myself. But there's a whole network of folks out there that feel the same frustrations that you do. And I think the numbers are a lot larger than you think. But those are the people, if you connect with, that together we can do some pretty incredible work.
Yeah, and through that network that you're able to build, we were talking about pilot training and the lessons learned from Pilot Training Next and how are we incorporating that in. That was one of the biggest lessons we learned advancing the Spark Cell is that, there's other bases who have the same mission set as us. And historically, when you look back, it was kind of you showed up to your base, you did your mission, you never really had a reason to call any other base or connect. But that's the reality and the importance of the network of being able to reach out to other people who have a similar mission set or a similar technological need. Whatever that looks like, just make the call. Just do it. Give the opportunity not only to yourself, but also the people who may also be able to help you develop that solution moving forward. But all it takes is reaching out to them. So don't find yourself frustrated and quit. Instead, start looking for the opportunity to get plugged into a potential solution that is just right around the corner.
Yeah, and one of the great things about these Spark Cells, over 70 of them around the world, is now they're connecting the Air Force to their local ecosystem. And so you have these networks effects, and these, and so not only are you connecting to your local community and the entrepreneurs there, but now that is a network of networks that the big DoD can tap into. And so you're creating this anti-fragile network of symbiotic relationships that is really driving, and that's the engine behind a lot of the stuff that's happening. And so there's just a lot of great opportunity.
There's something, last year, it was at Fusion, was focused on multi-domain operations and being able to pull in all this information. We talk, MDO a lot in AFWERX. One of the things that really got me at a base level was when you build this network and you reach out to different places, the Spark Cell really becomes a window into the Air Force.
Right.
So when you reach out to, I have the chance to talk to Kaylee Braun over at global, to be able to say, hey, what's going on over in your MatchCom? What's happening over in your bases? And the amazing thing is that these struggles are real kind of all over the place, but it gives you a window into what are the other mission sets across the Air Force, across our joint forces, across the different branches. What is it that they're experiencing as we move forward in this effort to be able to make it happen? And it really gives you not only a broader appreciation of what people are going through, but really connects you to areas that are missionized and what's actually happening today.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so, and then, it's not only non-DoD folks or non-government folks connecting to the Spark cells in order to get that glimpse, but also, and what's been really nice, I mean, folks like the Rapid Sustainment Office out of Dayton, so it's a PEO level place, and they connected to the Spark cell at Travis Air Force Base, and so now you have a PEO working with a base, and so for the folks in the acquisitions enterprise, you can look at these Spark cells as a resource in order to test, prototype, and experiment some things that you might want to scale.
Yeah.
And so then, from the PEO perspective, hey, these are people that can help you do your job and that want to help you, see what the cutting edge tech is out there.
Yeah.
So, you can really use it as these Spark cells as a way to supplement your workforce even from an acquisitions lens.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have just a couple more minutes before we dive into it. There's been some great questions. You're being equated to an esports telecaster. Great, we have a job after this. Awesome. Thanks so much. Welcome back to EA Sports. So one of the questions, though, that has been brought up, in transparency, because everybody has struggles, everybody has the innovation realm of which they go through, and the goods and the bads, the highs and the lows. But what is probably the most common frustration you see, not just in the new entrepreneurs like we've talked about, but just overarching? Because you talk to so many companies. You talk to not only the Pentagon, DC, you're talking to Hawaii, Spark Cells in Hawaii and all over the place, the different branches of the service. When you really have to boil down innovation, because if we can, here on Tony and Trigger Time, if we can have a moment of transparency here, there are some places and sometimes where I hear people say, I'm sick of hearing the word innovation. I don't want to hear it anymore. Why is that, and what is the biggest issue that you're seeing right now in this space? Because there's so many good answers.
Well, and so it's really so to the point of innovation. Yeah, so it's probably an overused term.
Yeah.
And so what are we trying to actually do? So we're actually trying to solve problems that matter. And if we couch innovation in those terms as a problem-solving tool, as a methodology, now we're doing something that's actually value-added. So, what we want to stay away from is, the innovation theater stuff.
Yeah.
So, how do you delineate between innovation theater versus like the true innovation?
So what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
So
innovation theater.
So so it's the actual intent. So why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Are you doing this in order to just for OPR bullet, EPR bullet, or just some publicity, or you're actually trying to deliver a solution to the warfighter? So I always think of innovation in terms of rapidly taking an idea to something the warfighter uses.
Yeah.
All right. So so there's a speed aspect to innovation. There's a there's a recognition that it's an idea that's not fully fleshed out yet. But then there's, I use the term warfighter. We're all warfighters, very kind of, just think of it as a DoD person.
Yeah.
You don't have to be flying a plane to be a warfighter, but to something that they use.
Yeah.
It's not until you use it that it's true innovation. So, rapidly take an idea and, taking that to something that the warfighter uses. And so, but to your original question, some of the biggest frustrations that I think people need to overcome is that you're going to fail.
Yeah.
Like failure is a real thing, and what you have to understand is, it's okay.
Yeah.
And I know that there is a lot of motivated people, and especially within the military and the DoD, we always think, failure's not an option, right?
Yeah.
But that's how you learn.
Yeah.
And so if you had to take all these different all this activity that's going on, and you take a portfolio perspective at it, all right? So we're making many small bets, all right, and we don't expect 100% of them to succeed.
Yeah.
We don't even expect 90, 80, 70% of them to succeed.
Yeah.
So if we set expectations that with these thousands and thousands of small bets we're making, so small dollar amounts, maybe 5%,
Yeah.
maybe less than 5%.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what we believe is that because there's going to be a nonlinear upside to some of these wins, that it will be it will return a multiplier on the initial investment.
Yeah.
And so it's very much a venture capitalist mindset that we need to take. So it's okay to fail.
Yeah.
And so when people get frustrated, like, oh, this is not going anywhere, I spent all this time. Failure is going to happen, but what you have to take is a broader perspective. And so even though, and we need people to take risks and try those things at a small scale, but if they just take a broader perspective of all the activity that's actually going on, that's really where the big wins happen for the enterprise.
There's also, I think, a lot of people who look at when they don't have a massive win, like we talk about evolutionary innovation and revolutionary innovation, there's a difference between the two. I've almost seen people get frustrated because they say, oh man, we haven't had any major wins. And they almost look at that of not having a major win, of saving $1 million or being able to have some huge acquisition for some program. It seems like they almost look at these small wins as though they're a failure. And this is one of the things that if you have been to one of our SparkCell workshops, or if you've been around the SparkCell environment, it's one of the things you got to realize is that the little wins are the biggest wins you can have because it gets the ball rolling. It shows that not only is there effectiveness, not only is there efficiency in what you're doing in the SparkCell in this innovative environment, but what you're really doing is you're showing that there's a way forward to continue growing these wins there in your organization, there in that environment, and the culture that you're building. And that's one of the things, we haven't, Jeff DeGraff talked about it, Dr. DeGraff talked about it, but culture is a huge, huge piece. And it looks like we're getting ready to, here in just a little bit, to be able to go to Dr. Rover over at AFWERX. We're just waiting for the sound to be able to come up. But culture plays a huge piece in innovation as well, huge piece.
Oh, and that's the thing, and this is the, okay, and actually, we need to cut over right now. Dr. Roper, we got you up here in Austin, and we're going to send the live stream over to you. So thank you, Dr. Roper, for taking the time and talking about AFWERX and STRATFI. So over to you.
I hope everybody's having a very good morning, learning a lot about ways to work with the Air Force, engagement with small businesses. But now we're back here with the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, College and absolute senior leadership, out of none of this, Dr. Voro.
Thanks, Chris, and thanks to everyone who have made this amazing pivot possible. I know this doesn't look or feel like South by Southwest, and hopefully next year we'll be able to go back to the venue and talk about the amazing work that's happening in our venture portfolio. But the fact that our team was able to pivot and put on this virtual event 48 hours after we had to terminate the original just speaks to the agility and commitment that we have to work with companies at the speed of relevance. So if this is your first time connected with us, welcome. If you have been a perennial partner with us on commercial innovation, thank you for coming back to our pitch bowl, which actually has all three phases of our AFWERX process happening at the same time. And I want to share with you what they are, how it works. But before we get into the mechanics and, importantly, announce the winners of our big bets, I want to talk about why we're doing it. Why is this important? Why, of all the things that I can put time into the Department of the Air Force, why is this my
So,
top
okay,
priority?
time-wise, what do we have
And
next?
to understand that, we have to go back. So if we back up to the original creation of the Air Force, it was a very different period than today. The government was the main funder of technology. We had a large industry base. Many companies could build airplanes for us. And it was a time where there was tremendous innovation because we were competing against the Soviet Union in a new era where supersonic flight could be done across the board by average pilots, not just the specially trained. Then something happened that has created an effect that is understandable for its time, but unacceptable in this century. That is the slowdown of programs because technology got difficult. When it was time to computerize everything on our aircraft and satellites, computers were still difficult. The net result was that programs moved to being decades apart. This was so hard to take that next leap in capability. That was a time when technology was rare, driven by government funding. But what's happened today? Technology sped up, cheap and ubiquitous, amazing companies like the ones participating today can generate world-changing tech without having to have $1 billion budget to get started. So we have to change. You have disrupted our system, and it's a great time to be disrupted. Because with so much technology available in the world, imagine the type of Air Force and Space Force we could create. We were working with our entire innovation, not just the defense industrial base worked with in the past. And the need to change is imperative. Right now, our military, our Department of Defense, we represent 20% of research and development in this country. 80% is commercial. And it's exciting to think about what that commercial tech is going to do to our private lives. I'm excited about the future because of what you do. But I'm very worried about the future of our military. If we are only working with 20% of our innovation, don't know when our military happens. So coming in, looking at the shrinking of our innovation, knowing we started grassroots efforts, figuring out how do we hack this system that is so tough to work with, government procurement and acquisition, where you have to speak a different language to even understand how it works. How do we hack it and make it not just bearable, but preferable for companies that have amazing commercial ambitions, that want to change the world, but that view that working with the military early on help them get there. So you may have participated through AFWERX in an open topic solicitation. You may have pitched at a pitch day. You may have received a phase 1 or phase 2 award. All amazing things happening across our area. But we realized that if we don't bring them into one process that's easy to understand, that is viewed not just by defense, but by our commercial counterparts, private investors, venture capitalists, if it's not viewed as credible and preferable, that we might get the interesting start of the government looking like it's agile, but in the end, we will be the best talent. Us. Before going into the process that we've launched, I just want to say the stakes couldn't be higher. The competition in our time is really going to be less about a competition between military. We want to contain the world's best military. We want to provide that in the future. The competition we face is really one between open societies and closed societies, and how technology is evolving. There's more technology in the world today changing how both types of societies can be. Technology is making us open in different ways. Telling nations that are closed to be closed in different ways. So however the next generation of technology is generated, if it's not done on terms that we're able to be at the table to help write, it may change the world in a way that makes us safe.
Welcome back to the AFWERX Virtual Collider. We were having some technical difficulties with the audio, as is possible with any virtual event that you're happening. But as we get that sorted out, not only can you tune in right here to the keynote speaking of Dr. Roper getting ready for the STRATFI, the launch into the STRATFI showcase, but also you can follow along with the companies in the STRATFI room, which is available on afwerx.af.mil as we're standing by just to be able to get the audio sorted out. So just quick recap, STRATFI, as we're launching into it, what is that?
Okay, so STRATFI are those larger contracts. So it's technically a phase 2 extension or enhancement.
Yeah.
And so what you have is this matching ratio of 1 to 1 to 2 to encourage and help bridge the gap between a phase 2 contract and then into the larger contract award.
Yeah.
And so that ratio, what it looks like is $1 from someone of non-SBIR dollars, someone within the DoD or federal government. Then we have $1 from SBIR, so that's a different pot of money. And then you have a 2 multiplier from the investment community, so non-government money coming in order to help augment and supplement what the government is investing in.
Yeah, so with the STRATFI showcase, what that's actually doing is there's an investment that's being made not only with that initial quantity of money, but we're actually able to take that, and then you have the civilian industry investing into it, you have military industry investing into it, so that initial investment's like tripled.
Yeah.
Without even trying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and that's
you just got to wake up and boom, there it is.
And so from the perspective of so you have 3 different perspectives here, right?
Yeah.
So you have the perspective of the non-SBIR dollars of government money coming in. And so if you're a program office, if you're a MAGCOM, so the minimum buy-in is $3 million. And so, but with that, you get a $12 million of activity.
Yeah.
And so you can get a $12 million project for about 25% of the cost. So that's a great opportunity from the what we call a mission partner or that non-SBIR money coming in.
Yeah.
And then all right, and so it looks like we actually can hear directly from Dr. Roper now. So we're going to fade back in. Dr. Roper, it looks like your team there. We got the technical glitch taken care of, and so back over to you in DC.
All right, we're live to you.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our virtual pitch bowl. It doesn't look like South by Southwest, but I'm so excited and just so enthused that our team was able to pivot from the cancellation of that event to being able to host this virtually. And for everyone that's participated in this, well done. I know how much hard work went into this. For all of our industry partners who are here, businesses of all types and sizes, I hope that this shows the type of agility and flexibility that we want to have in the Air Force and Space Force. We want to be able to move at a pace of relevance and show that we care about your future as a company and how you could impact our mission in the Air Force and Space Force. So for all of you who have made this an overwhelming success, thank you. The fact that the Secretary of the Air Force spent her time with us this morning should tell you how important this is viewed by our department. So I definitely want to walk you through the mechanics of how AFWERX that we're launching today, how it will work. Because at this pitch bowl, all 3 phases are happening simultaneously, and I'm very excited about all of them. But before we get into how it works, I think we've got to talk about why this is important. Because the context could easily go into old school government think that small businesses mean small impact. And I'm here today to tell you that launching AFWERX and making this successful is the most important thing we're going to do in the Department of the Air Force. If we fail at this, I don't know when our military is going to lose advantage, but I know it will happen eventually. Because if we're not working with the best innovators in the world, then we will lose the technology advantage that we have enjoyed for so long. So getting this right is not just innovation, it's imperative. So let's talk about why. So if you look at the challenge we have of competing in this century, it's very different than last century. So let me take you in the Wayback Machine to the early Air Force, birthed in the Cold War. Very different time in terms of how technology engaged with the military. Technology was expensive to create as we moved into the Cold War. So the amazing companies that were able to build airplanes and all sorts of stuff that we used on the battlefield had to start collapsing and merging with each other, because as technology got harder to create, the programs in defense moved further and farther between. Companies had to merge and acquire to diversify their portfolios, to be able to navigate the waters of, it's an airplane program this year, and in 5 years it'll be a helicopter program, and in another 5 years it'll be a satellite program. They had to diversify, and it slowed down the rate at which we buy things. That has shrunk the industry base. And if you look at the pivot from that century, where technology was slow, programs were slow because of it, to how technology works in this century, then you immediately get why this is imperative. Technology is cheap and ubiquitous. It's amazing to see what commercial companies of all sizes can do. And it doesn't really matter the size of the company to correlate to how big the impact is going to be. We've already had innovators working with us and the startup of AFWERX deliver capability that have been used by Airmen in operations. The speed and agility that you bring, the technological impact can be huge. Company size is no longer an indication only of mission impact. With technology that ubiquitous, not changing and accelerating our system, making it easy to work with for companies of all types, not just the defense industrial base, is imperative to keeping our advantage and keeping the Air Force as a force for good and keeping the world a free and open place. If you tally up all of the research and development in this nation, only 20% of it is for the military. 80% is now for commercial innovation. So that Cold War model of inventing technology inside of Defense Department companies and laboratories, slowly developing it, injecting it into programs, and then making the next move in the chess game 10 years from now, that is obsolete and extinct. And so coming in to this job as the Air Force Acquisition Chief, it was super clear to me that if we continue doing business the same way, that those forces collapsing our defense industrial base will continue. We'll continue to miss out on partnerships with world-leading companies in tech and innovation, and that the difference between our system that only has access to a fragment of our industry base versus the system that China enjoys, having a nationalized industry base, that ultimately that mismatch is one that can't be overcome. So the reason for creating a new process that treats commercially oriented companies differently, we want to not just work with you, we want to be key to your success, is to grow a new kind of industry base that is not defense only. It's companies that consider themselves tech companies, and they have a commercial facing part of their business and a defense facing part of their business. And we hope that those companies will say that the defense facing part of their business is critical to maintaining their relevance and technological edge and competing with their competitors. And that likewise, we will say the connection with that company is critical for our military advantage. We have to grow that new kind of industry base because we're not going to get new defense primes in this century. The times that created those have changed. So growing the industry base is the biggest thing that we have to do in this century. And the new model that we have in AFWERX, I think, is going to be critical to its success because it finally provides a path that a company that wants to work with commercial customers ultimately, it provides a path where they can use the military to get there faster. And I'm excited by the amazing ideas that come in this year. So that's why we're doing it. This is not innovation, this is imperative. We've got to get it right. So thanks to all of you for joining us virtually. Thanks for caring about the Air Force and the Space Force. Thank you for caring about this nation and all the allies and partners that we've worked with. I think it's imperative that the next generation of technology that changes the world be created by open societies that share the same values. So this is a big mission, super critical, cannot fail. So that's the why, and that's kind of the downside, is that we need to move because the consequences could be dire, but let's go to the positive side. How this works, and then let's end with the amazing companies that we're ready to announce as our first class of big bet winners. So let's go to our first slide. So AFWERX starts with small bets. There's a front door that we have been lacking in the big procurement acquisition system. And one of the amazing things that has happened over the last 18 months is that AFWERX has become our front door. It has championed open topics where you don't have to have a specific military mission or a specific military user in mind. You can simply bring us technology that you think has military import and say, I think it applies to your mission. I don't know you. It takes those companies out of having to hire defense experts or consultants to get an idea to us. We will help find your customer match. So these small bets, we want to do 1,000 a year, but they're small, they're 50K. These aren't going to last long. You've got to get in and work hard. You've got to find your customer, leverage resources like AFWERX, learn the mission after we point you towards it. Because the whole goal is to get companies out of small bets into medium bets. if you've got an idea that we think that prototyping it will ultimately convince a customer that it will be a delineator on the battlefield. So expect 3 of these per year. Every year, publish cycle that will tell you as a commercial innovator or a defense innovator, because I think this will help defense-oriented companies too, that there is a time to get an idea. It can be crazy, it can be off the wall, it can be unmatched with our mission, but if there's a mission match, we'll help you find it. And by the way, as a service that is really focused on technology, if you're creating a disruptive technology and we tell you it doesn't have a match to our mission, then we're not doing our job. So 1,000 of these a year, 3 times, 50K awards, work hard to find that customer. That takes us to step 2. This is where we go to the product market match in our medium bets. So these move up to 750 to 1.5 million dollars. These are the small business innovative research funds. I should have said that. That's where the small bets come from as well. So we're using the SBIR account, which if you don't know what that is, think of it as an investment account that's given to us by Congress. But unlike a private investor, we don't own equity in your company. We're simply putting you on a fixed price contract where you deliver something to be demonstrated to the government. So low risk, you don't have to give up anything, non-dilutive cash. And of course, I'm going to talk to you about why I think working with us on this account ultimately will help with commercialization. So the thing that's been missing in the process to get companies from great idea, let's prove the principle, to fielding an idea in practice is that we haven't had the product market fit with the customer. The fact that we have an investment account in SBIR that's, if you add all of them together, over $800 million per year, we are one of the largest early stage investors in this nation if we choose to be. So why haven't those funds created more transition into programs of record? And I think the reason is that we've never brought the purchasing side of the service to bear. So we can't just be an investor that's not connected to a market. So we've done something different with our medium bets, our step 2s, and that's that we require program offices that represent your customer, your purchaser, and their operators who will use your tech. We require them to bring their dollars to the table for the medium bets. The idea is we've enriched a set of companies to come talk to them, but if they don't bring their funding, they don't get access to our investment dollars. And we match them 2 to 1. So that's the inducement. If a customer puts $1 on the table, it gets matched 2 to 1 our investment dollars. So that's why they should want to play in this game. But what it will tell you as a company, and tell private investors if you're working with them, is that you've got the potential for a product market match within the Department of the Air Force. Because that dollar was not a dollar dedicated to just investing. That is a dollar we could use for any military problem in the Air Force, and we have many of them. There's never enough money for all the problems. But because that potential customer gave you that dollar, company A, B, or C, it means they saw something so valuable that they were willing to take risk in other parts of the mission to be a partner with you. So we want to do about 300 of these a year. We're not capped at that, but it gives you a sense about how steep the slope of the pyramid will be as you go from the base of small bets to medium bets. Again, 3 times per year, so there are plenty of opportunities to get in the door and to talk with your customer. And many of the events will be live pitch days where you actually get to talk to them live, but that won't be the only way we do them. It will be one tool of many. But I will tell you, when you do get to pitch live to those customers and warfighters, you're changing the way the Department of the Air Force thinks about commercial innovation and tech, because the ideas have been phenomenal, the impact's disruptive. It's changing the notion that small business means small impact. I hate that term altogether. It's just unfortunately in the law. I think of this as the venture effort that is going to seed the future of our military's technological edge. So we've been doing a lot of medium bets over the last 18 months, but we've just done, for the first time, step 3, which we're going to announce today. So step 3 are big bets. So if you're a company and you're coming in the front door, you're probably not willing to stay a small company for long, right? You've got an idea and you want to take it as big as it can go. And we want to be part of your accelerant, part of the equation to get you. And we've never had the ability to make a small number of big bets in the Pentagon. And I know that's important because if we show that there's only so far you can go with AFWERX, the amount of dollars you can access don't get large enough to really productize your idea and sell it to us, have a steady bill of sale, steady revenue, so you can continue working your commercialization track, then you'll know that there's a ceiling there, even if we don't acknowledge it. And we'll see companies that really want to be commercial companies go to private investors because we simply can't be part of getting them to the goal line. And so we've put in place the ability to go higher than our medium bets. And thanks to the Small Business Administration for their help on this. They were awesome partners in helping us do this experiment. So the idea with a big bet is that we'll do, no more than 30 of these a year. So we're going to be very selective. We will only award to companies with disruptive ideas that, if successful, impact our mission in an amazing way. And this is where it gets interesting. You can go up to $15 million of SBIR request. You don't have to go that high, and many companies didn't request that much. Only a few did. But the dollars have to be matched by program dollars. So $15 million of program office money is real money. You can solve real problems with it. So if a company is able to get a program office to make this level of commitment, it says something about what the mission impact is. But then we also know that for companies that want to commercialize, that fine, the military product market fit is great, but they're also tracking towards a commercial trajectory, a commercial vector. And so we also require 2-to-1 matching of commercial funds. If you're saying you're going to be commercially viable, then you have to show us. We have to see that in your ability to raise commercial capital. That tells us you're in a good space to be dual use. You match our market, but a private investor that represents a different market says, I see the potential in you as well. Helps de-risk our investment in you because we see the path to dual use has been validated by 2 people. So that's awesome. And over the past year, we have been so stoked by the response from private investors and venture capitalists because we've seen 3-to-1 matching on the whole within our ventures portfolio. That tells me we're getting something right. But for this last round, we were a little wondering what would happen if we tried to do these big bets. Would we continue seeing the matching at a large scale level that we have seen at a small scale level? And we're delighted to say that we did. So with no further ado, I'm going to tell you the results of our Big Bet Awards and then announce the 20 companies that are okay with being announced publicly. And I will say there's a 21st that's in stealth mode, but we're excited about you as well. We're silently excited about you. So here's the results of our big bets. So we awarded $113 million of SBIR funds. It brought in over $116 million of program funds. $116 million of program office funds is real money. And it brought in $348 million of private matching. The grand total across all of it was $580 million in a single transaction from the government working with our commercial investor partners with companies. That is the single largest transaction in small business history. And we think we can do much, much better in future. So for all of you who made this possible, and the Air Force, our program managers, our financial managers, our contracting officers, everyone, I can't tell you how excited I am. This has just been driven by a team that I think is doing the most important work in our department. So let me tell you what companies are the awardees. So in no particular order, we have Aerial Applications, Analytical Space, Anduril, Applied Minds, EdgyBees, Elroy Air, OnView, Ascentium, Falconry, Icon, Orbital Insight, Orbital Psychic, Pison, Voro, Shift, Swarm Technologies, Tectus, Virtualytics, Wafer, and Wicker. To all of you, well done. Congratulations. We are very excited to be part of your innovation team. So for all of these awardees, they're on a 4-year fixed price contract that we believe, if successful, will disrupt part of our mission in a way that will be a huge advantage for our future airmen. And so this is the thing that we hope will finally bridge that valley of death that has kept commercial innovation coming into the military. So we're excited about this first class. We are committed to removing impediments that prevent success, and we hope for many more successful classes to follow you. So if you're one of these companies, well done, and thank you for going through on this experimental round. So with that, I think the thing I want to end with is saying that we know that this process during our startup period, this 18 months that we've been experimenting with, we know there's been a lot of varying degrees of information. Change is hard. It's hard to message it when you've been doing business one way. So one of the things we will be doing with the launch of AFWERX is having one single website that you can go to that gives you all of the information about everything I just referenced, small bet opportunities, medium bet, big bets. It gives you the calendar of events, and in plain English helps you understand the government's funding cycle so that you can make smart business decisions. So hopefully that will help get the message out. But we also ask for your help with word of mouth. If you found this activity, any part of it, valuable, then what I hope you will do is help us get the word out that we want to be the investment partner of choice. It's going to take a while until we recalibrate the government. This is doable, but we must maintain momentum and clarity to get there. To end, I want to say thank you to everyone who was involved with this. The heroes that we have, the amazing captains of the Air Force and their civilian counterparts that at a grassroots level have made this happen. You all are amazing. You are rock stars. I'm personally grateful for what you've done. And as far as what the future holds, I don't know how big we can go, but for the first time in a long time, I feel like we're making a disruptive move in government whose impact is difficult to forecast. And if we're going to compete long-term against capable adversaries and generate a new generation of tech that makes the world a better place, then being disruptive and having a question mark be associated with our name is a good place to be. Thank you so much for your time today. Thanks for everything you've done to make this a success. And to the companies that are pitching for small, medium, or that were selected for the big bets, congratulations, well done.
All right, Tony, back over to you.
Hey, welcome back again to the AFWERX Collider right here. We are at the Mission Control Center right here in Capital Factory in Austin as we go back and forth, not only between multiple different locations. We were just in the AFWERX Hub in DC, but we heard from Jeff DeGraff up in Michigan earlier, and it's kind of been all around today in a bunch of different virtual rooms.
Right, and and then also that we're on the mainstream.
Yeah.
I mean you're all over the country.
Yeah.
And so and all around the world. So I mean this is the great thing about a virtual collider. A lot of opportunities in order to see all this activity, no matter where you're at.
Yeah. So a couple questions are coming in on the live stream right now. So yes, the STRATFI is coming up here just momentarily. We heard just a moment ago from kind of the keynote, beginning part of STRATFI, and we're going to launch into the rules of engagement here in just a moment. The Mission Control Center is getting set, getting ready for it, and we're also going to be going into the room inside itself, the STRATFI room, ready to go into the rules as we hear from the different businesses, the 20 different businesses that are getting ready to launch into the STRATFI.
Right, and so if you're going to join the STRATFI room, which we're going to stay within the mainstream right now on the YouTube channel, so you're going to see 5 companies that are actually there live in DC, and they're going to be talking about their the offering that they're bringing into the Air Force. And you have everything from satellite companies, to artificial intelligence company, robotics companies, all the way to a company that does placement within high-tech companies and starting a fellowship program. So a lot of really cool companies that you're going to see from for the STRATFI presentations.
Yeah. There's several things just about the opportunities that you see through all of these different types of companies is that it really gets your brain going and thinking, what are some of these competencies, what are some of these technologies that exist that can be useful? But frankly, just being in this creative, innovative mindset in this space where, for example, the Ventures Fellows, where they're in with these top companies that just have this mindset, that just have this culture of there's got to be a way to make this happen.
Well, and that's why I think that it's a great time in order to be an airman, but also a soldier, sailor, marine, to be, because right now there is 21 airmen that are actually embedded in a 6-week fellowship with top venture capital firms all across Silicon Valley. And so, now they're starting to learn the, portfolio management, risk assessment, different cognitive tools that they can then bring back to the Air Force and help empower what we are doing as a business.
There's been so many times where I think about, gosh, there's so many great opportunities. If only I knew about it. Well, this is one way to be able to stay connected with those opportunities. AFWERX does a phenomenal job of not only sending out what those opportunities are, but you can also stay connected just by following on YouTube. Right now, you can literally subscribe at the button below. As I'm watching ourselves here on AFWERX, you can hit the subscribe button to stay up with what AFWERX is doing. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of the goodness. But also, most importantly, go to afwerx.af.mil, which is not only where you're able to get the link to the full schedule for today, but also you can stay tuned with what AFWERX is doing and those great opportunities, just like Tony was talking about with the AFWERX Ventures Fellowship in the STRATFI. So we're getting ready to launch into the actual STRATFI room, which if you haven't launched into the WebEx yet, there's a link right there on afwerx.af.mil. You can get into that where we're getting ready to launch into the 20 different companies.
Yeah, and so also happening right now because there's so much parallel programming in right now. So Dr. Jeff DeGraff is giving a talk on the creative mindset, mastering 6 skills that empower innovation. You have Dave Stapleton out in DC giving a talk on the trusted capital marketplace. You also have talk about Tiger, your colleague, out of Air Education and Training Command, talking about pilot training transformation. And then also going on right now is a 5G talk, and so that's Dwayne Florian.
Super exciting.
And so he is talking about all the great opportunities and how 5G is more than just a faster cell phone, but it's really an engine to drive innovation in so many different spaces.
Completely different. It's a new mindset, a new way of operating, and that's one of the things we've seen so far just throughout the AFWERX Collider, through the pitch bowl that we have today, through the STRATFI showcase. That's one of the things that has been so awesome about this virtual experience is that, even though circumstances would have changed the opportunity to be here physically necessarily with us here in the Capitol Factory in Austin, but the opportunity has been, we have seen an absolute influx of people coming in virtually to this experience, not only in the Collider, but in all of the areas, to be able to see that atmosphere, this kind of brainstorming, this environment of, frankly, it's encouraging.
Right,
honestly.
and and the great thing is, while it would have been awesome to have a event here, I mean, we've actually had more participation, more people able to join because we are doing it virtually. And then without the risk of, potentially acquiring or spreading, the COVID-19. But so, different opportunities. We have a Collider bot that's active right now. So text 202-900-5005 if you're a government person that wants to get connected to the chat bot. Also, if you're sticking in the STRATFI room, there's a poll. And so there's a poll that's live, and we're doing a best of show for the 20 companies. And so if you want to vote for your favorite company, it's a fun little activity that we're doing because we are virtual. There's an online poll that you can vote for your favorite STRATFI company. And so just a little best of show, maybe a little bragging rights, amongst the STRATFI cohort.
So make sure as you're following along with those STRATFI companies in the STRATFI room itself, which again is accessible through afwerx.af.mil, make sure you're marking down what those companies are, because I know for me, once you get about 6 companies in, you're like, oh my gosh, there's so much goodness. But it looks like we're actually ready to cut over right now to the STRATFI channel.
Yeah, so back over to Chris, Steve, and the STRATFI companies in DC. So over to you.
Going to you now. Chris, we're going to you now.
Ready?
Yep. Go.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to our DC location. And thanks once again to Secretary Will Roper for announcing our new strategic fund increases, or the big bets. We're very, very excited about the 21 companies that have received these awards. And what we really do is we consider these companies to be some of the most promising small businesses that are rising up both within the Air Force and in the private sector. And what we see these strategic fund increases really as is this is one of our first large-scale attempts to build a sustainable and repeatable pathway for companies to go from that phase 2, those medium bets across the acquisition valley of death and into sustainable revenue and into programs of record. Now, so each one of these companies, while Dr. Roper mentioned the amazing statistics about the hundreds of millions of dollars from both the government and from the private sector, there's more behind each one of these companies. In order to get to this stage, they had to pass through a grueling set of measures, more so than just submitting an application online. Each one of these companies that you're going to see go through here has five key components. The first thing they did is they've shown success in their medium bet, their phase 2. So for all you companies out there working on your phase 2s, knock it out of the park, because that's going to be your best bet in getting up into these higher levels of the strategic fund increases. The second thing that each one of these companies has is they have matching funds from the government, so non-SBIR matching funds. And so this is, once again, really making sure the customer really wants to see this thing transition, and so they're putting their own skin in the game. The third thing that they're bringing is they're bringing private matching funds. Now, these private matching funds, I want to be very clear. When we say matching funds, we don't mean only private VC investment or equity sales, things like this. We also have seen a number of these companies come through, and what they have is they've received most of their private funding through pre-sales or IP sharing agreements. So if you're one of those companies that does not want to sell a portion of your company but still wants to scale quickly, we absolutely want you to come work with us. Now, the fourth thing that each one of these companies brought was buy-in from a PEO, from the actual customer. So it's a program executive office. And so what they went out is they actually got a signed memorandum from a program executive office that said, here's exactly how we're going to transition this thing across the valley of death over the course of the next 4 years using these funds so that they go into a program of record. And then finally, they got buy-in from the resource sponsor, and that would be the MAGCOMs and really the end users, because we don't want any of these companies to come through unless there's a real defense need with somebody on the ground, an actual operator, an actual end user who really needs one of these solutions. So each one of these companies has brought all 5 of those components, and they're really, really standouts from all of the existing SBIR companies that we have had go through this process. And so without further ado, we are going to have them go in rapid fire pitches, less than 5 minutes apiece. We're going to start off with 5 here in Washington, D.C., and then we'll go through the remaining 15 other companies virtually from around the country. And so what we will do next, without further ado, is I will introduce the folks from Aerial Applications.
All right. My name is Joe Sullivan. I'm very excited to be here today. I'm the CEO of Aerial Applications. Aerial Applications is a software company. Let's go ahead and get that next slide up there. Cool. Yep. And our vision is to make the physical world knowable. And so through this strategic financing, we propose 3 different ways of doing that. The first begins with hardware integration. We're partnering with 6 different companies to be able to bring to market a wide array of form factor reference devices. Second is Mapware, which is our software for visualizing and storing data. And the third is VAST, which is our software solution for analyzing large areas of data. Let's go ahead and hit the next slide. Okay, hardware. So form factor reference devices, what we mean by that is we'll be publishing a spec that allows companies to be able to integrate easily with our software. And we're very excited about this. We're announcing our partnership with Verizon and the 5G First Responder Lab to be able to put this solution together with a number of different American manufactured drones that will be able to leverage the rest of our software that I'm about to show you here. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so stay tuned for that as we develop. Mapware is our 3D environment tool. And what we do there is we aggregate all of the imagery that has been collected off of these drones, LiDAR, multispectral sensors, put them into one common operating picture that can be easily shared across the cloud in multiple different use cases and solutions. Next slide. And so the whole idea with this is that it's where your entire team can store and share geospatial data and have that common operating picture. Next slide. And then from there, we go into VAST. Next slide. Yep. So VAST is our search engine for the physical world. And what we're looking at here is actual data that we captured during our proof of concept at Camp Bullis. So once you've flown the drone, you've captured it and constructed a 3D model, we give you this visual set of data. And then the next slide, infrared, and the next one, LiDAR. So there are multiple different types of sensor readouts that can be aggregated into that common operating picture. And where VAST really excels is in this next slide, where we take you through all of those different types of data, aggregate them into this node view. And if you go into the next slide there, what you can do is drag and drop in a codeless environment a complete artificial intelligence pipeline without ever having to know anything about code, anything about how machine learning or artificial intelligence is done. You can just pull all those libraries down and drag them into this common operating picture. And then from the next slide over, that will give you a coded view of each of the different things that you're trying to find in that map. We're very, very excited about this because this means that for our MAGCOM, we're going to be able to solve environmental protection issues that they're having across 12 different bases and 39 different use cases that will help save the military, we think, between $12 and $16 million per year. And we're very, very excited about the impact on that, not only for the defense sector, but also for the commercial sector as well. Go ahead to the next slide. So again, hardware integration, Mapware to be able to view and store that, and then VAST takes you through data capture, data visualization, and data analysis to have that common operating picture and geospatial intelligence. Okay. Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. And up next, we have Analytical Space.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gil Valdez. I'm the business development lead for Analytical Space. All right, slide. All right, at Analytical Space, we believe the future of Earth observation and space-derived intelligence is real-time and on-demand. We are deploying the premier data transport layer in space in order to make this possible. Instead of needing to wait for an Earth-observing satellite like planets or Maxars to physically fly over an available ground station or communications cone, which is what happens now, our small satellites will collect their data while in orbit, and we will beam it hopscotch style through our in-space network and to the ground at light speed. Our network will give the world real-time access to every satellite that collects intelligence from space, We're designing specifically for high throughput and low latency, data ingest flexibility, high security, and global coverage. Will ASI be the fastest path to the ground for intelligence collected from space? Without a doubt. Slide. In addition to the in-orbit infrastructure we are deploying, we are building a two-sided marketplace. On one side, remote sensing satellite operators, and on the other are the end users of the data across defense, civil, and commercial. Because we have the ability to aggregate imagery from across multiple companies, we'll have the best diversity of imagery types with high revisit rates, from high-resolution multispectral through synthetic aperture radar. This is the ultimate capability that we're trying to deploy. In essence, we're making the surface of the planet immediately searchable. We become the one-stop shop for time-sensitive imagery. Connecting the world's remote sensing satellites is akin to the early days of the internet, where terrestrial communication infrastructure connected disparate data centers across the globe. Just as the internet made the digital world searchable, analytical space will do the same with the physical world as observed from space. We've made significant progress. Slide. We made significant on the one back. Yep, we've made some significant progress towards this vision over the last 4 years since we launched the company, including the completion of 2 technology demonstration satellites. We are working on our 3rd satellite, Cornicent, financed by our award at the Space Pitch Day in November 2019. And with this STRATFI award, we will initiate the deployment of our first full orbital plane, the backbone of the fast pixel data transport network. Slide. The Strategic Funds Increase Program is a catalyst that will bring together ASI's private venture capital partners, commercial customers, and the Air Force Ventures team to commit tens of millions of dollars to scale our solution for government and commercial customers alike. This infusion of public and private capital will enable us to deploy the initial operating capability, an orbital plane of data relay satellites that can provide connectivity for over half the remote sensing market. Our service-based cost model is novel in the space systems acquisitions world, but because of the strong support of our early adopters and really visionaries, Major Lasorda, Lieutenant Colonel Stewart, Lieutenant Colonel Starr, Lieutenant Albright, Colonel Turnbull, and JT Thompson from the U.S. Space Force, we expect to swiftly deploy our initial constellation to serve the U.S. warfighter within 3 to 4 years. Let's look at what this means in practice for the end user on the ground. In this case, an Air Force combat rescue officer is trying to locate an airman that's down in the PACOM AOR. We envision a world where this operator could task any satellite connected to ASI's fast pixel network through their advanced battle management system platform and receive multi-sensor data through the fast pixel network directly to their tablet. Our network will be interoperable with existing and future DoD cloud, security, and other network providers to ensure path-diverse delivery of processed intelligence to the warfighter, even in contested or contingency scenarios. What this means for a downed airman is faster recovery time and prevention of capture by hostile forces, all because the ASI fast pixel network enabled their rescue faster than the adversary could locate them. We sincerely appreciate the support of Master Sergeant Strout for his support and insights as a potential end user of the fast pixel network. Slide. The future of Earth observation is real-time and on-demand. Through our data transport network, ASI is aggregating the capability of the world's Earth observation assets and enabling a complete real-time picture of the planet that we live on. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of the STRATFI program, and we look forward to serving the U.S. Air Force well into the future.
All right, thank you very much. And up next, we have Anduril Industries. There you go. We're going to hold these comically large microphones.
Should I hold it?
You can hold it.
Yes.
There you go. All right, ready to go.
All right, you'll let me know when we have a minute. Tell me when to start.
There you go.
So bottom line up front, Anduril is working with the Air Force Rapid Capabilities Office and the Air Force Strategic Development Planning and Experimentation Office to prototype an advanced multi-domain command and control capability. Our project is delivering transformational technologies and strategic capabilities to the U.S. Air Force, and we're solving a critical mission requirement of Air Combat Command by collapsing kill chains and enabling more rapid and effective decision-making by the Air Force and a joint force. So before I get into kind of the details, I want to talk about our principles of MDC2. Next slide. A multi-domain command and control system needs to be secure so that it can't be broached by adversaries who want access to all the information that you have and to understand what you have on them. It needs to be distributed so you don't have a single common point of failure. There's a lot of technical challenges in making a system like this. It needs to be autonomous, enabling beyond human capabilities and minimizing communications requirements and minimizing your reliance on communications always working in a degraded environment. An MDC2 system should also always be modular and interoperable. It should act as a platform for future hardware and software integration without vendor lock-in by any particular vendor. Over the past several months, we've had ongoing conversations with the RCO, ACC, and other mission stakeholders kind of trying to explore their most pressing problems. And one of the common refrains we've heard is the need to tighten kill chains and enable targeting at superhuman machine-to-machine speeds. Next slide. We've been doing some work already on this. So our ongoing phase 2 contract has been going for a while. We've been working with the Air Force Rapid Capabilities Office on an ongoing SBIR phase 2 project exploring how artificial intelligence, virtual reality, mesh networking technologies, data, and sensor fusion can be used to further MDC2 principles and augment critical Air Force ConOps. Over the course of 3 4-month sprints, Anduril has already been working towards delivering an end-to-end MDC2 prototype that integrates multimodal sensor fusion, autonomy, secure mesh network comms, and C2 functionality into a single system that can be deployed during future Air Force multi-domain operations exercises. Our ongoing phase 2 project has addressed a lot of different ACC mission requirements by first addressing ACC's need for reduced manpower, aiding air combat patrols through development of Catalyst and the introduction of autonomy to Group 3+ UAS, and addressing the ACC's need for tighter kill chains through GMTI SAR integrations and Lattice to enable machine-to-machine speed for fine, fixed, track, and targeting missions. I think that's FF2T2. So there's actually even more now. Now that we're able to expand our scope, things are about to get even crazier. Some of the key capabilities that we're now going to be able to develop and demonstrate in the near future are collaborative pre-flight planning and coordination between Group 3 UAS, GCS, and Lattice, dynamic and collaborative retasking of SUAS assets by Group 3 UAS via Lattice and Catalyst, real-time data fusion detection and tracking data for specific classes of objects, being able to detect what something is autonomously and have the data share between lots of different systems, computer vision improvements and artificial intelligence improvements that will result in better detection algorithms for detection and identification of specific points of interest and specific targets of interest that you can either define before a mission or define during a mission. And then integration of all that mission information and data flow into the Lattice user interface and virtual reality command and control interface. On top of that, we're also going to be equipping a Group 3 UAS with a payload of air-launchable, attritable SUAS that can be command and controlled from that same UAS. So basically, you have a larger aircraft, it poops out smaller drones, and then it tells them what to do. Enabling a Group 3 UAS to receive missions from CMCC and Lattice to share that with that SUAS payload that it's pooped out. So it can autonomously coordinate mission priorities, determine tasking allocations per SUAS, and successfully execute and manage the plan that it sends to those SUAS. We're also going to be enabling an enduring architecture that'll scale capability and collaboration to include multiple Group 3 and larger aircraft, allowing each airframe to fly independent missions or to collaborate as part of a larger team, including other larger Group 3+ aircraft and those autonomous smaller SUAS payloads that they will be able to launch from the air. Wrapping up, there are some key takeaways before I run out of time. STRATFI is enabling Anduril to accelerate the development of multi-domain command and control technologies with the RCO, as well as new UAS ConOps for Air Combat Command. Lattice and Catalyst are going to supercharge the abilities of our SUAS operators and UAS operators while streamlining manual information processes that today are very difficult for humans to manage. Single operators will be able to act as team managers, allowing Air Combat Command end users to more rapidly close their kill chains. And putting all these things together for the first time is really a transformational capability for the United States Air Force. It will increase the rapidity, efficiency, and lethality of Air Combat Command UAS. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. I hope everybody got all that. Up next is going to be Ascentium. Let's see. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Blake Teipel. I serve as the CEO at Ascentium, and we manufacture the world's fastest extrusion printers and the most comprehensive suite of high-spec aerospace-grade materials. And the combination of these two technology sets are now positioned, thanks to the STRATFI program, to join Team USA to be deployed at bases, depots, and service centers, not only in the United States, but also worldwide, so that we can keep America's airmen and women and the airmen and women of our allies able to service their aircraft quickly and increase their overall missional agility. We couldn't be more delighted to be here today. Thank you so much for your time. Go ahead. First of all, I'd really like to thank just some incredible people who've really just spoken into this process and really just kind of been the pathfinders for Ascentium so that we can figure out how to navigate just what is an incredible ecosystem with the DoD, but also an ecosystem that is unwieldy at times. So first of all, thank you so much to Dr. Roper for just creating the right program at the right size and at the right time. That type of visionary leadership is certainly what allows companies like ours to be able to, again, join Team USA and put our capital and our ideas and our technologies to work in ways that hopefully can generate a broad impact. Also, just, the incredible people on that team, Captains Benson and Lawver, and just the ways that the entire AFWERX team have come together and pivoted after the South by cancellation and provided just behind the scenes support for many, many months as we've put this program together. We got started by being able to join with Major Stoichi Goldberg at the Texas Military Department of the Air National Guard in ways to take a look at putting a 3D printer in a base and adding that to the machine shop in ways that increase the flight readiness for his own air wing at Lackland Base in Texas. And also, we were joined then by Mike Froning and the folks and his amazing team at LCMC EZP. Mark Benedict, his team at AFRL, and Nathan Parker and his team at RSO. And there are many, many other folks inside the Air Force to whom we are super grateful and excited to now be able to work with and help deliver this capability. So first of all, I just want to say as we are in the outset of this program, Ascentium was walking into working with the Air Force with the knowledge that the Air Force has a bunch of new airplanes. We'd heard of the F-35 program, the F-22 program, but what surprised us was to learn, in fact, that America's fleet overall is actually fairly old. So America has a fleet of aging aircraft. And in fact, the maintenance and the support and the readiness for that aircraft is expensive and it takes a really long time. So where we were able to figure out a way to come and be able to be of service was by bringing additive manufacturing, which offers considerable opportunity to enhance warfighting capabilities and create supply chain efficiencies, especially now in the third wave of additive. Just as Dr. Roper said earlier that the next battle will be between open societies and closed societies, what we're able to do is join with others in the additive manufacturing community to bring about open ecosystems that allow the freedom to innovate so that we can help advance manufacturing globally. So we are a small company that's growing now as a result of the STRATFI program and other efforts to become a medium-sized and a larger company in the future that can create an outsized impact. And due to the visionary STRATFI program and the support, we're eager to work to address these challenges. Thank you. Next slide. So I just want to highlight what this means. So when the rubber meets the road, how can advanced additive manufacturing really make a difference? So we toured the C-130 flight wing, and we noticed that whenever the wheels are being removed from the aircraft, you need to put on what are called thread lug protectors to protect that aircraft from damage. It's difficult sometimes to get those thread lug protectors on the wheel, at the right time. So that is an example of a service part, which can be 3D printed to get that aircraft be able to be serviced quickly and back on the flight line as soon as possible. So where Ascentium comes in, using our high-speed extrusion technology, our revolutionary HSE, which is faster, it's between 5 and 15 times faster than any other solution on the market, we can actually create those parts, those 3D printed parts that you see in that column there, much, much more quickly than incumbent solutions. And the Air Force's own analysis has shown this is actually around 5 times cheaper as well. So that it allows the impact to be felt much more broadly. So another example would be an engine intake cap. We saw engines and transmissions that had been pulled from aircraft and needed to be serviced, but there are caps that need to be placed on the intake ports and various parts of the engine to prevent what's called FOD, or foreign object debris, from entering that engine or that transmission when it's being serviced. Okay, I need to go faster. There are many other examples of 3D printing that are helping to save time. Next slide. So we are scaling this through STRATFI. We're really excited about the AFWERX bridge and bringing this out to the rest of the world. Thank you so much for your time, and we're delighted to be part of that program. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. And last but not least, we will go over to Voro.
Well, thank you. This is Michael Campbell. I'm lucky enough to be the general manager for Voro Government Solutions. I have the opportunity to represent this fine company who's led by Mike Fong out in Phoenix, Arizona. Him and a bunch of very talented people that make all the stuff that we do possible. Next slide, please. So who wants to bring a phone to work? That's typically what we walk in with. People that work in government or sensitive jobs today have a restricted policies that allow them to, or don't allow them to carry phones in and out of their work environments. This is an ever increasing problem. Why is that? So in the Air Force alone, there is probably somewhere north of 200,000 accounted for issued devices, issued smartphones, tablets, etc. Pilots, 50,000 plus issued devices to pilots, 20,000 senior Air Force leaders, and then the remainder of just innovative people trying to get stuff done with their devices that are issued and the devices that they personally carry. So that arguably leads right to the first bullet there, which is smartphones and mobile devices are the future of compute. They allow you to do a lot more. Today, they've outpaced every other digital platform in terms of use for technology-related work. So that creates a problem. These things were designed to listen. For example, I had a friend who didn't believe me, and he had to sit there and talk about Levi's jeans, something he never says anything about. Next thing you know, his phone is giving him advertisements about Levi's jeans. He became a believer. They are built to listen, to make money. Listen and watch you. The other one is, if you want to mitigate that risk, software alone doesn't do the job. And then the people that build, the companies that build the smartphones, they're driven by a bottom line, as well as they have a supply chain that no one can completely control or trust. Next slide, please. So our people, our smart and very talented technology people know this. Technology security people know this. They have completely banned the devices. So that picture was taken at a government facility. The smoke break has been replaced by the smartphone break. Let's run outside, send a message, and then run back indoors to use the not so easy to use government system that we use at our desk. So that's one big, everyone in the intelligence community and DoD is being influenced by that problem. The other one is what I like to say is hope and prayer. So look, I can't carry it into my work environment, but I carry it everywhere else. But we know it's bad, so we're just falling back on what we hope is our workforce's ability to.
All right, welcome back to Mission Control. As you can see, we were just in DC with the STRATFI folks.
Yep.
And so if you want to continue down the STRATFI and see the rest of the company pitches, you can click on the link that's going to come up in the chat room here momentarily. And that will take you to the STRATFI room. And you can continue to see the rest of the 15 companies, STRATFI companies pitching what their product that they're bringing into the Air Force. So we're really excited about that. What we're going to continue and transition to now is more of the virtual collider programming. And so up next, starting at, this is Eastern time, at 12:45 Eastern, we have 4 different rooms running in parallel. So we have one called Don't Be a One-Hit Cyber Wonder by a company called Decode out of DC. We have a customer discovery sprint led by Chris O'Connor at Harpoon. We have business modeling and innovation in Silicon Valley. That's out of Toby from Business Modeling. They're out of San Francisco. And then we have the AFWERX Technology Accelerator out of Boston. Those rooms are going to start at 12:45. And so click on the schedule link, and you can follow this room that you want to see. So we got those 4 rooms plus the STRATFI continuing. And so, what we're going to do now is we're actually going to transition into the Decode room, the Don't Be a Cyber One-Hit Wonder with the mainstream. And so you'll get a little taste of what the virtual collider is and the different conversations that are happening. And so we'll transition into the room now, and we'll wait them to get started momentarily.
See you back here in a second.
You're willing to kill. And then finally, where's the weakness in your own idea? So this sounds like a very simple thing. I find telling a great story is one of the hardest things to do because most people can't do it. Any venture capitalist who's on this video chat will tell you that's something that people get wrong all the time. You got to practice, you get your shtick down, get that story nice and clean. So one of the real great storytellers of all time, of course, was Steve Jobs. And one of the things I think we can all learn from Steve Jobs and another person who's great at this was Walt Disney. Never sell. Steve Jobs never sold you on the phone. What he did was he educated you on the phone. He educated you on the iPad. He educated you on iTunes. He didn't sell it. So you have to establish legitimacy. And this is going to be really valuable to what you're doing here with our friends at the Air Force, right, at AFWERX. Why should I listen to you? Right? Now, don't lie, but who in the world are you? Are you worthy of listening? Tell me something you've done that's worth listening to you. What's in it for me? Everybody reads their own horoscope first, right? Why would somebody listen to you? What are the 3 most important things you need to know? The old McKinsey rule of 3. There's only 3 things. In fact, we can only remember 3 things. If you're genius, 5. If you're me, probably 2. Right? What are the 3 things we need to remember? What does success look like? Remember, those big occipital lobes are used for 2 things: to move your fine digits and to make pictures. Right? Give us a picture. That's why Jobs carved the original iPod out of a bar of ivory sofa, or at least their friends at IDEO did. Right? That's why Cinderella's castle was built first, why they're bringing everything in on barges, because our friends at Disney were underwater when they first bought it and being sued by the state of Florida. So what are the next steps? You got to ask for the sale. So remember to ask for the sale. But it's got to be tight. This is well rehearsed. This is going to be something very small and very quick and very focused. Now, finally, you got to evaluate and select the best ideas. There's a couple ways to do this that are easy. One of the easiest ways to do this is to look at probability and impact. If you really want to pick the best idea, you want to pick the idea that's more probable to work, not impact, probability. The notion is we're trying to get to something that works, and then we're trying to see how much we can improve the impact. High probability, high impact ideas come first, and so on and so forth. Low probability, low impact at the end. Another way of doing this is the old Robert McKnight way that he originally did over 100 years ago when he created the Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing Company, 3M. He asked the 3 most valuable questions I think that innovators ask, and I think to this day they hold up. Is this real? Is the situation real? Because most of the time, I find when I'm being pitched on ideas, it starts with, this is not real. You didn't base it on science. You didn't base it on the market size. You know, people always come in and say, the market's 4 billion people, and right, and there's no competition, and I'm going to replace Google. No, you're not. Is it real? So first, get sober, get clean and sober. 2, can we win? Can we win at this? You know, if it's something that the larger incumbent is unlikely to do, and you're faster and you're more agile and you're out there farther, that's great. But if you're going to get into an apples to apples contest with a $100 billion company, good luck to you. You can't win. It's a bar fight. You're at the wrong end of it, right? So you've got to be clear. And finally, is it worth doing? Most of us have a lot of projects in life. One of the things that I drive my staff crazy here at the Innovatorium is, you know, every month I come in with, whether it's a new book or a new client or a new thing I want to work on. Every time I bring something in, they have to ask me, is this worth doing given everything else that I'm working on? So if I'm going to do something new, I have to get rid of something old or at least hand it off. Is it real? Can we win? Is it worth doing? Now, putting these all together, the biggest problem I find people when it comes to creative thinking is they get stuck in the planning cycle. You know, have you been to the meeting about the meeting or seen the report about the report? It turns out that innovation and creativity, the fire that creates innovation, is what's called a convex form of value. The convex form of value means that it pays in the future. And how much data do we have on the future? None. The current situation with the virus is a perfect example of this. So what you really have to do is get momentum. You have to start learning by actually running the experiences and experiments. That's what you've got to run. You've got to get experience. You've got to run the experiments, because otherwise you're going to get stuck in the planning cycle. Now, obviously, I've only spent 30 minutes laying this all out for you. What we've done is we've created a showcase. It's not only this presentation, but the presentation from this morning. There's assessments on here. There's videos on here. There's a book on here. It's all free. No one will ever bother you. The object is, this is my gift to you to make innovation happen and to get to people in your organization thinking creatively and making creativity part of what people do every day, everywhere, and in every possible way at your organization. And most importantly, good luck to you making innovation happen and helping the cause of making this a more competitive and a more compelling country. Thank you.
All right, so, thank you for joining us back here at Mission Control at AFWERX Austin. you were able to see the end of Jeff DeGraff's inspiring talk. So we're going to cut back to the red room, and we're going to pick up Decode in their talk on SBIR. So back to the red room.
The degree of end-to-end encryption in use today, and these apps are much stronger than SMS texting, but still not strong enough for DoD needs. Most consumer apps were built for fun, not security. Wicker has been deployed at
And then, so cut back to.
Hey, welcome back. We're getting ready to set up once again as we're going into our afternoon sessions of the, afternoon, depending on where you're at right now. So into our breakout sessions for the AFWERX Collider. So coming up here in just a moment, we're going to be headed into, looks like the I-MSC Customer Discovery Room.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting thing. So the I-MSC, the Installation and Mission Support Center, they're going to do a customer discovery sprint. And so what you're going to be able to see is a problem set within their enterprise. So mission support is basically everything that the Air Force owns that's that doesn't touch a plane, which is a lot of infrastructure and a lot of things. And they're going to do a deep dive into one of those problem areas, and over the course of an hour do a sprint in order to help uncover and start those early conversations between all those SBIR companies on the line and then the government stakeholders. So we're looking forward to that.
So when you're talking about a sprint, for those viewers who are kind of chiming in, you hear this oftentimes. You hear about sprints when you're talking about programming, computer programming, quick design. So when you think about a sprint, the point is exactly that. Hey, we're going to get together. We're going to get the minds together, the brains together. We're going to throw everything we have at it to, as quickly as we can, go from a problem area to a solution area, or a potential solution area.
Yeah, exactly. And so it looks like they're queued up. And so let's cut over to the white room and see Chris O'Connor and I-MSC.
During that week when I do the Innovation Rodeo, we work with a pitch consulting team that was awesome, and is currently a phase 1 company through the SBIR process that really helped these airmen know how to pitch their problems and ask for what they needed and what they wanted to make these happen. So we're really excited to find solutions to these problems, especially this ARAF, as we call it, and see what we can do to work through the SBIR realm and move these ideas forward and find these scalable solutions.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Another thing I did want to mention, so as the center, the Installation and Mission Support Center, our goal is to think about enterprise-wide solutions. And so a lot of the Spark cells and the different levels of the Air Force bring together these particular ideas, and they focus on base and installation specific problems. And our goal is to try to take some of those and apply them across the Air Force enterprise for mission support. So kind of give you guys an idea of how we operate and how we want to move forward. Any questions on that specific? If you want to chat them or ask them before we move into the presentation. Anything to add?
Hey, Dustin, this is Chris again. I just made a couple notes on some things I thought you mentioned, which were really important and just show the level of sophistication you all are operating at. One, I think what's important that I mentioned earlier is you talked through the rigorous vetting process that you go through, which I think at this point gives a lot of confidence in terms of your understanding of this particular problem and the value that it could provide Air Force-wide, not just at individual bases. The second thing that I picked up that I thought was really interesting is you do reach out to the program executive offices and other organizations to see if this is something that has legs for transition and scaling. And I think that's critically important. You heard several of the talks earlier today talk a little bit about that valley of death and how to cross that. And I think that specific step that you're taking is incredibly important to that. So kudos to you guys for doing that. And then the third one that I thought was really interesting was because of where you sit as an organization, you're able to take an enterprise-wide view of problems that are sourced organically and in a decentralized way. So you're having problems filtered up from bases across the Air Force, and where you sit, you're able to take a very enterprise-wide view of those problems and understand which ones may be base specific potentially and which ones have the potential to make an impact on the entire enterprise. And so just wanted to call out those 3 points and just say kudos to you and the organization for doing those things. And I'll go ahead and share the slides for you guys again.
All right, thank you, sir. So yeah, when he's pulling up the slides, I'll just briefly kind of talk about augmented reality for utility locate. So we had a phenomenal airman by the name of Senior Airman Strausser come in and present this particular idea. And so what it is we have communications squadrons and civilian engineering squadrons. Think of Department of Public Works. And they locate utilities on a constant and regular basis. And so they just need a method to do that more rapidly. They're wasting a lot of man hours going through and trying to locate the utilities by pinging the line and spray painting and finding that particular line. The goal here is to take geospatial information system data that the Air Force currently holds and then overlay that data into some type of augmented reality device or user display. And so that's really what we're trying to do here. And so since you got the slides up, you can just continue to the next slide, please, Chris. Thank you. So as previously stated, they send a tone, both CE and COM, they send a tone down a utility path, and the path is marked accordingly. Next slide. And so it's like we said, they're trying to limit the amount of man hours it takes to do a specific task. And if you look if you click to the next slide, it'll kind of bring up the problem defined. It takes quite a few hours to do that. And so the goal here is to use exactly what I said earlier, geospatial information system data to overlay utility locations. And so what this will allow the end users to do, both COM, the communication squadrons for line locates, and also utility locates for CE, it'll allow them to accurately identify those particular records using geospatial information systems. They can do it for repairs. Whenever somebody comes in and we get requests for geospatial information, it could be sent to those particular users for request. And so that's really the goal, is to transfer that data to a device. Next slide. So again, this talks about the particular solution, 35 to 50% faster, 1,180 hours saved annually, 80% up to 80% less time required for validation. So the real kicker here is how many man hours this goal and effort, this idea, this innovation would save. It would save tremendous amount of man hours across the Air Force. You know, each individual installation has communications and CE squadrons that use this system and set of systems. And so the goal is to reduce the man hours associated to save the Air Force, you know, millions of dollars across the enterprise. Next slide. Again, there's been commercial success, and we'll kind of go through this. There's been, so this was the pitch deck that they pitched to get senior leader buy-in. So we don't have to go through all these steps, but you can kind of see the problem set is we want to be able to accurately capture the GIS data, have an overlay through augmented reality or similar device. We want to be able to directly feed into the system, possibly have for official use only information in either in the storage location where the data is pulled from, or have a separate location that just uses the data and pulls it forward. If you could go to the next slide, please. So this is the current support. Next slide. And we can go through the specific asks. You can just click through these. We can go to the very end. So really, some of the particular efforts that they're trying to accomplish with this, especially when it was briefed, is they want to be able to reduce the amount of man hours associated with line and utility locates, and accurately provide information, so it's easier to find those utilities and do particular tasks. I know when we talk to the subject matter experts, one of the key particular items with this was they want to be able to integrate into existing processes. So they don't want to add a cumbersome process on top of the way they currently operate. They want to try to implement these into the standard operating procedure so that they could easily go out and do the line and utility locates. Also, it doesn't really matter what method it is. We say augmented reality, but really what we would like to do is take that geospatial data and overlay it into a visual platform that is easier to locate than particular line pings and spray paint. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions. We have some questions on the Q&A, and I'm just wondering, have we unmuted?
All right, thank you. That was just Chris O'Connor, Harpoon, and the I-MSC folks. So really some great stuff there. But we want to explore the various rooms. So we're going to cut over to San Francisco now in Business Model Inc. and actually see what they're doing. So they're going to be talking about their methodologies of innovation and how Silicon Valley does it.
Yeah,
so
one more room.
Over to the blue room, please.
Like teaching people in trainings, like how to use our tools and also like how to use design thinking, but ultimately how to innovate better. So let's deep dive a bit into co-innovation, which is one of our most appealing and yet challenging value propositions. So what is co-innovation? Well, for many companies, innovation, and in particular co-innovation, it seems an impossible task, just as the equation 1 + 1 = 3. So we help companies solve this task, innovating directly with their partners, also with customers, to creating new innovative offerings that actually exceed the sum of its collective parts. So let me show you a few examples of what we did do in the past in terms of co-innovation. So the whole term and also our value proposition, co-innovation, it all started with CHILL. CHILL, that stands for Cisco Hyper Innovation Living Lab. And that all started in 2017 when Cisco approached us. And we were talking about how can we actually make things happen, like innovation with different companies, with giants from the industry. So as you see at the bottom, it was Cisco together with Intel, GE, also with Citibank, and the German logistics provider DB Schenker. So we brought all those guys together in one room in San Francisco in the Palace of Fine Arts. We brought senior leaders of those 5 multinational organizations together, and we helped them go through the process of co-innovation. So from starting with an initial idea, coming to pre-concepts, then also doing customer validation on the spot, getting further into deeper understanding of the customer, business modeling, even up to prototypes. And in the end, there was even an investor pitch. So we created new innovative offerings all around the topic of securing the digitized supply chain. Another example that I can show you, we also did do co-innovation with GE and Ericsson. And at that time, it was about co-creation of a shared vision, prototypes, and also business models for the future of smart manufacturing. So how could actually these two giants, GE and Ericsson, how could they create new innovative offerings around industrial IoT, around 5G, virtual reality, augmented reality, and also artificial intelligence? So we business models, we designed and also facilitated a 2-day workshop together with GE, with also Ericsson, but then also we invited a bunch of handpicked startups And we were working on, in 3 groups, we're working on 3 pitches. We also had a investment pitch at the very end with the C-suite executives from GE and Ericsson. And we walked these 3 groups through a bunch of our tools, through our innovation process with a customer journey, uncovering customer needs, but also, of course, doing the business modeling, figuring out what are the value propositions that customers actually are willing to pay money for. And we also, for that reason, also did do some customer validation on the spot. And ultimately, we also thought about, okay, what will happen after? How do we actually proceed once we get out of the room? So we also did do game and action plans for the next 100 days after that workshop, and also designing the go-to-market strategies. And of course, everything needed to be refined after. But in the end, for us, it's not about just designing a 2-day experience. Everyone is stoked and excited about that, and then everyone gets back to normal and everything is forgotten. For us, it's really important, like that also our way of working and also our outcomes are actually sustainable, and there's happening something after. So these outcomes from the co-innovation, GE and Ericsson, it was basically 3 business models that were created in those 2 days. And 2 of those even got funded in the investment pitch. So that was critical asset tracking and also real-time digital quality control. And yeah, GE and Ericsson, they're working in a joint venture style still on these 2 projects and also bringing them further. And the very last example I want to show you in terms of co-innovation, it is another chill, this time together with Ricoh, Woodside, and Rockwell Automation. And this chill, we facilitated and ran that last year in San Jose together with those 4 giants. And I want to show you a video so you get a bit of a better impression how that all looks like and how does it really look like in reality.
We're here in Silicon Valley with 4 giants of the industry who've come together to partner in the design of industry-disrupting solutions. We believe the future of Industry 4.0 is actually the connection in between humans and machines. We're talking about end-to-end automation, optimized resources, reduced waste, and sustainability.
And you kind of see the energy in the room, figuring out solutions to our hard problems that we all have.
This is an ecosystem of technology and talent. The pace, the speed, the prototyping, the end users, it's happening in a way that you don't see.
The build teams were just the most amazing contributions. They sucked out ideas from our conversation.
They stayed up all night, developed a full-fledged prototype.
It was a physical manifestation of everything that you've been talking about.
All of a sudden, your concept takes life.
Having 40 or 50 end users right here on site with us means we can get lots of feedback really quickly. The teams are really operating at the cusp of what's possible right now.
It's really where people are going to leapfrog the opportunities in the market.
It's absolutely just watching the pressure cooker happen over 2 days. Coming together like a mosh pit of ideas, but in the end, they all have to agree.
So that demo reveal, for a lot of teams, it's make or break.
When you have a good idea, bring in an end user, and then they chop down 80% of your idea, really gets you down to the core of what's useful very quickly.
What I'm trying to do is help guide them towards creating a better product. We fail forward and look at what it is that didn't work. It makes you reassess. Suddenly the world opens up to you.
Often it's that moment that really defines what they're going to bring on stage.
Very late in the piece, we had to pivot. It was the point at which the team came together and we gelled and went, okay, it was a freight train towards the final destination.
Over the last 48 hours, we've been through round after round of prototyping and end user feedback. So these teams can be completely confident that the pipeline of innovations are truly market ready. This moment, this is what it all comes down to. Investors, I'd like to ask you, who'd like to support this team as they take their next step? All right.
We were very excited. We were very happy with the outcome. It was like giving birth. Oh my goodness! What a great out here!
There wasn't one idea that wasn't pitched that I didn't think had incredible value.
Yeah, it was so damn good.
Yeah. For cash, check, or international wire transfer.
All right, let's work. Chill is about outcomes. It's about building a pipeline that we're going to execute together into the future. Our question to you is, are you in?
Okay, so yeah, I still think in my mind, definitely the entire chill, the Cisco Hyper Innovation 11 Labs, it's definitely our most appealing value proposition. Really, really challenging. And that pressure cooker, well, as you've seen in the video, like everyone is super excited and even after, but it's really a great project. And also like, it's a total different style of working with companies, working together and bringing like giants from the industry together and co-innovating with them. But big question, why? Why do we all do that? Why is it actually important to change the ways of innovation and to change the ways of working? So, well, business as usual, business as we know, as we all know business, it's dead. And the world has changed. We all know those appliances from the past, the Game Boy, a Sony Walkman, an old Kodak camera, CD-ROMs. Also, one of my first smartphones, the Nokia. We all know those, but nowadays the world has changed. It's all in there. It's all in the iPhone or in a Samsung Galaxy, whatever. So the iPhone or any smartphone comprises it all. It definitely has changed, and there's many, many more changes around us. Another example for changes in publishing. So we don't carry around books anymore. Well, we just have our e-reader, our Kindle, or we read it on our smartphone. Also in ownership also did change. So we don't own music anymore and going into record stores and buying vinyls or CDs. No, we just simply stream media, streaming media and entertainment. We use Spotify listening to our most favorite songs, or we do it in Apple Music, any kind of streaming services that we actually consume, but it's not about ownership anymore. Also in production and manufacturing, there's a lot of changes. So mass production, we still know that, like same cars all over, but nowadays it's actually hyper flexible micro factories. So customers' needs have changed. Customers ask for hyper individualized products. And also in public transport is another example. And of course, one of my fields that I'm working in and most interested in. Well, we all know that example, standing in New York or anywhere in the world, waiting for a cab. It's raining outside. Every cab driver is busy, so there's no cabs coming. But well, nowadays, we just simply hail a ride. We take our cell phone, go into Uber or Lyft or any other ride-hailing service, ask for a car, and we got picked up at the spot where we are and also dropped off anywhere where we wanna get dropped off. Super easy, super convenient. And also the next step of a hailing service is almost there. Flight hailing as a next step for any kind of service in terms of getting from A to B in a simple and very, very easy way. And yeah, you might have heard of those so-called flying cars or the more real notion, eVTOL, so electrical vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. And there's a multitude of companies who are already working on those eVTOLs, startups also of any kind. As an example, as here in the picture, City Airbus being able to carry up to 4 passengers, and Airbus plans to deploy that as of the latest announcements by 2023. But also there's many more companies, as I said, working on that. For instance, the German Volocopter backed by Mercedes-Benz by Daimler. Also Lilium, the guys from Munich. But then also top left, the picture, Cora Kitty Hawk, that now has actually a strategic partnership with Boeing, dubbed Whisk. And again, also Airbus Vahana. While all these demonstrators, all these concepts are still not ready for certification and also not being ready yet for being deployed. Some of the companies, they also prepare for entry of services off these VTOLs. And they prepare for that with like the common vehicles that we nowadays have to offer flight hailing. So basically helicopter hailing. Just as a few examples, and there's even more than those what you see in the slide. There's Uber with Ubercopter offering helicopter hailing in New York City. And then also Blade in New York, Los Angeles, in San Francisco, the Bay Area, Las Vegas. Then another Airbus company, Vroom in the picture, top left. They offer flight hailing in Sao Paulo, in Mexico City, but nowadays also in the Bay Area and San Francisco. And also in Asia, as an example, Ascent Urban Air Mobility, offering hailing in Manila, in KL, in Bangkok. There's many, many more companies than those. They look already into the third dimension of urban mobility, transporting people easily from A to B and avoiding actually traffic jams on ground. Just a few facts on the company I was talking about, Blade, offering flight hailing services in New York, as you see in that picture in the example. So you simply book by the seat, or you can also get a pass or an annual membership. And I mean, like the convenient part, of course, it's not really cheap, but the convenience, it's getting from JFK Airport to like downtown Lower Manhattan in 5 minutes instead of 40 minutes or even more in an Uber, or more than 1 hour in public transport. So for $195, you can get in 5 minutes from JFK to Manhattan. Pretty cool in my mind. And Blade, they nowadays, well, as of March 25th last year, they offer 22 core routes in the US, flying already and transporting their passengers from A to B. So you see, there's a lot of changes happening, and the rate of change, it is exponential. Those are our requirements. Everything needs to be connected. Smart cities, we want to have smart cities. We want to have all the information available in the most convenient way. Also smart home, we want to know what's happening. We want to switch off our light from our cell phone, switch on the dishwasher, having like all the information available in the cloud, being able to see what's happening and also to steer everything from the cloud. So yeah, another thing, everything needs to be a service nowadays. And of course, with the advent of the cloud computing era, it's been all around us. Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. But even today, it's quite natural to us. We require media or entertainment as a service, as I said before, Spotify or also Apple Music. Mobility as a service, such as Uber, Lyft, and also all these other ride-hailing companies. Basically, we require everything being a service. And yeah, data is the new oil. Bringing me to the point, like all those successful companies, those success stories from Silicon Valley, what is it that makes these companies tick? But also, what is it that makes those companies so successful? In my mind, and also what we found with business models, when we were looking into like, what are those success stories of the companies, they separate search from execution. So execution, that's like exploiting certainty, exploiting your current business model, forecasting, writing plans, and just doing like always the way, like continuing the way you were working, making it bigger and bigger, but just basically really exploiting your current business. But then the interesting part, it's the other side. It's the search mode. Actually, search, that's what startups do. They experiment, they set up experiments, they want to learn. They, as I said before, failing fast. They want to learn fast also. They cope with uncertainty and they embrace uncertainty. And they don't dare to get disrupted. So they want to disrupt before they get disrupted. And industries, they're never disrupted by new technologies alone. AI, yeah, it's cool, but on its own, it's simply algorithms. But robots are just robots until the point when they get plugged into a business model. So as an example, robotics as a service in manufacturing, helping companies to deal with rising automation and also dealing with tighter global competition. So robotics as a service allows companies to use robots for short-term needs. And they do not have to invest like on a long-term in any machines or robots. So they can just simply require those robots as a service, help them with their current peak in manufacturing. But disruption, it's never about creating, it's all about creating new business models. It's never about like just finding a new technology. It's creating those new business models that might have like some new technology components. And by means of that, you can create those paradigm shifts for industries and also paradigm shifts for competition. So then now that's where many companies are. And the big question is, of course, how can you get toward the edge of innovation? How can you actually make that shift happen? I want to talk at the very end part of my presentation. I want to talk about 6 substantial business model shifts, 6 shifts that we as a company have seen over the past few years. And I want to dive a bit deeper into these shifts and give you some explanations and also some analogies and examples for those. First shift, It's the digital shift from analog to digital. And as an example, Netflix, the media service provider and production company that creates accessibility and filters, that's their value proposition basically, like with their on-demand streaming platform. But let's look back really quick. How did it all start with Netflix? It was in April 1998 when Netflix actually was launched as the world's first online DVD rental store. So at that time, Netflix, they had 30 employees and a bit more than 900 titles available on DVD. They rented out these titles, these CDs, and sent them via mail to their customers. But only 1 year later, Netflix went through the first substantial shift in their business model. So they said, well, what if we actually, what if we change our revenue model? So instead of a pay-per-rent model with rates and due dates, let's actually change that and pivot into a subscription model. So basically, our customers subscribe and can get a bunch of videos in a defined period of time. And yeah, nearly 1 decade later, Netflix, they made that crucial, substantial shift in their business model, getting away from physical DVDs, so getting away from like an analog model. And to date, well, Netflix, it's the primary business of Netflix. It's a subscription-based streaming service. So a digital online streaming offering with a library of films and TV programs, including, of course, their in-house productions. But whatever it is, it's all digital. You can select and choose on whatever device you're using, from your smart TV, from your smartphone. You can just simply stream it online in a digital way. So with that digital platform, Netflix was able to actually rapidly expand into new regions, acquiring new customer bases and getting more and more subscriptions. And yeah, if you compare Netflix to other on-demand streaming services, Hulu Plus, Facebook, or also Amazon Prime, Netflix still is the leader by far, with close to 170 million of paying streaming subscribers, actually as of the last quarter last year. Second shift I want to talk about, it is the platform shift. So going from a pipeline model to a platform. So for that, it's essential to notice that value for the platform model, it's not created in the transaction. It's the interaction where the value is created. And an example, a very good example for this, it's Airbnb. So what is it that Airbnb does? They create a platform for people to interact. So basically, they're connecting travelers who are searching for a room with people, with renters who actually want to rent out their room and also make an additional amount of money. And Airbnb, they have more stays and more room bookings than all the other hotel brands taken together without even owning any assets. Another example in this context, it's Alibaba, an e-commerce platform connecting sellers and buyers. And nowadays, yeah, Alibaba, they have grown into a giant beast of the internet. They're looking almost into every aspect of the internet. The third shift, it's the services shift. So from products to services. An example, you might not have heard of that, Mud Jeans, offering jeans as a service. And another example, you can take BMW, but also two other German auto manufacturers, Mercedes or also Audi with the silver car here in the US. So offering vehicle as a service, mobility as a service. So you as a user, you do not have to take care of the entire ownership model of all the costs that accrue to ownership, to the lease, to insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So you simply rent that car for a short amount of time, and you just simply go from A to B, drop the car, get out, and you're done. So just using that vehicle as a service. Next, pretty interesting shift, it's the social shift. So from profit to social, or in other words, profit with a purpose. So this means actually value is created, not exclusively with the shareholders, moving beyond profit. That's the crucial aspect for the social shift, moving towards social. I want to talk about two examples here. First one, Patagonia. It's a great example in this context in my mind. So Patagonia, they're committed to a sustainable business. They want to create social responsibility in terms of profit orientation. And another one, well, as you can read on the slide, exceptional heart and soul. It's Tom's shoes. So the company of Blake McCoskey, he's a young entrepreneur who actually put corporate social responsibility into the core of Tom Shoe's business models. And he launched the campaign together with his team, of course, 1 for 1. 1 for 1 meaning that they donate one pair of shoes to someone who is in the need of shoes, who's not able to buy a pair of shoes, for every pair that their customers buy. So it's in my mind, it's an outstanding example for social impact and also for creating corporate social responsibility. Another shift I want to talk about, it's the circular shift. And you see that also happening with a lot of companies nowadays, from a singular model to circular. So value is actually created in reducing waste and also in reusing the means of manufacturing, in recycling whatever they do. And the value propositions the customer are paying for, it's that circularity. Customers are paying, for instance, for plastic roads, but also for apparel made out of plastic bottles. An example here, it's Adidas, and they launched that campaign, Adidas Parley. So shoes that are actually made from recycled ocean plastic. And of course, another good thing that Adidas at that time did, they also plugged in technology like 3D manufacturing technologies, 3D printing, to be able to produce the shoes in a great manner and also to handle those new kinds of materials like ocean plastic to create shoes and also to be able to scale. And another example, it's Signify. The company is formerly known as Philips Lighting. So Signify, they're the world leader in lighting, and they provide their customers with high quality with energy efficient lighting. And in detail, Signify, what they do is they design lighting solutions in a circular way. What they do is they offer services such as disassembly of the light bulbs, reuse, refurbishing, and then also parts harvesting for a longer lifetime, recycling. So they're really interested in creating that circular model, circular lighting, with that responsibility, like taking care of our environment and also having that sustainability aspect in the core of their business model. Last shift I want to talk about, it's the exponential shift, maybe like one of the most interesting, moving your business model from a linear to an exponential business model. And so ultimately, what does that mean? It's like having non-linear growth, and you might heard of it, well, hockey stick growth. Of course, that's every entrepreneur would be interested in, like actually getting towards a hockey stick growth for his or her company. And a few examples here: Uber with their exponential platform, connecting drivers who offer a ride to riders who are in the need of ride in exchange of money. And also, again, the Netflix example, it's a great example for an exponential business model. So Netflix, they're almost in every country and all over the world nowadays. And but what makes Netflix actually exponential? What characterizes their exponentiality? So it's their exponential algorithms that stand out amongst all those other streaming platforms. So Netflix, they've gone through a massive global expansion. Just in 7 years, they expanded to 190 countries with their on-demand streaming platform. And the most interesting part is their platform, it caters to the diverse needs of their customers globally. So in their algorithms, they recommend you as like individual recommendations based on whatever you have watched last time. They recommend you like this or that movie might also be interesting for you. So it's really that algorithm that actually creates that, what I said before, that hyper-individualized custom experience. And of course, as a subscriber, you can watch your favorite shows on whatever device, whatever smart device it is. You can watch it anywhere, anytime. And even while airborne, you just download that movie or that TV show, and you can even watch it when you do not have any internet connection at all. And yeah, there's many more examples for all those different business model shifts I was talking about before. Yeah, but you might ask yourself, how can I prepare me? How can I prepare my business to also move toward the edge of innovation, to prepare that shift? Well, certainly, looking at these shifts again in a bit more depth might be a good start to get toward or like to get also some impressions how to use that, and reflecting to what extent some of these elements I was talking about might be relevant, so that you can actually also initiate a shift for your company, for your business model. Yeah, all these shifts and many more, they will be part of our next book that is scheduled for the end of summer this year, The Business Model Shift. And if you're interested, you can already pre-order that book in Amazon. It's already out there. But as I said, going to be scheduled and available by the end of summer this year. And you can also find way more content regarding business model shifts, but also content about everything that I was talking in this presentation before on our website, Business Models Inc. Yeah, and of course, just keep in mind, reading alone, it will never do the job for you. It's about creation. It's really about actively creating your strategic shifts to go beyond, to move toward that edge of innovation I was talking about. So I'm now at the end of my talk today, and I would like to open it up for questions. Thanks for listening in, and yeah, Danielle, handing it over to you again.
All right, thank you, Toby. That was Toby out of one of the Collider breakout rooms.
Yeah.
So really great stuff. I mean, Business Model Inc. is, I mean, it's an internationally renowned company.
Yeah.
And I mean, what his points were, you know, with innovation and actually how to actualize it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing some, you know, great stuff, great work.
And that's one of the things you don't, you know, we talked about several things that you, as you're thinking about innovation, you're like, gosh, I never thought about that. But you're exactly right. There's a lot of great ideas. But how do you put the rubber to the road? How do you actually start moving forward? And as you said, actionalize things. That's hugely, hugely important. And we have more coming up still, going back to STRATFI here.
Yeah, and so we are, you know, the STRATFI, the 20 STRATFI companies, you know, they're currently pitching. And so, you know, we're going to cut to that room and we're going to watch some of the STRATFI companies as they go through what they're delivering to the Air Force.
Yeah.
So over to the STRATFI room.
And AETC, Air Mobility, AFSOC, PACAF, SDPE, and PEO ISR SOF, and then OSD, RRTO, Army ASALT, and SOCOM PEO Special Reconnaissance. And this is a quite broad coalition of people that have come together to, I think, face a very similar DoD-wide challenge. And it's this challenge that data collection and analysis are widely dispersed and can't be rapidly tasked by end users. Right? Our current ConOps is a situation where we're at the point of need. We need an insight, we call up HQ. HQ will dispatch a theater asset. That asset will fly to the point of need back. Data will fly to the US, and then it will weeks and months later come back to the point of need. This is a very centralized, slow sort of process. We can change this now using technology, particularly when you consider the significant investments made by the Air Force in in-house organic data collection platforms, sensors, and compute availability. And this is what TOGA proposes to do, is to take this decision timeline, push it forward to the tactical edge, and get the insight time down to minutes and hours. This allows us to do some very powerful things. We think about the challenge right now of mission planning and other GeoInt type activities. It's a relatively old school sort of capability with old insights. Using new technology, we can really start to inflect this. And TOGA allows us to fully automate the virtualization of the battle space in full 3D. And this can be done at very high accuracy, very quickly, at massive scales, in a manner that is forward deployable and push button operable by an end user, that also has the benefit of allowing us to decentralize decision making. This is powered by some very interesting, unique technology. There's a lot of data fusion, particularly on the 3D GeoInt side, that is powered by a very powerful stack of AI, machine learning, and deep learning that lets us do 3D computer vision on 3D data sets. We do this in a very scalable, high-performance compute manner that is also forward deployable. I'll show some examples of what this means operationally. Enview has a pretty decent history and track record of deploying into the commercial sector, particularly within critical energy infrastructure. We have done some pretty amazing things as far as reducing decision timelines and actioning large data sets. Processes that previously would have taken 6 to 7 months now can be done in order 1 to 2 days. And this is the sort of capability increase we're excited to bring to Airmen. So what can you do with this, right? You can start to get some very granular insights with this. This is showing now the ability to look at a 3D data scene, automatically label objects, ground, buildings, vegetation, power lines, vehicles, etc., and then use AI processes to find insights. And for this particular customer, this is a power line company. Obviously, this is a scary tree for a wildfire risk scenario, but you can find these very granular insights in very big areas through the power of distributed computing and software containerization. So being able to run compute in a scalable manner that lets you scale up to thousands of cores or down to a Toughbook scale environment lets you have a lot of flexibility. And that does let you look at very interesting AORs. This is 5,000 square kilometers across the entire state of California, a high-res 3D terrain baseline with 3D structures, line of sight, et cetera, being calculated, all within the span of a couple of hours. This also allows you to do some very powerful things as far as genuine, meaningful change detection. So if we think about image-based change detection, it's quite challenging on 2D. So this is a before, and then I'll show an after from a wildfire situation. It's hard for a computer to find the meaningful change based on the imagery, but on the 3D data set, what you're seeing here now is the volumetric 3D change.
All right. Hey, thanks for joining us back here on the live stream out of AFWERX Austin at Capital Factory. Another great partner right here at Capital Factory, where we share office space with, is Army Applications Lab. So this is an Army innovation organization, a part of Army's Futures. And Alan was nice enough to join us to talk 10, 15 minutes about what is the Army Application Lab, what's Army's future, and what direction is our joint partners, where are they going?
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me here and way to talk the Army message and get the information about Army Applications Lab. So on behalf of my director, Colonel Len Rosenoff, who's a Special Forces officer, who is the director of Army Applications Lab, we are a subordinate directorate of Army Futures Command, which is just 2 blocks away here on West 7th Street. So we are the youngest of all of the innovation organizations. We just do it for the Army. So once again, working in collaboration with our friends down here with AFWERX. And it's just an absolute pleasure to talk to you guys and say, how can we make things better for all the soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines across the DoD? Because essentially, we're here to partner strategically to make things better for everybody across the DoD, not just the Army. About me, so I'm one of the active duty folks that work in the headquarters and AAL, major aviator by trade, and since I came here, stayed in a couple Holiday Inn Expresses, so now I'm an expert in venture capitalism, business development, innovation.
Of course.
You know, trying to add that to the portfolio to help out everybody. But it's great to be here in the great city of Austin and just see how much technology and just how the small businesses and the non-traditional partners that we're trying to engage with can truly innovate to drive solutions to make things better for the soldiers.
Well, that's awesome. And, you know, the joint partnerships, I think, are key. You know, us collaborating, I mean, maybe we can find a joint solution early so we can co-invest and partner so it meets both our use cases. And so, you know, specifically with the Army Applications Lab, so, you know, how is it positioned and what type of activities are you doing? So, you know, a lot of people probably see, you know, they see AFWERX, AFWIC, SoftWorks, they see NavalX. So, you know, how, you know, what is Army Applications Lab and how are they tackling this paradigm?
So that's a great question. So as I said, that we are a subordinate directorate of Army Futures Command. That's one thing that makes us a little different is we have a headquarters that is actually built and designed around to streamline the Army's modernization process and to speed up and inform and de-risk all of our projects to bring in non-traditionals and help out the warfighter in a multitude of ways. So we are the innovation unit for the Army, and we're just excited to do anything between leveraging our open topics through our broad agency announcement that you can find on aal.army. We're working in concert with, obviously, you guys now with the joint topics that just went out for 20.1 and more to come out later. So this is really showing everybody now how the Army is coming to the table to partner with our other innovation services to truly make things better and bring in technology that we may or may not know about and put it into the hands of the end user.
Yeah, no, and that's awesome. And so, you know, very similar mission as AFWERX, and you know, it's great to see. And you know, I think you bring up a really important point. And so, where AFWERX lives within, you know, the staff of the headquarters, you know, we're not a part of a major command. So, you know, there's some probably benefits of being a part of Army's Futures. And so, maybe you could talk about a little bit about, you know, what Army's Futures is, and you know, how big Army is positioning them to drive the service into the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, modernization is a huge priority for the Chief of Staff who sets the modernization priorities for the Army. And as we realized throughout the past 10, 15 years that we haven't really done as good a job as we could have to really modernize the Army and innovate to be able to keep up with technology to make sure the Army is the most dominant land force for the future to come. And that's where the entrepreneurs really come in. That's what AAL is here for, but then leveraging our headquarters, Army Futures Command, that's truly to wrap our heads around this arduous process of modernization and acquisitions to how do we leverage the best and the brightest minds, stay at the cutting edge of technology. We have an entire command that is now dedicated to that process, so therefore we can bring the best, brightest minds into our ecosystem. It's about talent management, finding the right solution for the right problem, and obviously try to innovate and iterate as much as we can, move further, faster, more efficient, and ultimately, as I said, help out the soldier on the ground, because that is the #1 customer.
Yeah, and us, within AFWERX and the Air Force Innovation Organization, we have very similar sentiments. So with that, it's awesome to see, what you guys are doing. And so, something interesting that you said, you mentioned like acquisitions. And so, you started off, you're not an acquisitions guy.
Not at all. I can't even spell acquisitions.
I know, it's a tough word. I'm a pilot too. And so, trying to spell acquisitions every time, Google or Word gets me and they red underline and I have to right click on it. It's a tough word. And so, so it's interesting strategy. So you don't have an acquisitions background. However, they're taking you out of the cockpit, out of the Apache, and which you add a lot of value there as a frontline operator. So how are they managing that, and why are they bringing in folks at the point in the spear? Why are they bringing you into Army Applications Lab and Army's Futures?
Well, it's interesting is that Army Futures Command is one of the efforts within our HRC's, Human Resources Command Talent Management, is to be one of the 100% filled units. Is that it just goes to show how modernization is a very, very high priority issue for everybody working in the building within the Army staff and the Secretariat. Is we take modernization seriously. So we're trying to get everybody here to fill up this headquarters and be able to get after modernization. And between the cross-functional teams that have been around now for a couple years, they now are one of the primary feeders of modernization and the frontline requesters of modernization to the headquarters. So if you see how we're aligned between the Army's modernization strategy that's nested with the Army vision, that's those two strategic documents coming out of the Pentagon, is Army Futures Command is really here to leverage those, find out what is the best solution to keep the cross-functional teams resourced so they can drive capacity in order to get it out to the program managers and the program executive officers. The CFTs and the PMs, PEOs, those are truly the ones that we are driving capability to. And you mentioned about how bringing me out of the cockpit is not just me, but there's a whole bunch of other end users around this enterprise that we're soliciting feedback from. As I said, soldiers are the #1 priority to put capability into their hands. Getting that soldier feedback, those are the #1 areas that we're trying to source problems from, the end users, and get them involved as early as possible so they can iterate with the folks that are developing that technology to streamline the process and bring a much better, viable product early and iterate often to ultimately make a hardware or software solution that much more user-friendly and better in the hands of the soldier.
That's awesome. And so, this is one of the challenges I think, trying to almost make it a part of the end user's job to have that mentality. And so, I won't lie, we haven't figured it out within the Air Force. We are iterating on how you get access to those end users.
Oh, absolutely.
So what are some strategies that AAL or Army Futures Command, how are you getting that information from the end user?
Well, #1 is Army Applications Lab is a problem-centric organization. We are not going to divert resources to anything unless we have a fully developed problem statement. And we tend to get our problem statements from probably 4 main areas. Soldiers, #1, with relationships like just up the road at Fort Hood, the PMs and PEOs, who I said before, the cross-functional teams, absolutely, and then the people that deal in requirements, the CDIDs, okay? They solicit some of the things that they need help on. We have a team that takes those, think of a requirements document. Right. It's this big laundry list of like industry or engineer speak. Our team takes that, unwraps it full of jargon, puts it into a concise paragraph that any of our industry partners can discern, and we articulate to them. This is what the Army is looking at. And it gets after a couple things that we find absolutely imperative to do to make the Army a better business partner is we want to be transparent. We want to bring you in behind the curtain and let you know exactly what we're thinking about. And if your hardware or software solution needs testing, needs some kind of data, ultimately we're going to try to help you out with access. Get you access to a camp poster station so you can test or talk to those end users, soldiers, to figure out how to best develop your product. Because if you'd open your iPhone and say, Siri, call the Army, Siri's going to be confused, not going to know how to do that. That's why we're driving everybody to Army Applications Lab. We are the literal front door to Army Futures Command and the modernization enterprise between our website, the digital front door, and then upstairs on the 8th floor here at the Capitol Factory, the literal front door that any kind of problem solver, big, small, prime, non-standard, doesn't matter. We're solution agnostic and size agnostic. It's if you have the right solution for our problems, we're willing to talk to you and ultimately try to find a way to transact.
Oh, that's awesome. And so, recognizing, well, I do believe we have our joint partners, on the line with us right now. But, so if I was an airman, right, at a base, and, we have, soldier type problems. I mean, there's probably a lot of problem sets that we
Absolutely.
share. And so if I was an airman, maybe at Randolph Air Force Base, which is San Antonio right down the road, and I was like, oh, maybe I could, how would I reach out to Army's Future as an airman at a base, as an end user?
Well, ultimately, the number one way is to probably go through your service-specific innovation unit. So Air Force would reach up to AFWERX, and through our relationships, we're absolutely starting to blossom, is that we have a relationship with you, you have a relationship for us, we can cross-pollinate. Because a lot of the times now in the information age is we need to get out of these industrial processes of opening up a DoD white pages or try to find somebody on the global. It really comes down to relationships, and that's another thing that we're really trying to get after, is to be able to connect the end user or a problem solver with either a decision maker or somebody who has the most relevant information. So in the case of a cross-service solution is if you and I talk, you bring me Air Force's problems or potentially solutions and vice versa. I'm going to share them with you because we can't operate in our stovepipes of excellence, as I like to call them, is because that is the absolute killer of innovation. And in this modernization enterprise that we're trying to get after, if data is power, I can't keep it all. Because as a non-acquisition officer or somebody that's been doing this after staying in a Holiday Inn Express, I need to share that information and basically leverage the talent that's in the other services and across the DoD to ensure that we are operating on that cutting edge to bring the best and brightest solution forward.
Yeah, no, and I couldn't agree more. And I actually have one thing that we talk about to talk to you about because I actually have a mobile generator out of the contingency response wings, which is think of the first responders to disasters worldwide. The service that owns power generation is actually the Army. And so they're the service lead. And so this is a use case that started at an Air Force base, and now there's probably a great opportunity to cross-pollinate those ideas. So we should talk offline after we're done. And
Absolutely.
This, specific thing. So, the great thing and, what we're going to transition to next is we have the STRATFI pitches finishing up. And this is a great opportunity for those joint solutions coming to bear. And so where we're going to go to, we're going to finish up the STRATFI pitches, do a closing there, and then we're going to go to other Collider breakout rooms. So Alan, for AFWERX, the Capitol Factory team, thank you for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to do more work in the future.
Yeah, and ending comments, if anybody wants to try to reach out to the Army, remember our web portal is aal.army, Army Applications Lab, aal.army, and you can reach me at Alan, ALAN, at aal.army. So that is your point of contact to transact with the Army if you couldn't get a hold of somebody at the Air Force. But hey, thanks for having me today.
Alan,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, so now over to the STRATFI room.
Letting you share your screen there.
It is not. That is correct.
Okay, let's see here. All right, I'm going to try to reset it one time. If that doesn't work, then we'll go through options here. All right, I've reset the privileges.
At ICON. First and foremost, I wanted to thank AFWERX and STRATFI for the opportunity to participate in the SBIR program. It has been integral to our success at this stage. And I'd also like to take a moment to recognize that the vast majority of the technological advancement that's taken place in this country over the course of the last 100 years has been in partnership and close ties to the servicemen and women of the United States Air Force. So we greatly appreciate that technology and the opportunity to leverage our technology in a partnership. With that said, what ICON does is leverages three things: advanced materials, robotics, and software to create a platform that allows us to 3D print structures of all different verticals, from affordable housing all the way up to bivouac shelters and forward operating base materials. And we're able to do that because of the digital nature of our design files. So with the agnostic nature of a 3D printer at scale, which our printer is 30 feet tall, about 28 feet wide, 15 feet tall, 30 feet wide, and 6 feet in width, which allows for approximately an 1,800 square foot print bed, if you were to kind of consider the constraints, which allows us to do a bunch of different things that currently weren't possible with bricks and sticks building. We have utilized this technology to impact the $2.4 trillion of open market space in housing. And we started our mission with a focus on sustainable, affordable, dignified housing for individuals in the Austin area who are experiencing homelessness. What we since learned is, again, due to the agnostic nature of the design file, we can design structures as long as they can exist in a 3D world, can exist across different parallels. So we've now had the opportunity to build at Community First Village, which is a housing area for individuals specifically dealing with chronic homelessness, all the way up to pocket neighborhoods just outside of Mueller, Texas, with middle market implications. And most recently, due to the partnership in the SBIR, we've had an opportunity to start working directly with the Air Force and the United States Marine Corps to start envisioning what the technology can do in battlefield scenarios. So a couple of the things that you get specifically when you're dealing with the rapidly deployable nature of a 3D printer is the opportunity to not only build forward operating bases, but a multitude of different structures, not limited to vehicle hides, hospital spaces, protective walls and barriers, HESCO type barriers, Texas barriers, things of that nature, and also bivouac sites. And so we believe that the forward deployable nature, the speed and the autonomy of the machinery allows for our men and women currently dealing with battlefield conditions have an opportunity to deploy this technology in a way that is both safer, less troop intensive, and also allows for flexibility. And you can put this in the hand of junior troops and ensure that you're going to get a quality outcome. We also see, not only in combat scenarios, but disaster relief as one of the main missions of our servicemen and women, the opportunity to deploy these on the back of a C-130 or attached to a multi-ton vehicle and put them in areas that have been affected by storm systems. So think Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Sandy, and some of the disasters that we've experienced on the Texas coast. This allows for us to make an impact in that area. Also, we have the opportunity to create mount towns and different training scenarios with this technology. And if it weren't for the opportunity—
1 minute warning.
Thank you so much. If it weren't for the opportunity to not only partner closely, but to get eyes on different training sites and locations, we wouldn't have made the jump specifically into military application. And so we're very grateful for the time, the energy, and the funding around this event, because it has allowed us to move through the phases from a startup in Austin, Texas, to a Series A company that is well funded and capitalized to do work with all branches of service in the near future. So thank you very much.
Dimitri, thank you very much. I appreciate your flexibility there. Great to learn about ICON. Up next, we have Adam Kaplan from Edgy Bees. Adam, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes. We're transferring presenting privileges to you right now. All right. You should have the ability to present your screen.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
We can. You are live. So we'll
okay, great. So for those of you wondering what's with the name, we actually started as a gaming company, and we're happy to be working with AFWERX. Want to thank SOCOM and AFSOC for sponsoring us. So I think we're a great use case of how taking a commercial technology that started off in gaming and then worked in public safety. In certain cases, a picture's worth 1,000 words. In our case, video is. So here we look at a video or a picture here where we're about a software that's about situational awareness. And this is a case that in our software being used, in which what our software does is we geo-rectify data on real-time video as well as thermal imaging. And thanks to this award, also we'll be doing this on SAR as well. So in this situation, we're looking at a video during Hurricane Irma, where you're looking at flooded streets, looking at the tops of houses, information like these, and we're all about situational awareness. So what we do is we take this information and we geo-rectify data very, very accurately to a sub-half a meter level. So we take a situation like this and we can tag and fuse data in real time, such as street maps, Blue Force trackers, information like this. So in this video, you can see in real time the way we fuse these types of data and give that situational awareness to people in the air, people on the ground, in control centers and command centers. So the software is deployed in a number of public safety scenarios. We worked during Hurricane Irma, Hurricane Michael, up in Napa Valley. Most recently in Australia, software was deployed in New South Wales, where there were more than 1.3 million acres burnt, where we are able to geo-rectify where are burnt houses, where are houses that were not burnt, and we can take this data and then fuse it back to geospatial maps. So the software is being deployed, and in a number of these types of scenarios where we take this and we can take all of this data and in real time fuse that together with our computer vision and AI software, and we are hardware agnostic. So in particular, our program with AFSOC and SOCOM is focused off video coming off of MQ-9s, where we can take this information and in real time layer very, very accurately street information, mark where targets are, information in real time, where we can now take, instead of looking at multiple screens, you can fuse all that data and reduce the cognitive load for the pilots and the analysts that are viewing this real-time video. So in this scenario, you can see here, where's the target, the incident command, and the Blue Force trackers. So these are scenarios, once again, in real time. And this is something that we are working very closely with the folks at AFSOC. In particular, we are in deployment now in Cannon Air Force Base at 27 SOG as one of our main proof of concepts there. So once again, in the MQ9 environment, where you sometimes have 6 or 12 different screens, what we do is we reduce this now load and are able to fuse all of this data into one screen where you're able to take in real time and understand, take the targeting data off of the reapers, take the understanding where the streets are, the pattern of life, and take a GRG and in real time fuse that over that video and give that situational awareness that's required for the warfighter. So this is all being done in, once again, real time, and it can be used in collaborative nature, looking at different different drones. And in these types of situation, all of this information can be pushed down to the ground and to an ATAC device to give that awareness to also the folks on the ground. So once again, this is a little bit of a view as to what we're doing in the folks out in, this is an unclassed video, working off of an MQ9 where we take this information and real time fuse that data.
1 minute warning.
No problem. So once again, we've had we're building out future capabilities. One of the future capabilities we're building out is actually the ability to disseminate SAR information. And we're able to take raw SAR visuals and then put that information in real time on top of that. So once again, we work in the commercial world, a little thing to show everybody, to show off some fun stuff we do, but also has a lot of applications. Here, we're also able to geo-rectify golf balls, which is what we did during the PGA tournament and during the PGA. So you can probably see there's a number of applications off of real-time FMV where this is also applicable for the Air Force. So once again, thank you, everybody. We've had a great time working with AFWERX, and we really appreciate this award and are very privileged to work with the airmen out in the world today, and I look forward to enhancing our capabilities during this program. Thank you.
Adam, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Up next, we have Steve with Applied Minds. Steve, are you on the line?
Oh, I am on the line. Can you guys hear me?
We can. I am changing presenting privileges to you right now. You should have access to share your screen in just a second.
Are you still there? No.
Is that working? I just shared a graphic.
It is. You are live. Yep.
All right,
you'll
great.
have five minutes with a 1 minute warning. It's all yours.
Thank you. So we are, our project is going to be to build what we call the National Space Defense Laboratory. And the idea here is that, there is a national defense or a National Space Defense Center being stood up in Colorado to fight the space war through the, it's going to report to the Space Force. And we are trying to set up a laboratory in California that is going to be developing new tools and capabilities for the NSDC and develop them and prototype them and work them in the laboratory before they get moved over to the NSDC. And so you can see here we have sort of an initial graphic of what we think the lab might look like. There are three main things that we have that we think are important to be thinking through right up from the beginning. And so one of those is security. The space enterprise does have a lot of different security challenges, a lot of different security compartments. And so managing the fact that different people walking into and out of the NSDC, as well as the NSDL here, the lab, will have different accesses and things. We would like that all to be built in from the ground up. And so the lab will have an AI in it that is managing the security of the facility and the security of the space based on the people that are in it. Another thing that we think is very important for the lab is visualization. So the space environment is very counterintuitive for human beings. And so we have a significant activity that we've planned to go through looking at how we will interface the space environment to humans and how we will present it to human beings. We also have an AI working on that to be supporting, to be trying to present the environment as best as possible to humans that are in it. And then the last thing is just the interfaces. So we'd like to bring new young people in, and if you think about sort of the standard interface that's sitting on a normal government desktop, the KVM interface, keyboard, mouse, video monitor, a lot of the video games are now using gesture and other types of things. And so we are, thinking through a lot about how we would like to allow humans to interact with the space environment through different interfaces as well. So we have one other idea that we've put in here, and it's part of the visualization, and it's something that we call auto director. And so the auto director is the idea that if you think about, like, if you watch a Sunday talk show and there are people, there's people being interviewed and there's questioners doing interviewing, you will see that sometimes the video will be shots of the people's faces when they're talking. Sometimes you'll do a pan out to the whole set. And there's a director in the background that's looking at the different shots and is selecting them, based on his or her opinion of what will look best on TV. And so one of the other things that we're working on is the idea of an artificial intelligence auditor. So something that,
1 minute warning.
Something that will be taking the that will be making the shots as if there was a human director in there, so that when you're looking at the space environment, you will be getting the benefit of this director that is deciding what you should be looking at.
Awesome, Steve. Thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation there. Up next, we have Dexter Ng with Apollo Flight Research. Dexter, are you there?
Dexter Ng with Python here.
All right.
Can you allow me to share the screen?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second here.
Thank you. That looks good.
All right. Your screen is live.
Great. Thank you. Great.
Yep. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Dexter Ng, CEO of Python. Imagine a world where just by thinking of moving a finger, we could control all of the phones in our pockets or all of the complex machines and robots around us. A world where just by thinking of moving a finger, we could use the data generated from our body's natural physiological electricity activated by the brain to best understand one's health at any given moment. Here at Python, we are working hard to build this world. Python is creating an applied nerve sensing and insights platform to impact all of humanity. Over the past 3 years, we have built a system of systems that leverages the micro voltage that is captured at the top of any human's wrist to do many interesting things across multiple industries. For example, we use our Python device to help people with ALS who can barely move a finger to browse their favorite websites on a computer screen. We can use our Python device to help factory workers more safely operate the dangerous machinery they need to use. Most importantly, we also apply our technology to help those who have committed their lives to protecting our great country in every way we possibly can. Over the past year, we have determined that the most profound impact that our technology can have on this world most immediately, and thanks to AFWERX, Ensign, and our end user advocates, is on our armed forces and within the defense industry. Python's STRATFI product is a target rectification assistance for combat efficiency, or TRACE system, supported by PEO, ISR Soft, AFSOC, ACC, Air National Guard, and SOCOM. Trace technology truly allows the Air Force Special Warfare operator to be heads up and hands-free through Python's patented electronography-powered gesture human-machine interface, and includes an ATAC plugin and hands-free UI manipulation of the Android OS and augmented reality, night vision goggles, and virtual reality. Our MOU from Colonel Luker, Senior Material Leader, states that Trace aligns well to Special Warfare Assault Kit and also Guardian Angel programs of record. AFSOC and SOF have a national defense-related mission need in the area of visual augmentation systems and human system integration. The Trace system enhances individual and unit survivability and lethality by empowering operators with the ability to access, employ, and control the tools available to them when needed and without disengaging from the task at hand. Our MOU from General Harris, AFSOC Director of S&T, states, Python's Trace technology represents not just an improvement, but a game-changing warfighter capability. The Trace device detects millimeter-scale finger movements and enables wrist gestures and orientation tracking, with machine learning utilized to increase compatibility and reliability. By doing this, the Trace system allows operators to use gesture controls to make inputs to their devices while otherwise occupied, whether it be PJs with surgical gloves on typing out a message while providing care to an injured teammate, or a TAC-P or CCT JTAC, marking a target without interrupting their rifle fire. In addition to providing gesture control to Air Force Special Warfare, we believe Python can support every airman who uses a computer to do their job. Python allows maintainers on the flight line to use gesture to scroll through instructions and checklists while maintaining hands-on tools and tasks. Security forces to coordinate base defense plans and identify UAS threats by pointing to identify a threat location, and air crew manipulating electronic flight bags and kneeboard tablets while maintaining their hands on their flight controls, to name a few examples. Python allows Air Force personnel to maximize their focus on their core task. By using the Air Force as our beachhead into delivering lifetime value to military operators, we now have a robust system of systems to continue to take the cutting-edge technology we are building and apply it to various components. We already have clear visibility into what programs our applied nerve sensing platform can have long-term, multi-year participation in across other services that can also be commercialized in the consumer market with our partners, including Bose, Google, and Microsoft. Trace and STRATFI are the reasons that Python's technology development is catalyzed to make it to a point to impact the entire world. Thank you in particular to the AFWERX team, Steve, Matthew, JJ, Tony, Jason, others, Ensign, as well as our customers at AFSOC, in particular, Ray Heath at A5KB. Thank you.
Dexter, thank you for your presentation. Up next, we have Mike Slaw with Shift.org. Mike, are you on the line?
I'm on the line. Thank you. Getting ready to share. Thanks.
All right. Changing privileges right now. You should see the ability to present your screen in just a second.
All right. It's coming up now. All right. Thank you.
All right.
I think I'm last, but hopefully not least. First off, I got to say the other companies, it's just been incredible to watch the progress that's been made over the last few months and going through this process. Some incredible technologies that are being brought to the innovation force and to the warfighters. The future's bright. So for the past 3 years at Shift, we've been building a company that helps veterans navigate successful career change. And we're trying to redefine the way that companies hire non-traditional experienced candidates. Our vision is that we're going to make an impact on 250,000 vets a year per year by 2025. We facilitate innovative fellowship and skill bridge internships for transitioning military who are changing careers. And we help veterans navigate career progression when they're seeking their next civilian opportunity. I'm the founder and CEO of Shift, and after serving in the Navy for 5 years as an EOD officer, I started this company. And we're based in San Francisco and backed by Andreessen Horowitz and other leading Silicon Valley venture investors. Our hiring partners are incredibly diverse, and they're deeply committed to bringing more veterans into their workforce. They include tech businesses, advertising agencies, and Fortune 500 companies. Our current phase 2 is a SBIR-funded industry immersion program. We're bringing together active duty service members, reservists, Guard, DoD civilians for a 6-week TDY and immersion at venture capital firms and venture capital-backed technology companies. We're building a platform for identifying high potential talent across the Air Force, and airmen are going to be able to engage in professional networks and trends related to specialized innovation practices. And as a result, private industry will also be more familiar with national security missions and how to engage with them. For the duration of the program, fellows spend 6 weeks at Bay Area venture capital firms and VC-backed companies. They do things like sit in on VC pitch meetings. They work on projects with general partners, which is just an unprecedented level of access. And most importantly, they're developing deep relationships that last far longer than just the 6 weeks that they're TDY in the Bay Area. The applicants were evaluated across 55 dimensions to include personality traits, achievements, and demonstrated capabilities. As a result, we were able to develop a completely new way to assess military talent through the lenses of creativity and innovation. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say just how excited we are with the level of quality of venture capital partners who have hosted and raised their hand to be amongst the first hosts for this industry immersion program. And we've seen over 100 VC firms present interest in hosting fellows in future cohorts. The STRATFI expansion allows development of an instrumented talent intelligence platform that's designed for us to learn quickly. It allows us to test hypotheses and collect evidence through the 50 cohorts of fellows and 16 executive seminars that we expect to run over the next 4 years. The platform is scalable, extensible, it's evidence-based, systematic, and it compounds over time. It supports both our commercial business and the Air Force talent and capability development. We expect a multi-year industry immersion program to deliver value to both the Air Force and private industry. But it's also supported by our technology development, and it supports our commercial business of helping veterans navigate career change to new industries. Aided by the first cohort of fellows, all of whom have a special place in my heart, and I consider to be trailblazers, we've already seen more than 24 companies on board in the SBIR process for the very first time. Here's what the future of the AFWERX Austin program looks like.
1 minute warning.
Roger that. Over the next 4 years, we'll increase throughput to 300 fellows per year. We'll expand the programs to 6 major metropolitan markets of strategic interest to the Air Force. We'll host a 1-week executive seminar 4 times annually for senior leaders who have trouble breaking away for the full 6-week TDY. We'll host an annual conference to share best practices. And finally, we'll deploy an assessment and matching platform across the Air Force that provides a new way to find and assess the most innovative talent in the Air Force. I really appreciate your time. You can email me at mike@shift.org to learn more. You can sign up to receive program updates or apply for the next cohort, which kicks off June 1st, right here in Silicon Valley at 30+ venture capital firms. Thanks so much for your time, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
Mike, thank you very much. Everyone who was joining.
Hey, welcome back to the AFWERX Collider right here. We are standing literally in the STRATFI showcase where we've been seeing and hearing all of the companies that have been in the STRATFI showcase inside itself. As you're hearing right now, Brandon has done a phenomenal job being the moderator. And here, a huge shout out to everybody, all of our moderators. If you just want to get a shot of mission control here for all of our moderators who've done such a phenomenal job throughout the AFWERX Collider, through the Pitch Bowl, not only the Pitch Bowl, but also the
breakout rooms
yeah,
too.
Yeah. I mean, there's been 15 different events people could sign into to 150 overall individual events. It's been insane. It's been wild.
And
All
there's-
happening right here.
And it's still happening right here. There are pitches currently happening virtually right now in the room.
So we also have, since we just wrapped up the STRATFI room inside itself with brands just crushing it over here, we had a best of show, actually. We had a poll available for people, just kind of a fun unit for people to be able to say, hey, who is their favorite company to be able to listen to, who they see has the most immediate impact into the Air Force and our partners. So you got those numbers for us.
Yeah, so I got the crowd favorite from the virtual poll that we ran for the STRATFI. And so we got a top 3, all right? So we had approximately 1,000 votes and people
That's
that interacted with this poll.
That's awesome.
And so in third place, which I think that's the second runner-up in Miss America speak. So the second runner-up was Wicker. So
nice.
Congratulations,
guys.
Then in second place, Analytical Space.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And then the overwhelming vote getter for the STRATFI live poll was Ascentium.
Nice.
So congratulations to them for being the crowd favorite. You know, I can't say, I don't know if this was a scientifically run poll, but hey, that's what the results were. So congratulations to the folks at Ascentium.
Yeah, that's awesome. You know, Tony, it's been so much fun being here. You know, we've just been talking about the impact that the AFWERX Collider, the Pitch Bowl has been able to have the STRATFI showcase, the amount of unique interactions we've been able to have, over almost 5,000 unique interactions from people across, streaming in from all over the place. It's been insane with all of the different events, and it could not have happened if it wasn't thanks not only in part to Capital Factory, to AFWERX, to our partners here running Mission Control, doing what we're doing, but there's still stuff going on.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah, and so, you know, one of the things that we haven't talked about yet, so yes, we have companies pitching to the Air Force, but there's actually a room going on right now where airmen are pitching and telling their pain point out to the world.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to cut over to that room right now that's running live. And so we're going to cut over to the Airmen Pain Point Pitch Room.
Over in the green room. We'll see you there.
We need to create a separate app. And then the next phase, once we've identified the tech, is to garner test approval. So we use a mobile device management system on all our iPads. So getting test runs for people to work with would be the next step, and then obviously some level of prototyping and then full implementation. Risks and roadblocks is the MDM issues. We use a commercial is getting approval to operate in that MDM environment. One of the ways we can mitigate that is it's commercially available MDM, so we can replicate it outside of our formal MDM solution. We can replicate it and prototype within that. And then the policy decisions. So obviously, if we have to use a new app, that would require a change in policy from our higher headquarters, which currently mandates this particular app. I think some of the ways we mitigate that is if we have a better solution, both our higher headquarters and the aircrew have been looking for a better solution. So if we can provide that, then and there's no major security risks with the new solution, we would be able to deliver on those policy decisions. Obviously, that's up to higher headquarters, but I think we have a decent path forward there. And then again, the deliverable is a way to keep notes after everything updates. Looking at the risks and roadblocks is a little bit what we talked about already. The biggest piece that's missing here and why we're part of this is that technology partner piece. We are not familiar with a solution, and so we are looking for help in determining what that solution could be, and then obviously fielding and implementing that. For our transition and our resources, the wings, specifically we're a C-17 airlift wing. We do have some resources to get after things, a couple different types of funding that could go after this. We do have our intrapreneur, Captain LeBlanc. He's pretty motivated about this. He's flying around the world right now and has been working with us to make sure we had all the info we needed to talk to you. The contract and legal vehicles, those will very much depend on what type of solution comes out. Is it a commercial off-the-shelf thing versus do we need to go like a SBIR route and prototype something together and build it out from there. So that kind of depends on what gets ID'd in that first step. For our leadership engagement, Palmetto Spark, the Spark Cell here at Charleston, and our 06 level leadership are on board with trying to solve this problem and increase that aircrew knowledge. Our big roadblocks are, as I talked about earlier, our electronic flight bag program, the iPads that we use in the plane are governed through a process and have mobile device management on them. And so any solution would need to be able to store FOUO and export controlled information, so our technical order publications. The way we solve that currently is the app gets published, and then every individual crew member syncs with a server that's maintained locally in the squadron, has no internet access. With that, that's his contact info. Please feel free to reach out to him, or mine was at the beginning. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
All right. So we do have a question from the Q&A section. Daniel asks, have you contacted the Good Reader people for a solution?
We have not. The Good Reader people are there's a foreign entity.
All right, fair enough. Any other questions from the audience members? Okay, awesome. Well, we're going to move on to our next presenter. Thank you so much for the presentation. We're going to move on to Nico. We're going to try, actually, hold on one second. If you're still there, let's see. Although not, where is that question? Oh, okay. Looks like we're working on some things on our end. Nico, we're going to try and switch it over to you. So just stay tuned for those on the line. We're going to see if this works. All right, Nico, just passed you presenter rights, and I'm going to see if I can get you unmuted here. Okay. Nico, can you try and speak, see if it works? Okay, one second. Let's try. Nico, see if that works.
Can you hear me?
I can hear somebody, yeah. Is that you, Nico?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Perfect, man. So I get that I probably chewed into a bunch of my time. So thank you, everyone, for dealing with the flail. Someone's always got to be the problem child, and I love to volunteer for that. So I go by Sonic. I'm an innovation officer here at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. I'm part of Aloha Spark. We're a two-man office. There's my contact information, and we're going to talk about the LRS deployment process. Yep, I'm also a C-17 pilot. Echo everything that the previous guy said. Would love that in our hubs. That'd be awesome. Big important point, I don't represent a single project. I've got about 40 problem statements over here at Hickam. So if anyone wants to come out to Hawaii, please give me a call, send me an email, and I'll see if what your company does matches what we do, and we can get you guys out here working. We'd love that. So the Air Force deployment process is stuck several decades in the past, and the thing is the whole Air Force knows it, and we've been unable to fix it. They've tried to fix it all at once, and it hasn't really happened. So The problem is there are poorly trained unit personnel who have this deployment function as like their 6th or 7th job in the Air Force. And the computer systems we have are all outdated, and the actual process that we go through is straight out of the 1990s. What we want to do is, obviously no one's going to be able to solve this problem at once, and so we want to solve it in several small pieces. I'll let you know where those avenues might be and see if your companies can fit in there. So there are 3 major functions in the deployment process. The first one is the personnel deployment function, and this is ensuring the tasked airmen that are ready or that are required to deploy have all their requirements met. This is medical requirements, CBT requirements, and things like they're up to date on all the required training, like guns and self-aid buddy care, that they show up at the right time and they get on the correct aircraft to go downrange. The next function in this whole process is the IPE. This one has the lowest hanging fruit available to it. It's issuing the correct gear to the right people and keeping accountability for it. We'll go into a little bit in the next slide, but we literally use double hand receipts right now, and we're happy if we only find 6 to 7 errors per like 50 people that go through the line. The cargo deployment function is making sure the correct cargo is tasked. That also falls on individual units to make sure that they know how to task the right cargo, pack it correctly, inspect it, and then it gets on the correct aircraft to go to the correct place. Looking to leverage technology in any and all of these areas. Right now, they're all dependent on outdated systems and outdated processes. So the specific ask, this is super broad, and that's kind of the great thing about this project is there are probably 100 different ways, 100 different companies could come in and help us with this, and we are all ears to any of them. Some ones that I've highlighted that I think are particularly poignant are, number one, overall companies that can help with process flow mapping. Spending some time in several different LRS units, a lot of their process flows are kind of broken. The one here at HICM is, and they don't have a great grasp on exactly where to start with improvement. So if any companies specialize in logistics, that would be awesome. The personal deployment function and cargo deployment function. So these all are based on individual or on reps in individual squadrons that are tasked to deploy, and they have a really bad training platform for them, and they deal with really complicated systems that no one knows how to use, especially when you already have a full-time job, and then this job title of unit deployment manager gets dumped on top of you. So an education system or a better way to make sure that the individual unit deployment managers and all the squadrons are better trained would help a lot. The IPE thing, the protective equipment that I've talked about, literally at HICM right now, when they go through the line, the warehouse is stocked with like 20 augmentees that help, and they are given 2 hand receipts. The hand receipts are written on, they guess at sizes, and then after all the hand receipts are literally marked up by hand, they're torn in half. One's given to the member as a official receipt, and then the other one is given to someone in a back room who literally types all this information by hand into the computer. The inventory system is also jacked up. They just have big bins of stuff, and they don't really know until after a mass deployment exercise or mass deployment has happened what their inventory levels are when they go through their stocks and go through and count everything by hand. This is scalable to the whole Air Force. That's the benefit for anyone who wants to jump on this. Any solution that you provide is desperately needed by the entire Air Force. It can easily scale to different bases. So the project plan, the duration is ongoing. We're obviously extremely flexible. The first event in this is a mass deployment exercise at the beginning of next month. Aloha Spark is going to be doing customer discovery here and helping the LRS folks develop an initial game plan as to how they want to go about tackling this. We're going to do that right now as if we don't have any outside companies to help us. Our risks and roadblocks, the frozen middle is real. There's a lot of resistance inside of a lot of the LRS units because it's the way they've already done things. They've always done things, and it's a very real barrier to
So we did have a request in the Q&A for a contact slide, so you can just go back to that and hang on it for a second. And then we have a comment from Meredith Self. Says that some of these challenges can be solved automating processes across these systems with bots, and our phase 1 AFWERX award is related to this. So I imagine Meredith will be sending you an email on the subject, Nico. Awesome. Well, we're going to move on to our next presenter, who is Daniel Hugendorn. Daniel, you. All right, so I'm getting a note that the audio is pretty low. So Daniel, when you get in, make sure that you. Yep, we can hear you.
And all right.
Thanks again, everybody, for the comments and the questions. Those are really awesome. So keep those coming for sure. And then we're gonna let you get started here, and we've got 10 minutes.
All right. I'm representing Shadow Stripe at Offutt Air Force Base. So I'm a one-person squadron innovation cell here at Offutt. I've had kind of a choose-your-own-adventure kind of career. A couple months ago, I talked to my squadron leadership. Said, hey, we had an innovation cell, not really innovating very well. I think I have some ideas, let me do it. For some reason, they said yes, and I've been going with it. With that, my primary task is to ensure airmen have a clear pathway from idea to actually being able to implement it. What you see a lot is we get idea collection platforms, and an airman puts an idea in there and then nothing happens, right? I'd like to fix that at my level. What I'm doing here today is our top level strategy documents, say prototyping drives requirements. We have a requirements process, and I can put requirements in that's multi-year, and then sometimes what shows up at the other end isn't quite exactly the thing that you needed. So trying to do prototypes, looking for small bets, tech demos, experiments. So far, we've had one successful SBIR project related to talent management, and that's been working pretty spectacular. So despite the fact that there's airplanes all over these slides, I'm not a pilot. I'm not AFWERX, so not the PMO, that kind of thing, not the wing spark cell. What that means is not senior leader, top cover for now. I have squadron type resources. And then Offutt was hit with a flood last year, destroyed a lot of our stuff. So right now I don't have an office, not very accessible, but working with what we have. Give you guys a overview of what my unit does, and that'll kind of, some of the things I'll ask for kind of make sense. So operate a reconnaissance aircraft that does real-time intelligence collection, analysis, and dissemination. It takes about 30 people. We take up about 30 people, and the flights are pretty long, 11 to 20 hours. So imagine a trans-Pacific flight or something like that. There's only 17 of these aircraft out there, so very high demand. We go everywhere around the world. It's on the news. We probably had something to do with it. If we have any pilots in there, something I always like, or any other people representing other platforms, I always like to point out that we have a real bathroom on our airplane, 2 fridges, an oven, a microwave. We like to make cookies, and I've even seen people do up a full Thanksgiving dinner in the back of the plane. That's kind of unique. So some of the other presentations, they have one specific problem. I was told I could present more general areas because I have a giant bag full of problems. So they're the human performance factors, large data sets, data visualization, and then training. Looking for, like I said previously, prototyping those next generation solutions and speeding up that adoption. The first main area of things that I'm interested in, the human factors. With those long flights, shifting your circadian rhythm becomes pretty important. When you first go to the jet, whatever time of day that is, and you're showing up for an 18-hour day, you need to be well rested, mentally sharp in the game. And so that starts actually a couple days before usually for us. And it's pretty important getting in the zone for that. So what I'm looking for is ways to reduce reliance on sleep meds. I know one person, they use a meditation app to help them go to sleep kind of off their normal rhythm. That works for them. Other things I'd be interested in exploring, biofeedback, light therapy, and other things that are out there. This one is probably the most important in this category. The other thing is the conducting high-level mental tasks for a long period of time. Unlike the people on that Trans-Pacific flight where they can sleep for 8 hours, we're working, right? And depending on what we're doing, that can be high-level mental tasks, focusing, trying to do some analysis or something. So I don't know if this exists, but if it does, I want one. Some kind of focus trainer. How do you get better at that, right? And then interested in things that improve the aspects of physical wellness that will help mission performance. The second category, I'm looking for things in data visualization. So presenting large data sets to senior leadership. And don't really know a better way to put this. Beautiful clickbait, right? So when I create a product for a senior leader, I don't walk into their office and hand it to them. It goes into a database, think like your favorite news site or something, right? And then they see the stuff come in and they click on what they want to see, that kind of thing. So the better I can be at presenting my data, the more useful it'll be, the better situational understanding will be. And it'll improve the utility, kind of the value of our entire process. With this, I already can create some visualizations. What I'm looking for is kind of an easy button or something where someone doesn't have to get a lot of training in order to produce a good looking product at the end of it. I have some examples in here. These are open source products that already exist. They're not very easy to use, so maybe a layer or plugin that goes on top of things, that kind of deal. This is an idea of what I'm trying to get after. The last category is training, right? So in our top level strategy documents, a lot of them talk about improving critical thinking skills. We have our initial training, obviously. What I'm looking for is something on the continuation training level, sandbox kind of thing where you can keep your skills sharp, practice without consequences of failing or something, or where you can get those more advanced critical thinking applications or structured analytic techniques in, ways for people to learn that and get better at those. And the last thing here is looking for a sandbox where we can play with communications hardware. So that can be either real stuff or in a virtual environment where I can play with things, connect things, set up stuff where I'm not going to mess up anything real world. That'd be very fantastic for us. So my contact information, if I've said anything.
All right, welcome back here at Mission Control, AFWERX Austin in the Capital Factory.
Yeah.
So you just saw Airmen pitches. So those are Airmen pain points directly from the end users that's experienced them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not only just that. I mean, in reaching out to you over the last several days, reaching out to the Spark cells, reaching out to the units, individual bases. I mean, it's amazing because we put out the call to the MAGCOMs to be able to say, hey, do you have any airmen at your bases and your units and your organizations that need help? And over the course of literally 48 hours, we got all the responses that you saw within the airmen pain point pitches, which was exactly that. And it's phenomenal. The awesome part is that airmen at the bases, at the places, know what their pain points are, and they're ready to look for a solution. And that's what the Air Force, that's what the AFWERX Collider is all about, literally.
Right. And so, you know, it's a great opportunity, those airmen pinpoint pitches, in order to understand the diversity of problems that airmen deal with all the time. And so, you know, it's, you know, that room is absolutely incredible. So hopefully I made some great collisions there.
Yeah.
But you know where else collisions are happening?
Oh yeah, I know where we're headed next.
So, you know, we've plugged the Collider bot.
Yeah.
All right. So created by BM&T, the Collider bot, which if you haven't interacted with it yet, at the phone number, send a text to 202-900-5005. That is how you interact with the bot. And so it's for government only right now. And what that's trying to do is it will ask you a series of questions in order for the AI to understand what your problem sets are. And then it can match you to similar companies that could potentially solve it.
Yeah, yeah. So even if you know what the problem set area is, you don't necessarily have to know the answer. You're going to get connected with a potential solution, or at least a company to be able to start with, which is huge. So we've been talking about it kind of off and on all throughout the day to be able to say, hey, send a text, get connected to the Collider bot. But now we're going to be actually going into that room. It's the white room. So again, if you are looking for our last set of AFWERX Collider pitches, you can actually go to afwerx.af.mil and get into the room from there. But we're going to be headed into the white room here in just a second as soon as they're up.
Yeah, and so in the white room, we're going to connect with BM&T and the creator of this chat bot, so the actual person that was coding it. So his name's Mike. He's out of Palo Alto.
Yeah.
And so he has coded this thing. And so right now, so approximately 50 folks have submitted problems to the bot, and they've connected over 150 companies, these airmen with these companies.
That's just from this morning.
Yeah, that's just from this morning. And so, you know, and I understand there's some skepticism probably of, you know, sending a text message to a random number.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a great opportunity. There's been over 50 people, problem owners, that have been connected to over 150 companies. So it's a really good thing, that an opportunity for everybody.
Yeah, yeah. It's just been one more of the entire segment of all of the events and activities that we've had here. Not only, just quickly recap, we've had the AFWERX Collider, we've had the Pitch Bowl taking place, which was by invite only, but that was how many different companies involved?
It was over 80.
Over 80 different companies pitching almost all day long and all afternoon. And then we just wrapped up STRATFI, which was phenomenal, and which ended actually with the launch of the Ventures Fellowship.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, incredible. And so with the folks over at Shift, Mike, another Mike, out of San Francisco. So, you know, he's the gentleman that in his company, they are the ones that are running the fellowship. And so applications have just opened today for the next cohort, which starts June 1st.
Yeah, a huge opportunity. It's one of those things where you say, man, you know, gosh, there's a lot to be able to get, you know, whether it's funding or leadership on board, but it's worth the investment. It's an opportunity like I've never seen before. I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah, to be getting embedded with a top tier venture capital firm.
Yeah, and that's happening only right here through your connection at AFWERX Collider and the amazing companies we have the chance to connect with. So it looks like we're getting ready to launch over into our final room in the AFWERX Collider room, which is the white room with the breakout of BM&T and the Collider bot.
Yeah, and so if we can get a thumbs up from the crew holding down the white room, is it ready to go? Okay.
Okay, they're getting
so we're going to cut the live feed to the white room, and we're going to join the white room. And if there's any questions about the Collider bot, you can type them into the YouTube live form, and we'll get them there.
Also, don't forget to be able to leave your comments on YouTube while we're streaming. We're going to see you right back here right after the BM&T panel. We'll see you there.
Hey.
Okay, awesome.
Good afternoon.
And then the only other question I have for our moderator, and I'm so sorry because I know we op-tested this last night, is how do I share my screen?
Jen, 3 little circles over from the mute is a little up arrow coming out of the box.
Yeah, it's grayed out for me. But if you have it, then you could push the PDF as well. No? Okay.
Grayed out for me as well.
Okay. Not the biggest deal. We can certainly talk through this without the slides, but Treat, if you're
Hey,
copying us, yeah.
Hey, Jen, Tony here. So, yeah, we just, got done talking to, you are the mainstream right now. So, over 200 viewers, watching this right now. And so, while we troubleshoot to get you you the ability to push the PDF.
Or I could just email it to somebody at AFWERX.
Yeah. Okay, Mike has those permissions, and so Mike should be able to push it. But we were just talking. You sent me that text. You have over 50 unique interactions, and
Yeah,
so
that's so cool.
could you talk a little bit about what you've seen and how those interactions have happened?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I just wanted to take a few minutes and talk about why we even got to this point, right? A lot of what BMNT does is just simply trying to help our government customers solve their problems faster. And sometimes that journey involves introducing them to innovative small businesses like these SBIR awardees. And what we learned as a Phase 2 alumnus through AFWERX in working with different Air Force Spark cells and Air Force bases was that it's a really confusing landscape, both pre and post SBIR award. And when we attended the Collider in August, also at Capital Factory, and we discovered that it felt a little bit overwhelming to know how to navigate that expo floor. You know what your sort of airman area of expertise is, but you don't even know where to start with these booths. And so we ran a breakout in which we thought it would be valuable to teach a skill we call curation, so that airmen would be able to explain their problems really crisply and concisely. And once we did that, we had actually sort of built a very early stage matching tool. And so we had the government problem owners type their problem statement in, and then we returned to them the names of 3 to 5 companies and their actual booth numbers on the floor. And we found that just lowered the threat of walking around and generating useful conversations more quickly. And so, as you know, Tony, this time around, we wanted to offer that same value, but we wanted to open it up to every government participant and not just those who were coming to one of our breakouts. And so, we asked you if we could try this with a chatbot so that everyone who wanted to opt in could hit up our bot and have a quick conversation in 90% of the time when it's not having a bug. And then we would use that and run it against, some similar company data that we were extracting, and then return sort of a top 3 list for folks to go and reach out to. So initially, we set out to do this only with the attendees, the registrants and companies that were set to attend. But when coronavirus happened, you and I sort of talked about, well, we could actually pivot this to all SBIR awardees, and here we are. And so in terms of how we're seeing the data flow in and sort of the types of information that we're extracting both from government and companies, I'm going to turn that over to Mike because he's the genius behind all of this that has built it and is working real time to ensure that the results that we send out have been QC'd. So Mike, over to you.
Yeah, so I guess I'll try to push the slides here. I don't see that I have access to present. Is that something you guys could unlock for me again? Or not, we can do it later. That's okay. So yeah, we'll push we only have a couple slides to talk through, but in the meantime, what I really want to hit on is that we've been, the way that we ask the questions and the type of information we're trying to get out of, we call them problem owners, right? The people who tell us about what their problems are, they're looking for a solution. We ask very specific questions, and those are tuned to try to match up to what we ask the companies that have the solutions, the solution providers, right? And the whole point is that if we ask someone, a problem owner, to tell me about who are the people that are impacted by this problem, we'll ask a similar question on the company side. And the idea is we'll get similar sorts of answers that'll make it easier for us to pair them up. And the same sort of thing goes about the problem you have. And for a while, we can ask about processes. It's another good way for us to find out if what are the processes associated with the problem, and then ideally solutions interact with similar processes. So it helps us figure out how to match these two together. one really key point here is that we spend a lot of time curating problems to understand what the core problem is and then what are appropriate solutions. And we're not really able to do that because it's a chatbot interface. It's really more of just the initial problem, and we kind of give our best guess as to what the solutions are. Ideally, we spend a lot more time figuring out with the problem owner what's really going on with their problem, and the solutions become much more accurate. So at this point, the beginning phase, it's really just more of a, here's some people to talk to. You've got a target of opportunity at this event, get some value out of it. We understand that it's not going to be, at least right now, there's some there's not as much accuracy as there could be because we just don't know enough about the problem. And frankly, neither does the problem owner, right? They're still learning about it themselves. So that's all good. Let's see, the things that we've done in the past that have kind of helped us figure out how to do this is we've actually been collecting data on problems for a number of years. And we've been using it internally to help us, as Jen kind of mentioned, kickstart a project with a government client. They come in with a problem. We can learn from other problems that are similar, how we address those, what types of solutions, what types of roadblocks came up. And it allows us to take some shortcuts and get them to a better outcome much faster. But in doing that, we learned a lot about what does it take to collect problem data that's useful later, what types of questions, what are really the important pieces. And that allows it to optimize our search quite a bit so that, when data comes in, right, you guys give us a problem, it goes into our back end, we do some cleaning of it computationally, right? The system cleans it up a little bit and builds it into a nice search that goes through our back end, through our bot, that really pulls out from our database the companies from the SBIR AFWERX companies, the companies that look to be the highest quality. And then we have a person, right, myself, we've got a couple other analysts that help us go through and just QC those to make sure we're only passing you guys true positives as best as we can, right? We don't want to send you 10 companies and have 5 of them be just totally in your, annoying sort of stuff that's not helpful. We try to give you only the ones that are going to be something you're going to want to pay attention to. And then we push that out. And what's cool about that process is we're getting training data. We're getting labeled training data because we now have a problem that you guys gave us. We know a bit about what's causing the issues. And then our humans have said, these are the actual solutions that we believe to be correct. So I can now use that data later and start to build a feedback loop into my analytic process so that I'll be able to suggest even better solutions in the future. So this will just only become more accurate over time is really kind of the major takeaway there. Let's see.
And Mike, so this is Tony here. So you have presenter rights again, and so if there's something that you want to push out to the group, you should be able to do it now.
Awesome. Yeah. Let me work on getting that up. Let's see.
And then while you're doing it, Mike, I just want to, on the YouTube stream, there's been a couple companies that have asked, or a couple people on the stream that says, what's the name and contact information for the person currently speaking? And so I don't know if you or Jen just want to just say real quick, how would they get in contact with you if they're interested in what you guys are doing?
So Mike, I'll take that one just because my last name is way simpler. I can forward them along. So just hit me up. It's JROY@bmnt.com. That's jroy@bmnt.com.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jen. And so, Jen, you were saying you have about 50 unique interactions there. And so, is there any initial feedback on those interactions, or are you guys still going through the data?
When you say feedback, we mean what we found from looking at the problems? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Oh, right. No, honestly, we've just been QCing the results and pushing them out. I think tomorrow and next week we'll go through and provide back to you, Tony, some kind of more meta-analysis of the types of problems we're seeing, and which companies are getting more or less hits, that kind of stuff. We can certainly provide that to you. That shouldn't be a problem. We haven't done any of that right now. Just keep
okay. Yeah. And I know this is like real-time execution, and so I know your team's busy just delivering great solutions. And so just one more time for those out in the YouTube world, the number if you want to interact with the bot, and so this is structured for government only right now, is 202 900-5005. Again, you can text 202-900-5005. And you can start the text message chain with text Jen what you ate for lunch.
Yeah.
I can't wait. And I saw a couple, things float in from companies on the live chat on the main page. And, we absolutely in the future want to make this company to government as well. But we're very sensitive to sort of the need for government to opt into that. And so it's something we'd like to work as part of our dev roadmap. It's probably not something this bot is going to do in the next week or two. But we do kind of want to, brainstorm that with you, Tony, going forward on how we make this valuable to companies as well, because this event is intended to be a two-way event, right? So this was an early prototype, but we definitely are looking to do that in the future.
Okay, great, that's awesome.
And Tony, I just put into the chat for this session, I just put in the short URL that's also associated with this. So if you're having a hard time with SMS or you're not with your mobile device, you can go to this URL. It just takes you to a Google form to basically answer the same sort of questions. And you'll get a response just as quickly as if you went through the text bot as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mike. And then, Mike, well, actually, you could work through your presentation right now, but after you're done, I got some questions.
Sure. Dan, do you want me to push the slides for you?
Yeah, why don't we take Tony's questions first, and happy to go over that.
Definitely. Yeah.
So, you've seen, 50 interactions with the bot. And so obviously there's a series of questions that users need to input into it in order to get information back. Is there any best practices that you want to share to everybody listening about how to get the best results from, the platform that you've created?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll take that for sure. Yeah, generally the best practice is to give us as much of a description as you can. Sometimes we'll get responses that are things like cybersecurity is the problem that I have, right? And like that doesn't. I can go through and we'll get a list of cybersecurity companies back from our service on that, and we can pick them out, give you some really interesting ones when we're QCing it. But the reality is, there's probably 20 cybersecurity companies at this in my database here from all the cyber ones that we've received from Tony, right? And it's just not, it's okay, but it's not going to get you any more granular matches than that. You'll just get a bunch of cybersecurity companies. Ideally, we know a little bit more about what you're actually trying to solve and what's the underlying problem. That'll just allow us to suggest the one or two cybersecurity companies that are very relevant to what you need. Maybe it's a comms thing. Maybe you're trying to set up a new network that you want to defend. Maybe you've got we had a really good one about weapon systems cybersecurity, right? There was a couple of companies that are very focused on that. And so that just allows us to provide you more custom results. So more text, generally better.
And then, so do you have an example of that, Mike? You just maybe have well, how about this? So for those that haven't interacted with the bot, what types of questions are being asked from the bot? So what can they expect, after they tell Jen, what they had for lunch? What's the next things that they're going to get as in the text chain?
Yeah, so the bot's basically just going to ask you to describe your problem, right? The problem that you're trying to solve for your organization. It asks you to use one or two sentences at least to do that. So again, that kind of forcing yourself to describe it a little bit is a helpful way to, even if you think that it's a very simple problem, just kind of try to write more than one sentence, right? And that usually kind of brings out a little bit more specificity, which is really good. After that, we ask you about the solution. And now, like from a BM&T perspective, this is kind of like you don't really know the problem yet, right? But we ask you to kind of guess at what the solution would be, because it helps us. We want to provide you with some companies that are interesting to you, and in this case, you might have something very specific that you want to see. So we'll try to match up a company based on the solution that you're interested in addition to the problem. And then after that, we have some questions that are designed to try to get you to think a little bit more about your problem, maybe from a different perspective or in a little more depth. So we're just asking things like how do you think your solution is going to solve this problem, right? Just asking you to kind of talk through and tell us what you think is going to happen when you get this solution, and maybe what effect it will have. And that's going to get us just more description of that problem and how it kind of manifests. Because, like I said earlier, there's a lot of cybersecurity problems. But if you think you're going to be using a cybersecurity product in a way that's maybe only has to deal with wireless networks, like the more I know about that, the more I can fine tune those results again. The bot will pick up on the fact that you're talking about wireless networks versus wired networks, and it'll customize the results as such. And then at the end, we ask about the beneficiaries. These are people who are experiencing the problem. These are users or someone who really feels the pain. They're the person who, when something goes wrong with this problem, they're the ones who are searching for the solution because they're really unhappy, right? And so we want to know who these people are, not names of people, but the roles, the type of person. And the more we know about that, the more we can again start to pick solutions that address the specific type of person. Because we've asked the solution providers, the companies, the same sort of question here of, you know, what type of people, what roles would interact with your product. And that way, you know, there's again, going back to cybersecurity, there's certain cybersecurity products that are really good for a network analyst or a cyber intrusion analyst. They're going to be the person who's trying to find the attack and do the analysis to write up a mitigation report of some sort. But then there's also cybersecurity products that are far more in the physical world. You know, these are things that are maybe tracking assets or looking for you know, tamper on devices, other sorts of things. That might be done more by like a warehouse or a hardware manager. Again, depending upon the roles, we can tune the products to the solution even better. So as specific as you can get on the types of people that are involved with your problem, it's just going to improve the results that we get. And we've got a lot of companies. I'm not sure I have the actual count, but I believe we're at around 400 companies in our database from this. So there's a lot of, you know, opportunity to find the specific few that are really the right match, which is just going to make it easier for you to make a high quality connection and make some progress on that problem, which is of course where we want to be, right? We want to get you very targeted data so you can not waste your time talking to companies that just don't move the needle for you.
And even though that sounds like a ton of information, we promise that filling in the bot interacting with this texting interface is 10 minutes or less.
That's correct, Jen. I talk a lot, but in reality, yes, we found that very few people go over 10 minutes. And if they do, it's because they're writing novels, which you don't have to write a novel.
So, Mike, you've simplified it for the user, which is really compelling. But maybe you could take 2-3 minutes and just geek out, like what's actually going on underneath the hood. Is there gerbils underneath it? Maybe you could talk and explain some of the AI fundamentals that which this bot is using.
Yeah, sure. So there's very few gerbils. We only have a couple. They do a lot of the work though. No, so we've for the kind of like the guts of how this thing works, right? Is we're bringing all that text in and we're doing some natural language processing on it to figure out what are the specific components of what was written that are kind of like the high level topics, right? So this is doing it's the sort of thing where we pull out these higher level themes and topics that we can then use. We've done the same thing on the company side, on the solution side. We have equally large descriptions of the solutions of the products. So once we have kind of the topics on both those sides, the machine is able to try to link those two together. It's then also doing some fuzzy keyword matching and some and similarity searching. Sorry. So it's kind of, think of it as like you take every word and you permute it through a thesaurus, right? So every, money could be equal to currency, right? And they're not always perfect matches, but it's just trying to increase the chance that if someone used one word to describe something like an airframe versus an aircraft versus an airplane, those are all talking basically about the same thing, and they should probably all collapse, be the same sort of match. So we're doing both of those sets of analyses on the data that we get in and the data that we have in our database. And then the machine can start to do matches and basically puts a score together. And it says, these have the most similarity between.
Hey, every time here at the AFWERX Collider, I turn around, I find myself more and more amazed simply by what's going on. We were there with BM&T talking about the Collider bot, which is absolutely phenomenal. If you have not texted yet, be sure that you do. That phone number to be able to text in is 202-900-5000. 5005. Hey, right now we're actually going to go and wrap up our Collider sessions with Decode, where we're actually doing a case study, talking not just about innovation, what's really important and how we move forward with innovation, but also how we as individuals it can sometimes, we're told that not to duplicate efforts, to make sure that we're staying in line with what other people are doing and be able to connect ourselves to what solutions are out there. But in doing that, they're going to be talking about a case study of specifically speaking of Stardog Union, of how we can use that case study, how we can use what we've learned from that, of how not just duplicating efforts, but actually coming together. Right now, we're headed over to the Red Room. We'll see you right back here in a little bit with the AFWERX Collider. Off to you guys over in Decode.
Really transparent to us, but we do know that on the backside of it, that there are issues with or difficulties with trying to get money assigned for deliverables. Our having a joint MOU with multiple technical points of contact, on our side, we have to get sign off on both from both parties, which hasn't been an issue. The issue starts to become on the approval side on the back end, and hopefully Captain Davis Court can talk a little bit about what he was able to do to help that. Oh, all right.
Yeah, so I'd like to introduce myself real fast. I ran the 27 Special Operations Group's innovation effort back when I was at Canton Air Force Base as a K-9 pilot. Did that for a number of years, and this is my introduction to the great world of acquisitions. And I owe the fact that I'm sitting here in beautiful LA, even though it's raining right now, and I get to continue to be part of this great ecosystem. So thank you very much. This group was actually, Decode was my intro into acquisitions, and it was my first stop. So I believe you guys are in very good hands. So now getting on to the color of money. Yes, that is extremely important because, you've got your 3400, your 3600, your OCO, that sort of stuff. What I'd recommend, especially if you are at a base with combat assets, that you tap in with whoever your local warfighter is and use that line of accounting really to unlock additional funding. Or like if OCO goes away for your MAGCOM, I'd recommend that you tap into any program office that has access to anything relevant to contingency operations. So the best example of this was I did a program that was relevant to my weapon system, and I was able to lobby my PO Fixed Wing SOCOM for funding, and he basically ponied up $250,000 for one, and he was able to really meet me and enable me to move forward. And I believe that is so critical, especially if you go into these STRATFI SBIR programs. You'll see the ones that are going to wind up getting it are the ones that are able to tap into something that is not programmatically bound to a POM cycle. And you usually, the best way to get that is to go into multiple MAGCOMs and multiple end users, because you can kind of reach in and see all the different avenues that you can, get the nickels and the dimes you need to make a dollar.
Awesome. John, did you have anything else to add to your experience before I turn it over even more so to Josh?
No, I'm eager to answer any questions, but certainly please turn it over to.
All right, and Josh, this is even more time for you to explain sort of the nuts and bolts of getting a joint MOU signed, but love for you to walk through your process. And for the government folks on the line, Josh could churn out a joint MOU in 1 week, was it? So he was moving at a really fast clip.
So yeah, it's once you do a couple of these, they all blur together and it becomes really, really easy. But the great thing about this is that it becomes a team exercise. It becomes something that you and your fellow POC at another base can churn out relatively quickly. So the best thing that you can do is go on out and network with other like-minded end users, people like you who have a need, have, troops, combat or otherwise, So, in my opinion, a couple of my best projects were actually for non-battlefield use cases. So like anybody that you think that you meet in this ecosystem really can become a resource. So you meet those like-minded individuals. You find, whether or not your idea is better, their idea might be better. A lot of these projects I've had to pivot 5 or 6 times. So really what I've learned is that I can't afford to be too certain about any one thing. And in reality, somebody might have a better answer that I could jump onto. So I certainly did that a number of times. The next step is making sure that your needs are similar enough in terms of the milestones. So you sit down and you dev out a set of milestones in a phone call with your fellow POC, and then you add in a company like Stardog, and then you talk over those joint milestones with them. You might have to tweak it a little bit to get to the answer that is mutually beneficial for everybody. But essentially that's it. Granted, it sounds easy, but there's a lot of intermediate steps there that I'm kind of glossing over. But once you do like 1 or 2 of these, it becomes easier.
Awesome. And I think I'm going to turn it, that leads right into general tips. And so Josh touched on all of these, but some of the biggest things for putting together a successful joint MOU is having that network of folks with mutual interests. So finding allies and people who share the same mentality. And I know it's really wonderful that we had Josh on the line, and Josh's counterpart at Travis was in the same sort of position as he was, and sort of innovation cell leaders. And so it's really great to leverage for companies to leverage if you're working with a specific wing or specific squadron, if they have an innovation cell or spark cell on base, to work through that spark cell, because it's a bunch of really motivated leaders who can help connect you to other bases. The second thing I think, and Josh, chime in whenever you would like. I know you just can't see the screen, so that's why I'm talking through these things, but you will be pivoting a lot, and so get ready to be flexible. I mean, I know from other experiences to this Stardog and to base experience, there's a lot of changing the milestones. There's a lot of changing the strategic matching if you're doing strategic matching for funding, and there's going to be a lot of things that have to consistently get iterated upon. And so just be prepared to pivot. And then Josh, I'd love for you to talk through sort of leveraging other partners on base that is outside of Air Force. So leveraging other innovation networks. And I know you had been working with the Army as well as Air Force to work on some of these projects. Do you have anything to say there?
Yeah, so because I was special operations, I was able to leverage my contacts inside of both Naval Special Warfare and the more boutique units inside of the Army. The great thing about that is that what I've seen inside of Army Special Operations programs is that they would sit down with their SPO, and I've literally seen them hash out a set of requirements and then take it into a program right there. That happened with another one of my SBIR projects. It was really incredible to watch. As far as the Navy goes, they take a different aspect. They decided, I know this sounds funny, and it actually is a lot cooler than it sounds, but they went out and they bought a Boy Scout camp outside of San Diego. And it's called Camp Marina. The Navy SEALs do land nav out there, but I got to go out there. What they do is that they have a huge innovation center out. Granted, it's a bona fide barn and a couple trailers, but they have the ability to reach into funds that are allocated specifically to developing combat capabilities, and you can actually use that to help match funds and help fund your SBIR. And it's really cool to see, because you get to see how the Navy uses it. Navy SEALs, come on, that's cool. And then, you get to see this technology flourish in two very separate environments.
Awesome.
So really, like walking around and figuring out who's who on your own base can unlock all of that stuff, because you can't necessarily meet those kinds of people anywhere else.
That's great. And then the last tip, which is, I think this is how Josh got so many joint MOUs done so quickly. And Josh, definitely talk more about your tips here. But if you work 30 minutes to an hour a day on each project for a joint MOU, you can move really, really fast. And a lot of it looks harder than it actually is.
Yeah, so that's probably my favorite one, is because you need to have a revisit rate on each of these projects, because you don't want any of them to kind of slip to the side. And also in this process, if you have another like-minded individual inside of your innovation cell, you could also use them, to supplement that 30 minutes to 1 hour a day. And that's how you get, a bunch of these, because really it's daunting when you look at how much work you have to do for a project, but it's less so when you realize that I can just break up everything into 30-minute chunks over the next, month or two. Especially with MOU writing, though, that's a lot of the hard work up front. That's when it becomes the 30 minutes to an hour. And it's just going in, doing due diligence on what you're buying, seeing all those different opportunities out there, and then reaching out to your network of people. So what I did was that I know I'm going to move off of the topic a little bit, but what I did was that I actually amassed a notebook with everybody that I met that I think had a similar mentality of going out and doing business. So what I then had a monthly email that I'd send out. It detail what I'm doing, follow up with them on what they're doing, and a lot of that turned into projects later down the line.
All right, and I want to turn it over to questions. So let me just do my chat. All right, we have a couple questions. So my company, Air Armor Tech, has an MOU from both the JPO and ACC for our product system. How do we help them decide who puts in what funding amount, percentage of what we need, as opposed to asking them both for the max amount? And do we need to attempt coordination between them? John, I feel like this is your area of expertise.
Well, so I would definitely recommend that getting them talking together is going to be important. Not only for money reasons, but I think that when you're actually performing under the SBIR, it's going to be important for you to be able to be able to speak with one another, right? Because there's going to be things that for both that maybe one squadron or one organization might not have asked for, and it's important to make sure that they're both aware of what the others are asking for. So I would definitely recommend getting them, encourage them speaking to solve that money issue. That's not something that I think we as a commercial organization can directly influence, but I think getting them speaking to one another can only result in good things.
And Josh, anything to add?
Yeah, so one thing, and I have to admit, I did this to SOCOM. They gave me money, I just kept on turning back and asking for more. So you have to kind of know what your audience is. In my case, yes, I could get away with that. And that's simply because I was an end user. I had a lot of combat hours and I had a lot of missions on my belt. So I kind of had a little bit of street cred with my parent organization. So that's important. So a lot of times, especially if you're going to go big, have somebody inside of that organization make the ask.
Great. Any other questions for Captain Daviscourt, for John? Okay, well, I'm going to pull up everybody's favorite screen, the contact information. So, I mean, if you have any other questions for any of us, Decode, John from Stardog, or your, as I like to consider him, your friendly acquisition officer, here are our emails, and I'm sure when these decks get disseminated and all of that fun stuff, you can definitely feel free to reach out. And we're happy to answer any questions on this process, because when it works, it really works. And when there are challenges, it can feel like the last roadblock, but there's always a way to get to yes.
Yeah, I'd like to reinforce just how huge of an amazing opportunity this is for units. So like if any of you are end users on the line, just know like you guys are truly on the verge of something that can change the lives of your people. And not just make sure that their voices are heard, but find a way to democratize the innovation process for them. This is exciting. I feel very excited for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for the time. I know we're reaching the end of this webinar frenzy, so enjoy the next webinar that you have coming up. But otherwise, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to share some of our knowledge and experiences on this sort of stuff. Tori, any housekeeping rules, or are we good to go?
All are good to go. I'm gonna switch the presenter access.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, John. And thank you, Josh.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Hey, welcome back. Another great session as we wrap up the end of our AFWERX Collider session. So much good information.
Oh,
yeah. So much good information.
I mean, it's, stuff's still going on. It's the private rooms. It's there's actual still pitches going on. They're going to be going on for another 45 minutes or so. So that's the pitch bowl. And so those are the 19.3 companies that are pitching for phase 2 contracts. And so, so there's still activity going on. But, we are starting to wrap up the main programming here, here at Capital Factory, Mission Control and AFWERX Austin. And so, what are some of the highlights for that you liked?
Man, when you start talking about the Collider bot, which even as you are talking about the events that are coming up and the things you're planning, frankly, until you started really going into it, I didn't understand what the Collider bot was until we had the chance with BM&T to actually discuss and hear the Q&A just a little bit ago about that capability, AI being able to connect problems people have to the businesses, phenomenal. But then again, virtually we bounce around all over the nation to experts and keynote speakers that, frankly, in a forum like this, unless you're physically here, you just don't get this receptivity and connectivity to people with so much knowledge.
Right, and we're actually just limited with space, and so I don't know if you want to bring it up, Trigger, I'm talking about it. But we have the opportunity to see how many people came in and viewed this thing. So we're about to do the grand total here. So recognizing that with what we do, if we would have held it here, we're actually limited. Capital Factory was very gracious, and they allowed us to go upwards of 700-800 people. That's how many people we could have physically fit in this space and have the same interactions. And so, Trigger, I guess for the first time, we're pull up the page. So just to let you know, so the over-under that we had for the little bet we had was 5,000. All right, and let's just say there's a lot riding on it. Yeah. And so, for the first time, the reveal. So Trigger owes me a lot of stuff. If it's over 5,000, I owe Trigger a lot of things. And so
I'm not sure that there was actually an agreement or contract awarded to that over-under, but that's fine. So the actual numbers we had for individual connections, that we had 5,193.
So the over. So the over one.
Yeah, the over, man.
Is that $100 bucks? $100?
No, I never said that. That's not what it was. That's not what it was.
So I guess that's great. So thank you for the 5,000 plus people that joined us over the last 8 hours. It's been really exciting. And so what we were able to do here had it been a physical physically in Capital Factory, it would have been very different. We would have been able to interact with maybe 800 folks here. But now, because we're virtual, and even though we didn't want to pivot, this pivot actually enabled us to connect with more people. And so it's like super exciting the fact that this virtual thing allows. We don't know. The data's still out there. We're trying to figure if we still accomplish the same things. Connecting those problems with solutions and making those collisions happen. But as far as interactions and people that were able to join us today, the virtual event enabled us to host a lot more people in this virtual collider.
Yeah, you mentioned something earlier this morning when we were just talking about what innovation is and how you get connected to it, and to be able to bring it really full circle. It's amazing that innovation often comes out of necessity of needing to find a solution, and that's really what this pivot was for the AFWERX Virtual Collider. It was exactly, literally that, a pivot to be able to make it happen in the moment's notice as we needed to. So come on, Jordan, come on now.
Jordan, first off, we have our social media marketing extraordinaire.
AFWERX response.
And so, all this, I mean, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Facebook, whether it's the website, I mean, Jordan was up at all hours in order to get the outreach. So did you see the number?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So over 5,000. So Jordan, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and so it's definitely a team event, just like Jordan, what she did with marketing. But there's a lot more to this. So underneath the hood, and who really the big thank you goes to, is this the team right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so this is the team that really made it happen. And so, over the course of the 8 hours, this was mission control. These were the folks, collaboration between AFWERX and Capital Factory. So, Marianne, over to you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Kinsley. I'm so proud to be a part of this. This has been such a fun experience. We did this in less than 48 hours, it feels like. Capital Factory, there's no better team to work with, no better staff, and AFWERX is a great partner of ours. I especially want to shout out and thank Cisco for all of the hard work that they put into this event. It's really great to have partners that you can call last minute and get things done with. So thank you for having us and for going on this adventure, and
all right,
back to you.
And thank you to you guys. So, thank you everybody that joined us virtually. I think the going out thing kind of in Saturday Night Live, instead we're gonna be responsibly demonstrate different ways to greet and say hello as we play it out. So thank you everybody for joining us, and we'll see you at the next virtual collider.
See you next time. Thanks for joining us.